everyone and welcome to Pubgmobile Pro League. Well, the finals are upon us and my name is Oshin Sharma. Alongside me we have 7C Fear. Well, talking about this team and individual, they have been looking really good against their gameplay. So let's see how the finals pan out for them. But before everything, hey Fear, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good and excited for the finals.
Well, that is for sure one thing. But let's talk about finals for 1 second, right? When we talk about the competition, do you feel like the teams are going to change something as compared to the Super Weekend?
Yeah, obviously, this is the finals. So strategies and the gameplay pattern will change obviously for every team, so I guess. And teams will come up with new strategies and will give their best.
Well, that's nice. That's nice. So if I ask you this question specifically for your team, do you think your team is going to focus on something that you think might be a weak point? It might be rotations, might be gunfights. Like, is there something that you guys are going to focus more on?
Yeah, so in previous PMPL, our kill point was massive, but throughout the time, like we focused on our positioning as well. But right now, like the positioning and kill points, we will focus on both actually. And in the league stages, our kill points were less compared to the previous PMPL. So yeah, we are going to focus on the kill points.
Which teams do you think are going to be like a very good competition against you? Because when we talk about the teams like Zeus, we talk about teams like DRS Carnage, obviously they were getting a lot of points for themselves. So which teams do you feel are going to be good competition for you guys?
There's no like indefinite team for us, because like every team qualified for the finals are really good teams. They proved themselves, and yeah, we are not focusing on like a single team. We are focusing on every team's gameplay.
That's nice. So when we talk about PMPL Season 2, there was a different 7C, right? When we saw that team. When we talk about Season 3, there's a different 7C. So I want to ask you, what have you gained in experience in moving from that team to this? Like obviously right now, because you guys have played a lot of matches together, and also, what is it that one thing that you're very proud of with this team?
So yeah, we played PMPL Season 2 and we gained a lot of experiences, and yeah, our lineup changed from PMPL Season 2 to Season 3, but our new addition 7C Rig and Thought, they are really good players, and the experience we gained, we are trying to like provide them with the infos and everything, the experience we gained in the last PMPL. So yeah, we are trying to get better.
That's nice. Well, talking about the finals, what's the goal?
The goal is #1, the title.
Well, I hope that it just comes on to you guys, and with that, thank you for giving out your time. All the best for all the future endeavors. I'll see you in the finals. Hello everyone and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League Finals. My name is Oshin Sharma and alongside me, well, we have Carnage in this interview and we have Manish from Carnage. And well, if we talk about this one, right, Manish, how are you feeling today?
It's all good.
Alright, so I want to ask you, right, when we talk about the way the games were going on, you guys were out there in top 3 for like a long time. So what was going in your mind when you guys were taking the fights in Super Weekends?
We were just trying for S1 position, but in third week our internet didn't work and we have to play from another place. So our game got bad.
Well, no worries about it. You guys are in the finals, right? But if we talk about the chicken dinner prize money, because every chicken dinner gets you $1,000. I mean, you guys have had a pretty rich bank for yourself. What are you gonna do with that money?
We're gonna do party with our teammates.
That's nice. That's nice. All right, but moving on for the finals, like, do you guys have something like some different strategy for the finals?
We don't have different strategy. We play with our own gameplay, like taking zone.
Yeah.
Not so much aggressive, Just go for the kill and zone placement. That's
Okay. You guys dominated PMCO, right? But then from PMCO to PMPL, I want to ask you this question. Has the pressure increased, or like how do you see the difference of PMCO and PMPL?
PMPL is very tough. Cause every team are very aggressive, and they are very good. PMPL team.
That's true.
They have different play style. PMPL team are better than PMCO.
Alright, but well, you know, your team is also one of the best teams that we just witnessed in this PMPL. But talking about your competition, there was T2K, there was DE, there was DRS, and obviously Z3us was out there. So like, how are you planning to tackle those teams in the finals?
I think we don't gonna attack them, cause we look for the zone only. First of all, our placement, we have to look for the placement.
Alright, but you know, if we talk about one thing, what do you think is the weakest point of your team? Because some teams have it as their rotations, some have it as their gunfights, some have the communications. Which is that one thing that you feel can be improved in your team?
We have to improve our main gunfight and to enter zone with throwing smokes. That's how we can.
So where do you see yourself, you know, after the end of PMPL finals?
We thought we'll be at top 8.
Well, I just wish you guys all the best for all the future endeavors, and thank you for giving out your time, and maybe I'll see you dominating in the finals. Hello everyone, my name is Oshin Sharma and you are watching PUBG MOBILE Pro League. Well, these are the finals where we are, and right now if we talk about a team, well, we're going to talk about a team that dominated the first Super Weekend with all its glory. It's Z3us Esports, and we have Zaki with us to talk about what are they planning for the finals. So Zaki, how are you feeling today?
So today is a great day, and thank you for inviting me.
Alright, well, talking about your gameplay, right? Your team has a very unique game style, and with that you got 197 points in the first Super Weekend. Like, what was on your mind while playing that Super Weekend? Like, was it domination? What was going on through your mind?
Ингээ супер викэнд талаад тахад.
За алаад л юм биш. Тип болсон.
So he said the teammates also find the gameplay, so it's easy to dominate if they find the gameplay. So they first of all they think that we will dominate if we keep going like this. Yeah.
But well, let's talk about the finals, right? What is your team planning for the finals? Are they going to change their strategies, or are you guys gonna, you know, dominate like the first Super Weekend? What are your plans for the finals?
Чадвал тэгэл хуучин темперэл алаас явах гэж.
If it's possible, they will dominate a Super Weekend 1. Yeah.
Well, you know, for some teams, you know, gun power is the strong suit. For some teams, rotations is the strong suit. Which thing do you think is your team's strongest part? Is it gun power? Is it close range fights? Is it rotations? Which thing is the one that separates you from the competition?
Ер нь бол тийм дундын зай 50 м, 60 м дээрээс.
He said about this competition, there's also so many experienced team, but it's not about the gun power. So they just wanna play as what they can play and how they plan to dominate. And it's not about the gun power. It's just about their gameplay. Yeah.
And that's really nice, and I hope that you guys dominate out in this one for sure, and I just wish you all the best for the finals. I'll see you around. Hello everyone, my name is Oshin Sharma and this is PUBG MOBILE Pro League. Well, the finals are upon us, and with that is the domination of the players, as these players want to showcase their talent out to the world. We have seen these names, we have known these names, but now these gods are here to dominate. I'm talking about Team Z3us, and along with me we have Ronin, who's going to be translating for Godless out here. Well, Godless and Ronin, first of all, welcome. How are you guys feeling?
Good. How are you?
I'm really good. I'm really good. Well, the first questions first. Well, how does it feel to be, at the top of the table? I mean, you guys have been there a lot of times. How does it feel now?
Нэг тах ер нь тэгээд гой санагдаж байна. Тэгэл нэг тах гоё л шүү дээ.
To be in the first place feels awesome. Yeah.
Godless, my first question to you is going to be like, did you feel any change in the aggression of the other teams from one super weekend to the other?
За ер нь бол эхний 7 хоногоос хамаагүй бусдаагүй илүү яг ингээд сайжирч эхэлсэн. Ер нь бол тэгээд тэнцэндээ дасаад тэгээд яаж тоглох арга барилаа олж ийн л гэж ойлгож байгаа. Гэтэ бусад багууд яг ингээд сайжирч байгаа ч гэсэн биднэрт бол яг нэг тийм өөрчлөлт бол гарахгүй байгаа. Бид яг тоглолдог шиг тоглоод нэгдүгээр барай хадгалаад явж байгаа.
For the other teams, they changed a lot and they improved a lot over the over the super weekends. But for us, it was like same as before. Like we doing what we do. That's what we did and keeping our first place. Yeah.
I mean, that's also nice. You have a clear mind to just, be at the top. That's really nice thing. So I want to ask you, this question relates to PMGC as well. You guys were in top 3 and in PMGC, then coming down to in PMPL. And now obviously, like, what's next for Teams Use? Like, what have you set your eyes on?
За манай богийн цаашдын зорилго гэвэл ер нь энэ 2021 оны Global Championship дээр авраг аваад тэгээ мөн 2021 оны бүх тэмцээнд аврагын намдсан бодолтой зорилготой одоо ингээд явж байгаа.
For our purpose in the future, we just wanna keep our champion also in PMGC 2021 and 2022, etc.
Well, I just wish you guys all the best for that, right? Because we know it, this team, I mean, I have seen this team just growing up from the start, from PMCU wildcards when you guys just were just, playing out there, and Godless, like from no chance, obviously an incredible player just coming up to you. So you guys have been amazing so far. And I just hope, I wish that you guys just, reach to the greatest of the heights. And I wish you all the best for that and all the best for the finals.
Every day is a fight. Every moment is a race against the best. Beat the clock. Be on top of your abilities before the rest. Every face-off will be bigger than the last one. Every knock will count. Time will stand still in the wake of the storm. And that's why the sun never sets on this battleground. This is where champions will gather to etch their names on the highway to glory. Welcome to the Coliseum. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League Season 3.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is the finals that we are in. Day number 1 did come to an end yesterday. Now we start and continue the journey on towards, of course, day number 2. It's a 4-day affair. A 4-day affair when it comes to the entirety of the finals. And it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Hook Up Your Fun. I'm your host, Prado. Joining me on the analyst desk is going to be the two lads that you ought to know by now. It is none other than Super Johnny and Ocean Sharma.
Thank you very much, Laksh. And yes, as of now, yesterday was amazing.
Yeah, oh yes.
I'm just open to even more better games, even more surprising finishes today.
Same here. I mean, the surprising finishes are going to be a part of the action as we move forward with the matches. But today, I have to say, is going to be the day that we see the teams that we were expecting good performances from sort of once again step into the same old form. To take a few names, High Voltage, Venom Legends, I'm expecting these teams to recover from the from the
Hopefully.
slump that they are in right now.
Absolutely, that will be the bet from these teams, of course, because after all, that is what is required for them to do so, and they have, of course, till now showcased that. So there's nothing more that we're expecting for them to just get back onto those wonderful, dominating horses that they were part of and continue on with that journey. But when it comes to the journey itself, yes, we are at the current moment part of the finals, which is, of course, the PUBG Mobile South Asia Finals. But move that conversation along. What are these teams working towards? You have the top 9 teams that are going to be moving on forth towards, of course, the Championship Finals, where they will be met by Ocean.
Yeah, they will be met by me. I'm really sure about that. But yeah, but hey, there's Skylight Gaming out here. Let's just, we were having this discussion previously as well. Well, Skylight Gaming is an invited team as well for the final. So if they make it to there in the top 9, then the 10th team will also be just, going out for the championship finals. But talk about 2 teams from PMC Wildcard. I would want to see their gameplay against the lobby right now that we have, because that is going to be interesting and amazing, because these teams are the ones that have had that timer to read throughout these teams.
Exactly, but other than getting the information about their opponents, I mean, from what we have heard, Astra Academy and Apes both are pretty deadly squad.
Oh, yes.
They are really good on paper, but as Ocean said, the only thing that is left for us to see is how they compete against the teams that are in front of us now. And considering there's going to be 10 teams from South Asia going to the regional championship, things are going to get interesting.
Oh yes, things are certainly going to get heated up, no question about it. And in doing so, first things first, what they need to overcome is going to be this chapter that they are part of, where when it comes to the finals, you've got $300,000 on the line, from which, of course, 150 grand has been separated just for the PMPL South Asia Finals. And in that, you also have the MVP of the finals, standing to get $1,000.
Exactly. We did put a lot of, mind onto this one yesterday when we were discussing about the MVP strats as well. Again, the 40% to the survival, 40% to the damage, and 20% to the kill. So it just comes down to that. But right now, as you can see, these places, like every team, right now they know what is out there at stake.
Oh, yes.
They have played. Previously, in the previous time, we also saw those $1,000 being given, but that's not it right now. But the thing is, every player knows, every team knows that if they win from here, they win big. If they lose, at this point, they might lose a lot for themselves.
Exactly.
That is true, and for that to work out in their favor, you have to certainly keep on to that aggressive stance, because every kill you walk away with that 1 point, and along with that, if you get a chicken dinner, well, you got 15 points straight off the bat.
Exactly, and right now we are seeing a few teams that are able to compete in the towards the top of the leaderboard spot just with the amount of kills that they have, and that is something that can work out in their favor really, really nicely. I mean, talk about teams like A1 Esports, teams like Zeus, teams that love to be aggressive, and that is what they are known for. But on the other side, I mean, if you can manage to be consistent with your finishes as well, not getting enough kills in every single match, that works out as well. But you have to be really consistent. I mean, top 3 in every single game if you are getting less than 2 kills.
This gets me a really good example of 2 teams from yesterday. DRS with 2 chicken dinners, and 7C with at the top position without a chicken dinner. So
exactly,
every way points are getting out there.
That is so very true. But right now, as we continue the journey on forth, as we continue the conversation on forth, we are talking about the 16 teams that have made it from the 20 that did participate in the PMPL South Asia Season 3. But here we are, greeted with these 16 teams. And right off the bat, we're looking at Z3us Esports having played only 15 games, and still they are here to dominate.
Exactly. I mean, Z3us Esports had a wonderful performance yesterday, even securing 1 chicken dinner for themselves. But the thing is, even with that chicken dinner, the team is outside the top 5. On the other hand, their counterpart, Z3us Esports, no chicken dinners, top 3.
I mean, it still comes down to the consistent gameplay throughout, right? Yeah. That's one thing. Stalwart, I would love to see what they do today. Carnage, again, a dominating performing team just out there. But hey, if we move forward, we'll be seeing other names as well out here. That's where DRS is a team with 2 chicken dinners on day 1, 1952. I mean, the awakening is yet to happen with this team just, going forward. They've had their share of good and bad games. If you talk about P and Crew, I would love to see what more they can do, because Miramar is where they've had the good lad, but, we have to see Erangels and Sanhoks as well. DE. Good, bad,
Well, definitely. I mean, the shaky performances there, but I have to say one thing for DRS. Just the fact that they were eliminated like really early on in the very next game that they got the chicken dinner from, is the fact that it's also the reason that they are sitting on the second position. Otherwise, throughout the day, they were pretty consistent. I mean, not performances too bad, but over here, we do see the team that has taken the first position, Z3us Esports, along with the team that's already headed to the regional championship, Skylight Gaming.
Yeah, but there was effort as well in that one, right? We talked about that, even Esports as well. But
Still
right
waiting.
Now, yeah. R3D got a really good game for themselves. T2K is looking really good. Venom Legends High Voltage, we'll have to see the start from them, and probably we'll see that today.
Alright, I want to talk about mindsets of these teams, because yesterday something extraordinary happened that sort of we also missed out, but it was brought to our attention much later. It happened in the game of Sanhok yesterday. And it was the second Sanhok where 1952 was taking a fight in the end of the match. Entry had 29 first aid, but still decided to go for the aggressive stance right there.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Wow.
29 first states by one individual.
Wow, wow, wow. What a wonderful start it has been when it comes to the finals indeed. But till now, of course, day one is completed, but that has created a wonderful story to showcase to you lads, and it is going to be the overall ranking that will summarize that.
72, 66, 60, like the points are still close, I would say.
The points are still close, but I want to go back to what I was saying before.
Yeah.
The reason I brought that thing up from yesterday is why, I mean, as we look at the standings, we can talk about it as well. Things are getting really intense and things are getting really, really heated up. But as we move forward with the tournament, I mean, things are going to get more and more intense. Look at this. That one game could have changed things for 1952 right there. It almost did. I mean, they had the second place finish, but with 29 in first aids, he could have easily heel battled his way to victory had he not been forced into
top
a fight.
three, like, you know, something like that.
Not just that. I mean, so the reason it happened was because 1952 were thrown into fights. We have talked about timing yourself quite perfectly. PN Crew did yesterday in two really wonderful games, and they are sitting in the first half of the standings. So teams need to control the pace at which they play.
Yes,
that is something that's going to be important. If you have a game plan set, then your your play style needs to be set according to that game plan as well.
So now it also comes down to a few things. When we talk about the strategies that you might be hiding, strategies that are there, we talk about this, right?
Yeah.
So if we talk about Venom Legends and High Voltage, I hope they might be hiding something yesterday which they come out with today, because it's high time.
It is high time, and with those two teams specifically, I think Ocean would agree with you on this. Like, we see completely different team. It's not the same teams we were seeing during the league stages.
But apart from that, 7C is a team that, you know, is just on another roll for sure.
No
7C is also different.
No
in
question about it, because in a good way they have certainly made it work for themselves without getting a chicken dinner as well. This is a team that is sitting on the top of the leaderboard with 72 points for this team, and the team stats, well, they clearly state an aggressive stance.
I mean, they do. Talk about this one, right? 1.83 KPM with two players. That's a really good KPM, given the fact, you know, right now it's 6 matches. We'll have to see how much it fluctuates with the other matches. Memo with 1.67 and Rick with 1.17 with a really good survival time. That's 2.112 for himself, whilst the other players also like 20 plus minutes of survival time, 18 plus. So it is a good survival time. But look at the fights that they had. This was a match which would have been theirs, but hey, they did put up a really good fight in this one.
I mean, although to be very honest with you guys, I mean, Ocean is going to understand this when I say this. I mean, we remember the old 7C Esports, right? The one we saw in Season 2. And this is what the team used to be.
Exactly.
These are the original roots of the team.
Exactly. But hey, right now the name just comes on. 7C, yes, they are like, you know, going through 7Cs just to get their players out there. You talk about it. Because if you have a few players from one area, from the other, you might just be thinking, you know, how to focus on the calls, but they are getting that perfect as well.
Exactly.
They most certainly are. Every single opportunity they get, they are trying to convert those perfectly into their favor and walking away with some amazing kills and placement points as well. That has led them to be the #1. But talk about being the #1, I mean, what can you say? When you talk about comfort level, right, that is where Skylight Gaming comes into play, because yes, they are part of the top 16 that are playing the South Asia finals, but they already have the invite. They are just here to dominate, and that's what they're doing so with these perfect stats.
Skylight Gaming is just here to earn some extra swag for themselves. I mean, just to get the bragging rights. Because as you said, they're already headed to the regional championship. They could have easily just skipped this entire thing and just went over there. But over here, I mean, it's just going to be like getting used to the competition all over again, bringing themselves back in check, and skiding out the competition.
And also just, you know, they're looking at the bigger picture right now. They're like, hey, out of these teams, some teams are going to be meeting us in the championship as well.
9 of them.
Yeah.
9 of them.
So we just got to test the waters to see their goods, their bads, and to see, how to just, get it on us. That's what this team is doing, taking every fight and learning through each fight.
Also, here's the thing: what happens, ladies and gentlemen, if Skylight Gaming are sitting in the top 9, then the next best team is going to get the opportunity to go.
Exactly, because this team already has the invite working in their favor, and that's of course going to be that much more crucial for them to understand the lobby, get to know who they're up against. But as of course Ocean as well as Johnny did mention, top 9 will be moving on forth towards of course the championship, South Asia Championship. But move that conversation towards another team that only played 15 games, mind you. Week number 1 is where we were introduced to this team, and that is all it took for them to be a part of the finals right now.
And in the Zaki is the one who's just, dominating the competition, 1.83 kpm for himself. And again, survival time 2112. Once again, it just comes down to that number. Baron, an impressive sniper holder for the team. Wally's out there. Ankle, well, he did get just 1 kill, but he has been the backbone out for the fights, and they did manage to get 1 good chicken. And this is where Zaki just, charged on PN Crew, almost taking him down. But well, PN Crew, they managed to get a 2nd position in this one match.
Yeah, and Z3us Esports, I mean, they're doing really well. Sort of slowly and steadily getting back to the same team that we saw during week 1, right? Even with that 1 chicken dinner, as I mentioned earlier on, with that 1 chicken dinner, not even in the top 5 right now. But since they missed out on 2 weeks, I'll give them some time. I'll give them some time to recover, to get back in the zone, and to probably go and challenge the 1st position, because that is where I expect the team to be.
Absolutely, but in that, let's bring in more stats and compare these two teams that we just spoke about. It is going to be Z3us Esports versus 7C Esports.
We talked about this previously as well, Johnny. Both of them have their good games in the middle, but after that, obviously, 7C was the most consistent. That's where Z3us Esports just went down. But the start, like you can say, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, was kind of an equal affair for both the teams. If you look at the stats, like near close points to each other, not a lot of difference. That means in the middle of the day, when it's like you start with Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar, those games kind of just play good with both of them.
And from that graph, we can see that 7C had just 1 bad game yesterday. And it was the very first one where they were taken, like they lost a few players to Z3us Esports when they were trying to cross North Georgia City. Georgia City.
No question about it, mate. No question about it. That is a rewarding experience as well as a rewarding fare coming in from these teams. But talking about rewards, it is time to introduce you guys to the in-game rewards, where we have things set up for you where you've got to stand. I mean, no question about it. There are virtual gifts which could be yours. Fans, all you need to do is showcase that love. Showcase that love for the teams that you're supporting, because that is what they need. And in doing so, you will be a part of all of these wonderful in-game items that could very well be yours. And as you do so, you will need to do a couple of things. Of course, join in to the PUBG Mobile game, click onto the event and join in through the Esports Center. That is where you will then start collecting rewards. As you do so, you will have to play those missions, roll them dice and claim prize. Simple.
Yeah, you get that lottery for yourself just out there.
Absolutely, mate. That is so true, Ocean. But move the conversation forth. You are looking at the Pick'em Challenge, where there are these awesome-looking, perfect-looking parachutes that could very well be yours. So to be a part of this, follow and comment along with, of course, your unique UID code and the region that you're joining in from. Now, that is going to be very crucial, because what team are you supporting, what region you're joining in from, will determine where most of these awards are going to be going down towards. Because what we are here to see is how much love are you guys going to share, how much love are the regions going to get from different regions, from different fans, and that's going to be so very crucial. But move that conversation on towards the super giveaway, is where you've got AirPods Pro on the line, along with which you also have the in-game items that could very well be yours. And once again, to be a part of this, you need to join in to the PMPL South Asia action via the Esports Center. And also, do not forget to hashtag PMPL SA followed by your unique code and the region that you're joining in from, to showcase that love for your teams that you support for. This is going to be so very crucial.
Well, PMPL South Asia Champions region will win more rewards as well. So rewards don't end. Rewards don't end.
Yeah,
it's like, you just keep on moving up.
Absolutely do. And yesterday we saw this special set being utilized by so many of these teams, because it gave them the energy and the boost. But along with that, you guys sitting back at home, the viewers, you stand a chance to win these awesome looking outfits and the glory that will be showcased as you join those lobby with your friends. Now, hey, here I am. I did support my teams. I did showcase that love, and look what I got.
Exactly.
That is the conversation.
Exactly. I mean, we saw the players flaunting it up, and now it's like, it's down to everyone.
Absolutely is. And talking about everyone, well, a lucky few of these everyone who did support and showcase that love throughout the week have gotten rewards. And right here we've got the unique IDs for the peeps who got themselves Airport Pro. Wow, what a wonderful turn of events indeed. 3 lads joining in from Nepal, 1 from Bangladesh and 1 from Pakistan. So this could very well be you. Sitting back at home, lads, this could very well be you. Do not forget to hashtag PMPL SA, followed by your unique UID code, your in-game code and the region that you're supporting, because that is going to be crucial. But along with that, along with the Airport Pro, of course you did see we have the in-game item set up as well, and look at the amount of people walking away with some wonderful trophies for themselves.
Yeah, and well, apart from that, I mean, the players are going to be enjoying the matches as well. That is a victory in itself, because the level of competition, as we do talk about every single time, could not get any higher.
Well,
I mean, it's going to get higher at the
It certainly is, mate. It certainly is, because it's just day number 1 that's happened yesterday. Now we move on. Of course, it's a 4-day affair. So let's get started off with day number 2. Let's talk about the schedule. There, once again, we start the day off with Erangel.
Well, talking about this Erangel, as compared to yesterday's Erangel, right? We saw a lot of different styles of gameplay being implemented and introduced in yesterday's first Erangel. That was because the finals pressure was just coming up. Now, teams know what happened on yesterday, because we talked about the teams in the interviews as well, right? So many teams were saying we are hiding something, we are hiding something. So yesterday's first Erangel, everyone wanted to see what are they hiding. But now, everything's like an open story.
Well, I did like the performance coming in from so many of these teams yesterday, because when you talk about those graphs, right? When you talk about the damage histograms as well, so many teams did walk away with so many kills, and that is going to be crucial. Compare that to the earlier weeks where so many kills were just being brought down towards 2 or 4 top 5 teams. So that's a crucial thing.
I mean, that is going to be quite critical, right? Because yesterday, as it happened, I mean, the early stages fights, that every single early stage fight was pretty much one-sided. That was how things went in the early stages of the day. But as we do have the map chance in front of us, we do see Z3us Esports sitting on the first position, although 7C has been doing really well recently. So I'm going to go with 7C having another good finish in this game. Depending on where the circle is. Because I believe 7C has learned their lesson not to take on Z3us Esports if they're landing towards Georgiopol. Or if it's a northern circle, never cross from that side. It's too much trouble. It's not going to be worth it. As I said, 3 teams you have to worry about: Skylight Gaming, Z3us Esports and Sealy Esports, and you have to worry about them at the same time.
You know that also comes down with one thing, that will Z3us change their drop location? Because Z3us also does that sometimes. It also comes down to the flight path, because first of all, right now the players kind of just tend to go with the minimal amount of time that you need to spend to get your first loot, and then rotate as well if the zone's not on you, and if you maybe went down to the shelter area or something like that, because shelter, I mean, it's not like buildings or something out there. You just have to go into those shelter bunkers and then just go for the loot. So those things kind of matter a lot, as compared to if you're looting onto the Giorgio area, where you'll find buildings, you'll find good areas just to move around. A vehicle is there convenient.
But you know what, lads? Till now we're talking about those top 5, top 3 teams, right? I mean, let's bring that conversation down towards the other half, the second half of the storyboard, as I like to call it, where we've got teams like Team F4, right? High voltage. Teams that we do want to be able to see pick up that pace, showcase a bit more of that dominance when it comes to the entirety of the lobby. So where do you think will their gameplay move on towards?
The trouble with F4 arises in the fact that they sort of land in the thick and thin of things. Where they land, if it's a northern circle, everyone is going to be passing through them, so they need to be rotating really, really fast.
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed. For that, it is time to move on along and get into the game. It is time to get busy with game number 1 on Erangel, and to take us through this game, it is none other than the Partner Bros to take us through. It is Pain Fixes and Necro. Over to you.
Well, you called us brothers, and here we are, sporting our sexy red ties, and whoa, someone really looks suave.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, you look good too, you know, with that red ties. I mean, we got the matching stuff as well, you know, it looks pretty good.
Well, this tie has a lot of stories, but anyways, getting back to the games that we have in hand, the first game of the evening, that's going to be, of course, played in Erangel. And I really love the fact that the desk did point out Team F4, they have been having a lot of trouble with the rotation, you know, heading on towards Lipovka. We've seen the trend going towards the western side. So, yeah, that is definitely one of the things that they should be looking out for. But apart from that, who do you think, or which region do you think is going to come out on top today?
Well, to be honest, I really want Zeus to come out on top. And yesterday, I didn't really get any chicken dinner, so of course, Mongolia is the one that I'm rooting out for today.
Alright, so Mongolian region is what Necro is going in with, and for me, it's definitely going to be the Pakistani teams and of course Deadeyes, you know, trying to pull off a comeback as we head on into the first game. And here you have the flight path trajectory, quite interesting, all the way from shooting range towards the Snovka military base.
Yeah, and of course, now one interesting factor inside the game is going to be Zeus. They always keep on changing their drop locations regarding or according to the plane fly path. So I really want to see this time, are they going to be going towards Georgiapol area, or are they heading towards Shelter? What do you think?
By the looks of it, I think they are going towards Georgiapol, and they've already taken the jump over there. And considering Seal is just above them, 1952, having no trouble, however, on towards Zarki. Well, P and crew, we are looking at them going towards Severny. Now, we've been talking about Team F4 time and again, and this sort of a trajectory is definitely not going to help their purpose, as they have to travel a long way towards Lipovka. They need those vehicles. Can they get it? And if they get it, is it going to be contested? A lot of questions in my mind, actually.
Exactly. I mean, that is, of course, going to be there. But we'll take a look at one of, you know, kind of interesting turn of events for some teams. R3D, a team that likes to go towards Kamishki side, and this time they seem like they have taken a different route. What are your views on this? I mean, if you're going to be changing your drop location that you are having solidified since the start, and you're changing it out of nowhere, do you think it's going to work or no? Oh, Fixes! You know I'm really happy already. You know I am.
You know, I was just looking at the flight path trajectory, hence the lol. But, well, a certain circle is what we have, but seems like Team Seal, the players are on a mission. They have come up with a strat. Look at them, a 2-2 split. Now, coming back to R3D, I mean, dropping off nearby towards the farm areas, they've been pretty much playing the corners, right? They've been going off towards Kameshki, towards Stalber. We've seen them even trying us for a Zarki, but today a different approach, I think, really might work for them. But Deadeyes, this is one of the teams that I'm really eyeing out for, because yesterday's performance was definitely not up to the mark considering how they've played during the Super Weekends. But Team Seal, I mean, this 2-2 split, what do you think about it?
Team Seal, I mean, they've came through a long way. You know, in the week one, they were playing absolutely fantastic, and then later on, they seemed kind of, down.
Yeah.
But then again, inside the finals, we really seem like the old Seal has made a comeback, and they're finally decided to strike in. Zeus this time, in the first day, didn't really able to find any chicken dinners on their name. And same goes with 7C though, but at the same time, they're on the leaderboards, and they're on the top.
They indeed are on top, and we are all but praises for this particular team. But looking at T2K, I mean, they've also gone in for an interesting split over here, having blah 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 going all the way down south, and this is a really viable strategy considering you do not know where the circle is going to end. But look at Virus being spotted already and is being peppered down with a few bullets. However, Dante missing out on those shots. We've seen this situation happen yesterday as well, where it was the players of Team Zeus trying to traverse around, and it was Godless getting the better out of Dante.
Well, now the problem over here for R3D is that they don't really have a lot of compounds for themselves. That means they're not going to be racking up with a lot of loot for themselves as well. So they kind of left their initial drop spot, Stalber and Kamishki, and now decided to drop somewhere else. And this is why it doesn't seem like they have a lot of compounds going on for themselves. And when you don't really have a lot of houses to loot, you're not going to be racking up with a lot of loot. And same goes with the A1 Esports, but this time they have kind of an idea for themselves. Now, they're probably going to be post themselves up on the watchtower, which is right next to the bridge. And then this is where they would start camping it out. And this is where they even know when teams are trying to make it inside the circle, they are going to be racking up a lot of kills.
They indeed are. And you know, considering how hybrid this circle is, you know, it's going to be really tricky for the teams to actually figure out if it's going towards the northern side or towards the south. But, you know, Skylight Gaming and Venom Legends right beside each other. You've got the Bangladeshi region going up against the Nepalis over here. Who is going to come out on top? That is a story that we will have to figure out for ourselves as the game sort of reveals itself. But getting back to the game in hand, we have got A1 Esports already making a really quick rotation. So we did think that they might just hold on towards those lighthouse compound, towards the petrol pump, but that did not happen. Instantly going towards the southern side, sort of trying to secure a good spot early on.
Trying to secure a good spot early on. Now, teams like 1952, Seal, and Z3us, I really feel like they're going to be having a tough time to get inside the circle. Because Carnage, 7C, and High Voltage, I'm pretty sure they're going to be camping the edges off over there. And this is when
definitely
Z3us,
will.
yeah, someone definitely will. Because they do know going inside the military base is not going to be easy. So you'd rather stay on the other island, try to rack up a lot of kills for yourself, and then maybe try to make it inside.
Yeah, 100% agreed. But this is where, I was worried about Team F4. Look at them not really being able to make it as far as Lipovka. And as long as you have got Z3us dropping off at the Western Georgia Paul cities, so it's really, good to know the fact that, now they can take over the mansion, shelter, and the prison compound. So they might as well get inside the circle. But right now, we did see the players of Skylight Gaming opting for the water route. And if they sort of tend to go from the southern side, I think they will have a really good footing inside the game. But imagine a situation where we get that hardcore military circle. So then things usually will be a lot different, because that's where we witness those fence warfares going on. Everyone sort of clinging to those walls over there, just proning down, waiting for the right moment to strike. We have seen, the Southeast Asian teams, particularly BTR, even the likes of Valdez really dominating in those areas. We have also seen the other Chinese teams as well performing extremely well. But right now, considering how this circle has been panning out, a lot of teams are, sort of rotating very early on. So it does affect the kind of a loot that they have.
It does affect that. And I also want to point one more thing out over here, that Venom Legends landed inside Primorsk, and even Skylight Gaming joined them. And what Skylight Gaming did was they stole Venom Legends boats. They stole and ran away. And Skylight Gaming, wow.
All right. I mean, I don't know if stealing is a right word here, because it wasn't a Venom Legends either, but still took it away from their territory. And well, Venom Legends will be pretty mad about the same. Yep. But either ways, they will have to figure their way out. And if they go up maybe towards the western shores a bit, might find themselves aboard, because at this moment, going in for those vehicular warfare is going to be really tricky, as we do have the players of Z3us already spotting out entry, and the nade has been cooked up. And if it connects, he is basically done for.
We already know this is not looking good for 1952, and yes, that nade is going to be connecting. Of course, there's Abley, who's not going to be missing any of those shots as well. Taking another one down. Magnet making kind of a rookie mistake, deciding to push against a man like a Billy. It's single-handedly. But he's kind of a lonesome survivor inside this little house, and 1952 is trying to pressure him down as well. Sharp being quite aggressive. He is pushing against the rest of the players, as Tofik has spotted out Godless as well. A Billy deciding to drop from the buildings. And this is where 1952 has heard his presence. Billy does know he needs to stay safe or stay alive as long as possible, because the zone is taking away a lot of damage, and that nade is going to be so hurtful. A Billy goes down, and that's going to be, this is what Sharp was looking for.
Indeed he was, but you still have Godless in the nearby fray. He's been spotted out as well. But Abley did put up quite a fight, taking down two players over there of 1952, as entry is crawling for someone to come and save him. And Sharp does actually make it in time, but Heavy have another fight already breaking out and finishing off, as we got the boys of T2K camping those bridges and well taking down the players of R3D. But Tofik, well, we've got to see as to how this pans out, as IC has been taken down as well. It all comes down to it. Zyol and Godless. Can these two lads clutch it out? Tofik very low on his HP as he goes down, and there you go. The mean monster, Godless, securing all those kills, but Z3us taking a casualty early on.
Godless, more like God himself. Another fight continues as Seal taking a little bit of shots from the players of Skylight Gaming. And it doesn't seem like Skylight Gaming are going to be stopping anytime soon. As Seal, Wally, he does have the nade prepared and cooked in. He's only waiting for someone to make a massive mistake and just walk into that nade, and maybe he will be able to catch someone. Okay, a little bit of misplacement. but it seems like he's going to be recovering from that. That nade might be so hurtful to Heaven, but makes it back in safety in time, and this is, of course, going to be catching one man off guard, but Wally has been traded out instantly.
Indeed, he has. And this is where the split is going to hurt them, right? It does have its pros, but also comes with its cons. And there you have it. You know, the players of Skylight Gaming certainly capitalizing on it, having one of their players knocked out, but still managing to get that revive. But Team C losing out on Wally right from the very start. It is definitely going to haunt them towards the very end, as we do see that shift going directly towards the southern side. So you've got that light tower over there. So I think in the lighthouse, maybe StalwartFlex, considering they've got a really promising position, are the king of the hills, and do have a lot of information indeed, and being at the highest tower, highest compound possible in this particular circle, I think they're gonna enjoy their own sweet time in figuring it out how to rotate. But the moment, Necro, the moment the circle sort of shifts away from them, that's when the trouble begins.
That's when the trouble begins, but this time seems like DRS has opted out to swim inside the water, but Avon Esports is camping the shore, catching one player of part of TDK. Otsarga not really having the time of his life, quite unfortunate in those kind of rotations. And Sinister, of course, the man who is an absolute laser beam in the squad of Avon Esports, not going to be missing a single shot. As I did mention, DRS are opting out for those waterways, and they are just swimming inside, but Avon Esports do have the shorelines covered, and this is where the problem might start for the entire squad of DRS. And to be honest, taking a look at the circle fixes, I really feel like this is going to be a no Rupnoy circle.
No Rupnoy circle? We haven't witnessed it since ages. So
since, season 2.
Yeah. You know, after the time where we did get to see that nerf in the loot over there in both the containers, we've barely seen any Novo circles. But this time, if it's happening, then it's happening for good. And what a time. You know, during the finals, you still just have only, you know, limited number of games, 18 being the exact number. And of course, after Erangel, it's going to be 17. So yes, teams need to be really, really cautious as to anticipate where the circle goes. And this is where, you know, the entire thing started breaking out. And well, look at how beautifully Ebly was getting those knocks. He exactly knew the push was coming. He started pre-firing right from the very start. The moment the doors opened, he was basically done for. And you've seen in those individual 1v1 encounters, you tend to just prone down. So gives you that extra edge over your enemy, hence securing that knock for him.
And Godless is just a one-man army. It doesn't matter how many people are in front of him. He's going to take you down. He's going to dismantle your team one by one and proving his grounds and coming out on top. But they're Seal right next to the players of Zeus, and this is where another fight might pan out as well. But for now, I'm going to hold on to my words because Airdrop 2 is on the board, and it's going to be the AUG. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of teams, you know, going out for the AUG this time. But, I mean, of course, you don't really want to risk your lives for the airdrops, and most of the times it's out in the open.
I think it was just once that we have seen AUG being used in the Pro League this time around, and pretty much shows how good these teams have, you know, made themselves acquainted with the recoil pattern, the muscle memory already being built up for the players with the gun that is M416. So not really going for the AUG, not really experimenting it, as Ocean loves to call it, the luxurious weapon. So indeed, players do not resort to that quite often. But here we have the players of PM Crew making their rotations, but T2K still guarding the bridge. Can they get a knock? Are they aware of Rated Sir's position? We've seen in the past that T2K love to go for those bridge camps.
What is going on? Sandesh has no clue where Rated Sir is. No one is moving a muscle. They do know they do not want to give their sound away or any sound cues away. A lot of fights panning out as teams are trying to make it inside the circle. Inside the military base, and Frypan this time, he has been caught off guard. He's going to be quite disappointed the way he got taken down. He didn't really have any chances to fight back. And Skylight Gaming not missing a single bullet took him down instantly.
I mean, never really thought would be going down so quickly. The DP being such a devastating weapon as the players of Skylight Gaming. Chari already tossing up a grenade, is cooking it up,
Oh.
but Steel Shot securing those flanks, trying to apply that extra bit of a pressure. But can he get a knock over here as he starts lobbing his own grenade, cooking it to perfection? Can he get a knock as nades are being exchanged between these two teams? Joker taking quite some chunk of damage, but look at this, Necro. Carnage is in the nearby vicinity and they can catch the players of Venom Legends off guard. Steel Shot taking some massive damage as Frypan has somehow figured to take down Leon. Banchari is also going to respond as he takes down Steel Shot.
He takes down Steel Shot with that incredible precise nade. And as you did mention, Carnage do want to join the third party. They do want to join the party, and this is where he finds the open shots on Void, and he's not going to be missing the opportunity as Skylight Gaming has taken out Venom Legends off the game, and including Carnage, kind of helping them out in that situation. Third partying the entire squad of Venom Legends, and Skylight Gaming. Leon probably will be the casualty here because Carnage seems like they want to push against him, and they probably do want to confirm the kill.
Team Carnage being really opportunistic in this moment, and that's what you've got to do. You've got to secure those kills, and there you go. Pubgm getting the kill confirmed, or rather stolen this time, and Leon will be falling down. But Team Zeus having their own troubles. They are somehow still alive with all three of their players and have made it to the southern island. Now, considering DRS are right beside them, this is one of those teams that Zeus would want to avoid, because we have seen those nading prowess from these lads as we speak of the third airdrop sort of coming down, taunting all the players in the server. Are you going to go for me? M249, the weapon, as you like to call it, the lawn mower, does make a lot of noise, does pack a punch, and is a weapon that I would any day have it, if not an MK14.
Of course, I mean, M249 has 100 bullets in the magazine, but take a look at the circle shift, kind of favoring the lads from TDK and high voltage as well included. But StalwartFlex have one of the best positions inside the circle because they have the entire high ground on their name, and this is where they might just start dominating the entire late game field. Shifu probably hears the rotation coming in from the Skylight Gaming. Chari taking a little bit of shots. None of them will be connecting on his body though. Zeus as well taking that risky open rotation this time. It seems like they're not scared of anyone. They do know it's a do or die situation. Either make the rotation or get caught off guard in those later rotations. And Zeus finally seems like they will be making a safe rotation inside the circle. But A1 Esports is right next to them, and this is where things might just go south.
They indeed can, as the players of Zeus. Well, they are way too apart from each other, but I think that sort of makes sense right now, considering, you know, even if someone falls down, IC has taken the higher ground. But look at 7C and DRS spraying down on the players of Team Steel. But there you have the trouble in paradise for them, as Gyalzen has his attention elsewhere. As Love will be chiming in and getting those knocks secured. Goes after AJ as well as 7C. They are on a rampage.
7C seems unstoppable since the day one, and this time this is where they have decided to shine in, as 7C again unleashing the hell on the players of DRS, unloading their mags, as Reg is going to be the man to put ARS to dust again. Seal taking a little bit of shots from Reg as well. Reg seems like he wants to challenge a fight. He wants a rivalry against each and every single team. He's not going to be stopping the bullets barrage from his side. He's raining down bullets. He's raining down death and destruction. But it doesn't seem like up till now any bullets were connected onto them.
Sailing the seas. These lads took a lot of time to figure themselves out, and once they did, my oh my, who is the team that's going to stop them? The leaders over here, 7C. What a journey are these lads having. As Team Carnage, they're enjoying themselves as well as they head on to a battle against the players of Team F4, as Manish has been taken down. We've seen Destroyer falling short as well as Jiggle gets traded off, but Pubgm will be the one instilling that revive ontowards his teammate, as Carnage are way too much in the open. But Voltrox, can he clutch it out for his team? Staying just beside his vehicle, not giving away his position as well. StalwartFlex joined the party from the higher grounds. This is what I was talking about, Necro.
This is what I was saying as well. They do have the high ground for themselves, and this is where a lot of destruction might be caused from the side of StalwartFlex. Carnage were getting third-partied by high voltage, and including StalwartFlex as well. F4 up till now will be safe, but only time would tell. Will Carnage be able to recover back in a situation like this? Blade again trying to blow the vehicles away. He does know Carnage will be using those to make the rotation, to make the curious or rotation inside the circle. But again, up till now, Carnage are looking good. because they have gotten the res onto their teammate. They are a 3-man squad up till now and looking pretty healthy as well.
Yep, looking indeed. But look at Team F4 just surviving over there by the Whiskers. Voltrox has been spotted out. Snipe did have his crosshairs locked at him. But Team High Voltage, well, this is a shift that I was talking about. The moment it goes away from StalwartFlex, what are they going to do? They have already made the noise. They've already caused the commotion over there. Now teams are going to be eyeing out for them, considering how the circle has panned out. The best spot is with the players of High Voltage. But look at A1 Esports. You know, these lads have been racking up kills left, right and center. We have been talking about their positioning during those final circles. And once they do that, a chicken dinner is definitely inevitable for them.
That's going to be happening as a lot of shots are being rattled off in the distance as well. DRS taking an exit this time early off in 12th position. Deadeyes, Hungrybox, kind of eager to take an exit from the vehicle, and this is why he got knocked out as well. He should not step outside of a moving vehicle, or you will have to pay the price for it. StalwartFlex ramming the vehicle inside the combat of Zeus. Icy is there as well. Icy needs to make sure StalwartFlex is not rushing them inside the compound, but it's way too late. He has taken a lot of damage, and Icy finally going down, but that nade is going to find the revenge.
My brain needs to process what I did just witness, but we will definitely come down towards that later. As StalwartFlex, they are on a killing spree as they are taking down squads one after the other. And here we have Chari also taking down Zyol, and by that we have Zeus also getting eliminated. But coming back to the conversation, Dame Deadeyes, why on earth did every single player have to step down from their vehicles while it was moving at a really fast speed? I mean, every player sort of did not give their kills away, but Deadeyes in turn did get nothing out of it.
Only they will be able to answer a question like that. I mean, I don't really know what was going off in their mind. Hungrybox stepped outside a moving vehicle, but for now, I'm going to hold on to my words. Carnage taking shots on the players of A1 Esports. Dante has been spotted as well. Prabeen trying to blow the vehicle away. And A1 Esports have found themselves in quite a tricky spot. They know they need to get at least in the center of the circle, because if they're going to be on top, they're quite exposed. RX Jack's taking a little bit of shots while he's trying to make the rotation as well. Dante, Prabeen doesn't seem like he is on point today. He did miss a lot of shots onto them. And Carnage, they want to retaliate back in style.
They indeed want to, but Prabeen, there was a fraction of seconds of delay causing the players of A1 Esports to come in, but the nades are lobbed to perfection as RX Shax has been knocked out. But still, A1 Esports have that breathing space. They've got that ridge to play around. They've got that trench around which they can go in for the revives, but the barrage of nades are coming. It's raining grenades over here as Carnage are actually living up to their name, as the smokes have been been there to confuse the players, but the nade coming on towards Memo, he's successfully going to dodge that. But 7C, they're in a whole world of trouble, as this time it's the boys from StalwartFlex instilling all that hurt, getting all that knock.
StalwartFlex seems like they're going to be unstoppable inside the game, securing the best position for themselves, and now they are just causing havoc. They're wrecking havoc in those late game circles as well. Memo is going to be spotted, and of course he will be taken down and dusted as PN Crew is there in the back lines. They do want to challenge a fight against them, but StalwartFlex is right behind them as well, and this is where PN Crew might just get sandwiched.
Indeed, now PN Crew Sandesh being sneaky as ever, being one with the nature. All he needs to do is lob those grenades into perfection as the nades are coming actually at him, but it's looking as if Uzum, he's got a different thought in his mind as he's going after the players of 7C, not really letting them come in. Look at the nade barrage coming out over there as 7C, they are absolutely obliterated, courtesy to the players of PN Crew and StalwartFlex.
Artificial red zone being created by the side of StalwartFlex. Sandesh up till now hasn't been spotted, so he will be making it out safe. He will be reuniting with his teammate, and StalwartFlex seems like they're just going to be dominating the entire late game circle. They seem unstoppable. Blade has finally spotted the players out of PN Crew. Took a little bit of shots from the side of PN Crew as well, and finally seems like he's going to be proning down in the nick of time. That is going to be saving his life as well. StalwartFlex up till now, they are quite open as well. They need to make sure they're getting themselves at least a decent amount of compound, a decent amount of cover. There are some houses that are uncontested right in front of them. They can ram their vehicles in. But A1 Esports this time seems like a fight will be breaking out. Finally, High Voltage has found themselves the opening that they were looking for. Dante has been taken down and dusted.
StalwartFlex being nefarious as ever, But we've got the last from High Voltage taking quite some damage. This is Assassin barely surviving, but look at Crypto. A gift from the heavens coming down. But what does it contain? If you can get those level 3 gears for him. Does have that helmet though. But Uzim, he's going to go after PN Crew this time. Sandesh, being in the nearby vicinity, is going to take some damage from that nade as he wants to back off. But is StalwartFlex going to give them that room and space to do whatever they want? Killer and Season trying to provide the cover fire from behind, making sure that Sandesh gets into cover. But is that going to happen? Sandesh still sticking it out there. He still wants to take the fight. But StalwartFlex, oh my goodness, they have gotten so much damage, but just 4 kills to back them up.
Just 4 kills to back them up. StalwartFlex, they seem like they are not going to be stopping anytime soon. Uzum as well. Sandesh is slowly crawling up onto them. And at the same time, StalwartFlex are taking a little bit of damage from the teams that are right next to them. Take a look at the way Sandesh is positioning himself. He does know he should not give his position away. He should not make any sound, because he is waiting for the right moment to strike.
Now, I really love Carnage's position. Now, we have seen the trends with the circle. It never ends in those compounds. It's definitely going to come outside. Which is that one team that's going to stand out on top? That's a good question that we have in our hearts. But look at the players of A1. They are burning over here as StalwartFlex. Oh my goodness. They are doing so much in this particular game. StalwartFlex having all their 4 players alive against 2 of PN Crew. Can PN Crew make it inside the circle at the right nick of time? Can they do that? It's a question over here as Carnage is waiting for them. They need to smoke off those right areas, and that is exactly what they are doing. As StalwartFlex, they are making a move themselves over here.
They need to make it inside the circle as well, but PN Crew, the way is looking quite risky. Sandesh finally moving in slowly, step by step. As StalwartFlex, I'm pretty sure they're going to be making their way much more miserable. As Sandesh finally taking that vehicle, slowly and steadily moving inside the circle as well. High Voltage ramming the vehicle right inside the compound. Blade joining the fray as well. High Voltage are barely surviving, taking both of them down. Blade is just an absolute animal. Extreme has been spotted as well, and he is taking a little bit of shots onto him, and that's going to be Extreme taking an exit from the game.
The muzzle flashers giving away their position as we have our final 3 teams away, as we've got 7 players alive. StalwartFlex taking control over the compound, but look at Uzum's position. He has been so instrumental for Team StalwartFlex making it so far. Can they get another chicken dinner to start things off as Blade? That's a whammy. Beautiful knock onto its snipe.
That's going to be there, and Carnage as well, barely surviving. Manish, the last man standing. Here comes the aggression from the side of StalwartFlex. Blade seems unstoppable. He has been putting on an incredible performance, and that nade from Crypto is going to be doing it. Uzum has been taken down by Killer YT, the last man surviving from PN Crew, as StalwartFlex getting that chicken dinner. Wow, I did tell you, I did predict you, they have one of the best, positioning inside the circle. They were on the high ground, they were on the hilltop, and finally making it work.
Indeed. Being on the top, being the king of the hills, yet coming down, taking those fights. That's StalwartFlex for you, ladies and gentlemen. And Crypto to shh everyone out. That's a message well received by every single team. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are of course done with our first game. Now what we are going to be doing is we'll be heading for a short little break, because coming right after is the analyst desk breaking things down.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are on day number 2 of the finals, and it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Book Up Your Fun. I'm your host, Brother. Let's move on to the analysts, who once again are of course going to be Ocean Sharma and I Super Johnny. And there's a lot of going on with the Suns, eh?
I mean, we are the ones who are being critical of the team, and we have been silenced.
Well,
the way they played. Oh my god. But while talking about the MVP, I mean, PN Crew had like 12 kills for themselves in the bank, but 5 kills coming up from Killer YT. Damage is 968. Should I?
No.
The ping
Let's
number.
not.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, let's not.
100 and healing done. 25 plus minutes.
The ping number or the meme number?
The meme ping number. Survival time is 25 plus minutes. So yeah, obviously, you know, PN Crew did really good in Killer YT as well. Sandesh was there just, you know, with the best lads just getting out the contribution on themselves. And talking about the contribution, 20% kill and survival. It's good. Really good.
Definitely an amazing performance from these lads, and not just Killer YT but Sandesh as well. Again, just managing to survive to the very end. But I mean, the level of aggression that was displayed by StalwartFlex, and at the right time as well. Played the man. Well, he represents his name reminds me of one of my favorite fictional characters. You know, Blade, the one with the sword, just slicing his enemies up, and that's what he did. But instead of a blade, it was like bullets that he sliced his opponents
and grenades
with.
as well, just being used to perfection.
Yeah.
Once they had to just rotate, they or rush into a house, the grenades being thrown to perfection.
Absolutely, top-notch performance coming in from the lad. With that, let's move on and have a look at the top players coming in from this game, and this one goes towards the side of course, PN Crew's Killer YT, but there we have StalwartFlex players as well as Carnage Snipe YT.
4 kills and 5 kills. I mean, Crypto and Blade, amazing performance. Snipe YT just out there, 2 kills, 487 damage as well. And he was, you know, just sitting out there waiting for the right opportunities. You saw that in his cam as well. We could just see that, you know, he was just waiting for it. So all these players, they made a memorable first game for themselves on the day too. And obviously, many more to come.
Apart from that, there was another team in the top 4, High Voltage. So they are also stepping up again, because this was a decent game. I mean, the way they used the utility to take down players, that was incredible. Not unnecessarily engaging into fights that required them to be overexposed. So quite a good performance from High Voltage.
Absolutely, that was required as well for them, because again, the points certainly do need to be coming in towards that side. But move on towards the match summary, where we have StalwartFlex players taking a humongous turnover wins for themselves.
3 from Crypto with the highest damage, longest distance skill, and obviously, you know, maximum assist. 1 from Blade and 1 from Snipe YT. And just like you said, you know, High Voltage, there was one good thing about that team, you know, that they were trying to focus on the circle whenever it was needed. But in the final moment, you remember, right, when 2 players were lying down with low HP, then Stalwart's players just comes down, and obviously it was a fight with low HP and obviously a player with relatively higher HP. So that
But it was sort of a situation that was laid out for them, because they were outside the circle. They had to make the push, and they did it with vehicle. And Stalwart was in a perfect position from where they could shoot that moving vehicle. They took down 1 player in the backlines, 1 player stayed back. Extreme, who was the last one to move in, try and move into through the smoke. The 2 players, before they reached the walls, they were less than 30% HP each. And then this Blade just rushes in with his buggy picks both of them, Extreme in the backlines as well.
Well, just the performance that we wanted to see from this team, because after all, when it comes to StalwartFlex, they did get that 1 chicken dinner yesterday. They've got another one today. Let's move on with the storyboard and have a look at the match ranking coming in from this game.
Yeah, I mean, incredible performance from PN Crew and StalwartFlex. 27, 25 points. But yeah, kudos to StalwartFlex. Amazing return after what happened yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, talking about this chicken dinner, it's going to be a really good boost for this team. PN Crew, 25 for them. I would love to see, you know, even more like for a chicken dinner if they could just, you know, get there, because the kills were in their favor. Carnage really good. Esports and Z3us Esports, I know what went in their own ups and downs. F4 this time they got a placement point. They need to go for the kill points and placement points all together. But Seal, DRS, R3D, 3 teams that had chicken dinners yesterday. They were at 14, 15 and 16.
Not just them. Let's talk about the teams that were doing really well despite not having any chicken dinners. Like, they did not have any chicken dinners, but still in the top 3. Zeus and 7C. Both of them, well, did not have the performance that we expected in this one.
Well, I mean, you talk about 7C, they were looking pretty comfortable when it came down towards those final circles in the moments, but eventually, again, the rotations is where you move the conversation towards, and that was working in favor of, as of course Necro did mention, it was StalwartFlex looking real comfortable in that final circles as well as High Voltage, I would say.
Talking about rotations, it does bring me to the fact there is that one fight that we always see on Erangel. I mean, I'm not talking about StalwartFlex 1952 now, I'm talking about F4 and High Voltage.
Oh yes. Oh, F4 again getting caught during those
Yeah.
rotations. Just the sad state of affairs it has been for this team. But move the conversation towards the zone analysis, where we shall see and discuss how these rotations worked out in so many of these teams' favor and yet not.
By the start, if the circle has 100% military base, it's bound to go to the military island only. So you gotta just, start moving. And that's where PNQ took down T2K's players. Like, there was an engagement onto the Brit side as well. And that was a really good engagement between the players. But now you saw a few teams coming from the water areas. As soon as they hit that, they knew after hitting the land, it's fight time.
Exactly, it was fight time. I mean, as soon as the teams were quite comfortable on the military island, because after that, the only thing that you can do is, well, fight it out. Because it is, there is not too much space available for everyone to be present, and since everyone is going to be in close proximity, rotating even just a few meters can be pretty lethal.
Look at the way High Voltage had the house for themselves. PNQ had a proper area, but now StalwartFlex, the rotation that they just started to do to take fight against High Voltage's players. I mean, in the smoke, it was a 1v3 affair that was done out there, and that was a really, really good one. And High Voltage, the only bad thing that happened is they had to be inside the circle. They had to run inside the circle. Had the zone been a bit towards them, things might have been different. The RNG of the game, right? It plays against you.
As we just saw in the last shift, when the circle moves towards the players of Carnage, right? That is the moment that High Voltage were doomed. Because they were taking... A1 Esports also sort of had a little bit of pressure on them. They were pinned down because of them, even if it was just 2 players.
Yes.
But it delayed them enough that they were under pressure when they were moving, and, well, StalwartFlex used it to their advantage.
They most certainly did, and with those moments combined together, we of course do move on towards the Oppo F19 moments to summarize the entire journey thus far.
I mean, if we're summarizing it, this is the start that just happened. We're like, hey, Ably is also the one who just holds down the players, gives the call, just just be here, I'm just holding this on to this fight. And then obviously the players were there, and Godless finally just ended out 1952's players, and they moved forward.
Yeah, I mean, it was an impressive fight, but again, the level of aggression needs to be turned down just a little bit. Otherwise, over-aggressing in those situations can be pretty deadly to the teams. But on the other side, most of the teams that we did see get into scuffles was during the mid-game rotations. As we moved towards the late-game stages, people who had cover for themselves, they moved to the extreme late stage inside the top 4. Other than that, everyone out in the open was finished off.
Yeah, that's right. But this is where I don't know what happened with these players. They started going down from a moving vehicle. That should not have happened. But well, Stalwart just out here, just end down the players of Zeus as well. And obviously from the other side, Azul was surviving, but he did not survive for a long time. A1 Esports was taken down. So many fights happening in the open and outside the circle. That gives the teams inside the circle the time to recalibrate and calculate their own moves, and then rest is history of a few moments back.
Well, talk about history.
This
now.
was good.
Yeah, this was really nice. I mean, just making sure to stick to the hit markers when you're shooting in the smoke, and then Killer White, he takes down Uzim, finishes him off. 1 extra kill point secured right in the nick of time, but after that, it did not last long. The finish comes in, and the chicken dinner went to StalwartFlex.
Absolutely, the second chicken dinner for this team certainly working in their favor, and it is going to be a dominating start. But on the other side, once again,
it's a line that goes up.
Yeah, but 5 teams again with no kill point for themselves. Not out there. So in this one, you can talk about it like this. You see the team like R3D, they were caught off. This is a start of a team that gets caught off guard.
Right.
Had there been a fight, suppose F4, they did dish out a damage of 100. Suppose if it's like Seal 111, DRS 272, but R3D was caught off guard. That might happen in the rotation. That might just happen once you're not aware of what is going around you. They need to change this, because this team, we know and we have seen this team is capable of a lot of good things.
I believe all of these fights, as you said, are all of the teams that were completely unaware of the situation they were in. These are mid-rotation fights, I would say. Apart from 1952, they had an opportunity to take a fight. Venom Legends had a wonderful opportunity. F4, they dished out some damage against the hill fight. So where we see those 100 damage markers, that means the opportunity was there. But before they could even retaliate against their opponents, they had lost a lot of players, like 2 to 3 players down, and absolutely no way to recover.
Exactly, mate. Because again, you talk about conversion is where the journey continues on towards, and talking about that conversion rate itself is where these teams walk away with a lot of points that do reflect onto the storyboard. So let's have a look at the overall ranking, where it is B and Crew jumping, taking leaps with those 13 kills, 5 places up on the first with 83 points.
So top 3 teams are the ones with no chicken dinner but consistency. Consistency matters? Yes, a lot.
It matters for quite a lot. But talking about jumps and leaps, Blotter,
exactly.
look at StalwartFlex.
All right.
7 positions.
Johnny and Blotter, one question. Which team do you think is going to get the third first? Stalwart or DRS? Because it just comes down to that as well, right? If your team has a chance, you would love to go for it.
Right now, the way the last match went and the way the matches yesterday, yesterday's day came to an end. I would say StalwartFlex.
Let's go for a thing. I would like to ask the audience as well. Which team do you think is going to get first? If you feel like it's Stalwart, just put the hearts right next to the name. If you feel it's DRS, just put the hearts right next to the name.
Then how do you tell which team people are
You
voting
support
for?
your team for the third chicken dinner.
Oh, all right.
Come on, man. Come on. Well, moving up forward right now. Again, F4 is still the only team with the single digit in their total points, whilst the other teams obviously are climbing. So they gotta just move forward. Venom Legends, alright, another stat. 3 square plus 4 square equals 5 square. That's why they're gonna serve 9, 16 and 25. Thank you very much.
Well. GG indeed coming in. All kudos to Mr. Mathematician right here, Ocean Sharma, doing his thing, making it all look like, well, it is what it is,
I have
though.
a headache now.
Absolutely, mate. You know what? Honestly, it's just too much. It's just too much. You know what he just said is going to take at least another 5 minutes to register right here. I think so. For that, we are going to go on a break and we'll be back after a few short minutes. Stick around. We're going to be right back with match number 2.
If you could have any superhero's power, which power would that be and why?
I want to fly.
Like flying in the sky?
To become a champion.
I like Iron Man.
Iron Man?
Iron Man?
Hey, you are not wearing anything, Niche. Wear something.
No, I have.
Teleportation. Because I can teleport anywhere.
The Flash. Yeah, he said Flash. That would be like run fast.
Not interested.
Okay, first time a person has said this. First time. Tell us about your first ever experience of PUBG Mobile. How was your first game of PUBG Mobile?
First game, so it was like I started the game, and in the waiting lobby you have to wait 60 seconds, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't know about that, and I rage quit the game.
It was pretty good because I used to play on emulator.
First ever PUBG Mobile gameplay was on 20th March 2018, and I got a 11 kill solo chicken dinner.
No, I don't know which weapon to use. Taking pistol and going here and there like what?
I came to New Zealand around 2 years ago, and after 1 year on New Zealand, I started playing. I was unknown about PUBG, so I didn't know anything. And yeah, it was really interesting playing for the first time.
So basically, PUBG Mobile first time খেলছিলাম যখন বাংলাদেশে ফার্স্ট টাইম গেমটা আসছিল, তখন বাংলাদেশে বেশি গেমটা ভাইরাল হয়েছিল যে ওইরকম কোনো গেম ছিল না যে গেমের মধ্যে একজনের ভয়েস আরেকজন শুনতে পারে।
It was fun.
It was really bad because I already uninstalled it after playing it for the first time.
It was in 2018. I was playing with my friends for the first time, and it was very exciting.
Have you ever bunked in your classroom?
Yes, I have.
Yes.
Pretty much regularly.
Yes, many times.
Oh yeah, a lot.
Yes, many times.
Yep.
Yes, a lot.
More than anybody I thought. Weekly?
Have you ever failed an exam?
Nope.
No.
Yeah. English, that mathematics, science, always.
I asked you which exam. I thought you'll name one, but okay. You named all of them.
Yes, I have. It was first time in math, grade 6, I think.
Every exam. Twice actually in my finals. Twice I was asleep actually.
Talking to a maths teacher. Okay. Questions will be like rapid fire, so you have to answer the first thing that comes in your mind. The first thing. Okay. Who was the first person to land on the moon?
Neil Armstrong.
Neil Armstrong.
Neil Armstrong. Neil Armstrong.
Neil Armstrong.
Who was the second person?
He has 2 foot, right?
I don't know.
I didn't know that.
Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah, you're the first person to answer that actually. Which is the highest mountain in the world and where is it?
It's Mount Everest, Sagarmatha. It's in Solukhumbu, Nepal.
Mount Everest, Nepal.
Mount Everest in the Himalayas.
Nepal. Mount Everest.
What is the name of the biggest planet in our solar system?
It's Jupiter.
Jupiter?
Jupiter.
Jupiter.
Jupiter? No. Jupiter, Saturn.
What are you confused with?
Jupiter?
I forgot.
What is the full form of PUBG?
PUBG. Players underground.
No one is underground in this. No players underground. Player.
PUBG.
Battleground.
Player unknown battleground.
Player unknown battleground.
PUBG, PUBG Mobile. Player Unknown's Battleground, sorry.
Player Unknown's Battlegrounds.
Player Unknown Battlegrounds.
Player what? PUBG, right? Player on the battleground. Player on the battleground, I think so. Unknown. Sorry, unknown.
If you're stuck in an island like all alone, which is that one person that you would want to be with you and why?
I would go with, right now I'd go with Khan, my ideal. Because he's got these lots of ideas.
Erangel. Arun.
My sister. Best company.
With you, you could analyze my gameplay.
There's no internet on that island.
No personate, just I need a mobile and PUBG Mobile.
That's gonna be my friend, Misas Menjo.
Working hard people can be fake with him. So it can be anyone who works hard.
A girlfriend? Obviously.
Okay. It will be my girlfriend, I guess.
Why does everyone want their girlfriend to be on the island? I don't know. Who is your celebrity crush and why?
Malika Mahat from Nepal.
I don't have any crush.
It's gonna be Samragi Rajya Lakshmi.
Shit, bhul gaya, naam bhul gaya.
Jaya Ahsan. She's a celebrity from Bangladesh. You know, she's a long time public figure in Bangladesh and I like her personality very much.
Billie Eilish.
Chris Sanhok.
Gal Gadot from the Wonder Woman.
If you get a sponsored trip to any place in the world,
I don't know, my own country I think. Because Nepal is a beautiful country.
Some place with beaches and a view for the sea view. With my team it would be. Because that would be really fun if I were with my team right now.
Again, Dubai.
I would like to go to Switzerland and I'd like to take my best friends.
Amsterdam with my boys. USA. Yeah, USA.
Switzerland and probably Europe.
Yeah, we got it. We did it.
I know you'll be there for me.
I'll always be here.
Whoa! How are you? Yes! Thank you, bro.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are on the second day of the finals. It's a 4-day affair and it is of course a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro, hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. I'm your host Proto. Let's get this day moving on along with match number 2 right about now, for which we move on to the schedule, and this time, well, once again, we go down to Miramar.
Miramar, the map that just, gets the most number of headshots if you are not playing your cards right. That's what Miramar goes to. Plus, hey, if we talk about the circles, we still, yesterday you said you asked me why do you want those central shifts like, right? But we love to see those. Yeah, it's a thing that fights start a bit late.
Not
but
we. True. You love to see those.
It's a fact that fight starts a bit late, but it gives a lot of time for the players to just think about the strategies for a longer run.
Exactly, but I don't want that. I don't want the players to have time to think about the situation that they're going to be thrown in. I want them to be, to play on their instincts, and that is what I would love to see. Again, El Pozo, Los Leones, those are urban area circles that can cause so much trouble in this map. But map chance in front of us, Venom Legends. Do expect them to pop off today. Hopefully,
Yes.
I'm going to keep my fingers crossed. And apart from them, we have one team that's not here.
If we talk about Miramar, this was a map that actually gave Venom Legends a good chance and F4 as well a good chance in the final Super Weekends.
Oh, yes.
So this might be the game. This might be the game to look out for. I would say for the teams of 10 to 16 somehow, or 9 to 16 somehow. I would say those teams might just have a really good comeback for themselves.
Yeah, exactly, because they have showcased that sort of a wonderful performance when it comes to this map. And you talk about, of course, there is R3D as well. Now R3D as well do need to showcase a bit more dominance when it comes to the lobby, and hopefully this is the game that they will try and change that attitude, right? Because after all, this is the moment that all these teams need to utilize in their favor. And in the conversation again, you talk about teams like F4, well, they better start showcasing that, and in that, Ocean seems to be distracted.
I'm just looking forward for the enemies onto the other side. I was actually thinking about a few things. Just imagine, you talked about R3D, right? We talk about R3D's gameplay for a longer run. They somehow, because as far as I remember, the first chicken dinner was in the map of Sanhok.
Yes.
So it actually comes down to a faster paced fights. Yeah, obviously Miramar also sees fast paced fights, but that happens after the 5th or 6th circle. So R3D, if they survive, then they can just, move forward for those fast-paced fights, because they rely on them and they love those fights.
And talking about survival, it is those rotations that are going to come in handy and very crucial as well when it comes to the teams. With that, any predictions, lads?
No predictions.
None
But
whatsoever
in a while,
at
you'll
all.
get to know why I was distracted.
Oh, yeah.
All right, all right.
yeah.
Well. With that, let's go on and find out what was it that was distracting Ocean? Who are these lads who are distracting him? Who are these wonderful personalities who are going to be taking us through the second game? It is none other than XP and Blay.
I mean, XP, here's the thing, right? We distract ourselves, so obviously Ocean has to be distracted by
You want to come and join us right now?
I mean, you can join us later on. Yeah, but here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Day 2 about to go live. Rather, actually went live. I'm so used to us opening things up.
I get it.
Actually, we're going to be coming in second here, but the second game about to jump in. It is going to be on Miramar. We've seen some ups and downs. StalwartFlex, what a resurgence considering the slow start they had yesterday.
They did, indeed. Whoa, my throat just kind of went. But yeah, I mean, they are flexing on their opponents finally right now, and we were kind of wondering that, where did this team go? Well, 2 chicken dinners so far, and I guess they are on the right path right now. They are making sure they carry that momentum forward. But again, it is going to be Miramar, and the question is, they did kind of mention that, we're going to have a lot of snipes, a lot of long-range battles, but as the heavens above us shall shine down, the plane shall take to the skies, and with that, Miramar is going to be underway. And Blake, can you just tell us where we are flying to?
Well, this is the captain speaking. We're going to be heading from Puerto Parayo, heading all the way to Torre Amuda, and everyone can drop off wherever the hell you want. Now, looking at the teams who are going to be in this particular lobby here, P and Crew on top, 83 points. We have Carnage coming in second at 78, tied alongside 7C. StalwartFlex, what a resurgence, as we said earlier, 69 points for them, and Z3us trailing just by that 1 point. It is very, very close right now for the top 7 teams, but Seal in the top 8. They have been a surprise for me so far in this in the PMPL Season 3 finals here.
See, if we quickly just talk about the Mongolian team, Z3us is going to be in the 5th position, Seal, of course, in 8th with 68 and 56 points respectively. I mean, we were kind of expecting right from day one that the Mongolians are going to run away with the show, but have a look at 7C, have a look at Carnage, P and Crew. Man, these guys are laying down the law, and well, as everyone is going to be jumping off to their favorite drop spots. The question is, are we going to see some action early on? Because Los Leones is somewhere where I want to see a little bit of a fight, because not 1, not 2, but 3 teams call that city home. One of them being T2K, the other being StalwartFlex, and of course A1 Esports every once in a while, like jumping down there as well.
One thing I've always, I won't lie, like if I go back a couple of years, Miramar would have been the one map I did not enjoy casting because of how slow it would be.
Oh yeah.
It used to be a much more boring map for me overall compared to, let's say, the likes of an Erangel or Sanhok. We'll get back to that because this circle could be problematic for a lot of teams here, XP.
Could be problematic, but there are smiles on your faces, your face and mine, because it's something different. It's going to add to that little oomph factor. It's going to add to the entire saga of how all these teams. Now have a look. Have a look at the south of your screens right now, ladies and gentlemen. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams all outside the circle, which means there is going to be a lot of fighting. There's going to be a lot of vehicular manslaughter. And talking about slaughter, Tofik might just let loose a few shots on Heaven X.
Heaven X just milling around. He should know where Tofik is, right? And indeed, Tofik trying to gather up as much of loot as possible. Unfortunately, he doesn't really have the weaponry to really attempt to take down a player who is going to be making his escape. Of course, a player from Skylight Gaming, Heaven X, will head to the hills here. Talking about teams who have really stepped up, though, XP, like any particular teams. We've spoken about a top 8 over here, but any other teams which really stand out to you?
One thing that kind of stands out is Team F4. Now, they are in the 16th position with 4 points to their name. However, if you remember Super Weekend 3, these guys really stepped it up. And in fact, I do believe they had 2 chicken dinners that weekend.
Especially on Miramar and Sanhok.
Oh, yeah. They were literally dominating the stage. But just looking at the circle, somehow I wanted to shift up towards the Oasis because, Miramar is a beautiful place, and I'm sure you have never been there. I'm sure a lot of our viewers watching have always wondered, what's up with that little patch of water up there? Is that a mirage? No, it isn't. It is actually a legit Oasis. And,
I've been there a couple of times.
Just to take a dip or two, right? Or just running away from the enemy?
No, basically, I forgot to jump out of the plane, and I just wound up landing. I'm like, wait, water? Where am I? It was, of course, the Oasis, where 7C are very close by. StalwartFlex, though, they're right now the talk of the town, right? They had a very slow start yesterday. They were the bottom 3 alongside R3D and F4. And right now, top 4. What a monumental leap they've had in the past few games.
It just goes to show, not just one game. They of course have 2 wonderful games getting those chicken dinners. However, one game with a good number of kills and a chicken dinner could potentially just catapult you right up to the top. And again, yes, you do want to get those chicken dinners. You do want to get that extra moolah. However, you got to remember one thing. The name of the game is to make sure you are in the top 9 positions. And talking about top 9 positions, have a look at that. A1 Esports and Skylight Gaming are tied in the 9th and 10th position. So it is going to be crucial games for all these teams.
And also got to bear in mind as well, by the end of today, we're going to be at the halfway point of the finals, right? That's when the pressure starts to mount. Now, you might have had a bad day yesterday, like StalwartFlex, for example. They had a slow start, but they were able to mount a comeback. comeback. Now, that is a very real possibility, even for the likes of F4, Venom Legends, High Voltage as well. They can really start to really dig in deep and perform here. But once you reach a halfway point, that's when the pressure starts to mount, and that's when nerves could play a factor.
And, you know, we cannot count any of these teams out right now. Again, it is a race for the top 9 positions. However, even F4, if they have a good day today, they could potentially be in the top half of the leaderboard, which is, you know, easily achievable. But just looking at the circle, not a lot of conflicts going to be taking place right now. I thought we might see some action break out in Picado, because Carnage Esports are calling it their home, and Skylight Gaming were pretty nearby. But again, remember, there's a massive amount of teams that are outside the circle. Now, the smart thing would be to basically try and head as left as possible, as west as possible, so to speak, on the map, as it does kind of look like DRS Gaming might just be doing that.
Yeah, I mean, if you can bring the map up a little bit so we can highlight the point you've made here, XP, would be, yeah, Crater Fields, El Pozo, Monte Nuevo, La Cabrera. They are all bereft of any presence, and of course, the first player to rattle off a few bullets is going to be Z3us Esports, Zeol, and they're taking shots at P and Crew. Legend is lucky, but will his teammate be lucky is the question. Maybe he needs to release the brightness of his reticle a little bit. There we go. Season in the distance. Very optimistic from Zeol. But that's one thing we know about Zeus. They are not going to allow anyone, even like a couple of miles away, they're still going to be taking shots.
You know, as far as Z3us Esports go, they haven't won a chicken dinner in the finals yet. However, even though they've been taken out, say, in the 7th, even the 10th position, they always go out with a few kills. They are, I believe, at 38 kills as far as kills go. However, they still have the position points as well. I mean, you know, they were at the tippity top all throughout this tournament, and of course, they want to get back over there. But Icy is going to spot another enemy, and Destroyer is going to come under fire.
Oh, that vehicle is taking a few bullets, but oh, there we go. So lucky that a vehicle didn't explode right there with him in it. And now with Zeus, their crosses trained in the position of F4. The question is, this position for Zeus, it's spectacular, right? They have the high ground, they have eyes on every direction, and Voltrix might be in a bit of a pickle here. Shots being taken by Icy, calm taps, but Voltrix doing a pretty decent job avoiding the bullets so far, but will luck favor him? He will be able to find himself a semblance of cover, but Zeus are going in for the kill.
They are going to go, but Ably realizes, that 4 guns trained at me, and he does a quick U-turn over here, which is the right call. Now, what kind of surprises me is, of course, in proper Zeus fashion, these guys are going to get the minimal amount of loot. They're going to make sure they have a weapon or two. I mean, one of them usually is a shotgun, and they go out for the hunt, right? However, in a map like Miramar, where you have these long-range engagements, you don't want to, you know, get rid of your first aid kits that easy, because I just saw one on Icy when we had his little POV over here. So now F4 are going to be kind of holding themselves up in that compound. Expect a couple of attacks to come in, because you see that ridge on the right of your screen? It doesn't look like much, but if a couple of players from Zeus provide cover fire from here and someone tries to go for the flank, it is possible, because it looks like Destroyer just took some damage from somewhere play. It's Hungry Box.
It's going to be Deadeyes Guys, and I'll tell you why. If you can bring up the map real quickly for a moment, you will realize Smack Center. There we go. Deadeyes Guys, Zeus, and F4 are all together in a very small area.
Also, Deadeyes Guys realized that, you know, they are in San Martin. They quickly looted up and got the high ground as quickly as they could.
And there we go. F4 suddenly realizing they don't just have to go up against Z3us Esports, they will have to contend with Deadeyes Guys as well right next to them.
Have a look at all these teams congregating in and around San Martin. It is going to be a bloodbath.
The Great Migration. That UAZ is, if I'm F4, I'm not taking that. I'm just going to blow it up and just let that one be. Not worth it.
Were you watching the same documentary I was last night? Because the Great Migration came up over there as well. Of course, that was a long time ago.
Great Migration. Which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the Serengeti, or are you talking about...
Oh, you're talking about that? I'm talking about prehistoric migrations, bro.
Well, I mean, yeah, fair enough.
I mean, you know, I was that kid. I was that kid who used to walk around like a T-Rex, pretending, you know, to have short forearms and just growling at everything. So, yeah.
It's kind of ruined for me that modern archaeology states that dinosaurs had feathers, and they don't look.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, it doesn't look as terrifying as they used to earlier.
I mean, if you have a feathered T-Rex, I would still be crapping my pants, mate.
That's true. Birds are dangerous, man. Anyway, looking at the circle here, we have everyone slowly, like you pointed out, the Great Migration already taking place. The next zone is going to be hitting anytime soon.
Also realize one thing, nobody went north of Los Leones, the graveyard where I thought we would have a lot of bodies littered.
This is almost a perfect concentric circle.
It is indeed. And, well, you know, the first one is pretty easy. It's like, all right, you know, we'll give you guys a chance. But the next one after this is going to be that haphazard shift as blah, blah, blah. from train to kill is training his sights on Gelson.
Gelson. Oh, he's done for, but on a sliver of HP, he will survive. Now, he is in the blue. There we go. He didn't have any time to heal himself and blah, blah, blah.
He knows it.
He's going to be going in for the kill, going in for the finish, confirming the kill, and getting a point for his team. And Gelson, unfortunately, will be one of the earliest members in the server to be knocked out. And it is going to be blah, blah, blah who's going to deal the finishing blow.
That's the presence of mind, and I just lost my chain of thought. That's an AWM again, but this time Legend is going to go and pick it up. Come on, you can.
There are a few things that make you, kind of ruin your train of thought, XP. Firstly, are pretty people.
Oh, yeah.
Secondly, would be a nice vehicle, and the third thing would be the Arctic Warfare Magnum, as Mimo's going to blow up the vehicle, but just in nick of time, the two members of the crew will abandon ship.
They did abandon ship indeed, and they do have a lot of cover. Now, 7Cs is rattling off a lot of bullets, something that I'm not going to be surprised by, looking at the aggression that this team has been building up. And just as I said, aggression, Blade just flexed and almost ripped his shirt. That's kind of distracting right now, but I am having a look at the circle. All the teams are finally out of the blue. The last one to make it out of the blue was, of course, StalwartFlex, the winners of the last game, as P and crew are now going to make themselves a little fortification in that compound.
So we did lose Destroyer early on, like we said, it was Deadeyes Guys who got their eyes on him. They got the knock and the finish as well. We've also lost Gyalton. Apart from that, none of these other teams have really suffered any casualties. R3D, unfortunately, the fourth player was not able to join the server. I think he disconnected to something, so they're right now down to a 3-man crew. But apart from that, has been an uncharacteristically slow start to Miramar.
It has, because, again, I think the reason why we saw so many early skirmishes over the course of this tournament is because, people were just getting used to one another. But have a look at Seal Esports. They aren't taking any chances, and I think they have the same idea that I had. They want to have some fights at the Oasis. They want to cool themselves up in this hot Miramar sun.
Oh yeah, it is getting pretty hot here. Summer is definitely on the horizon in a lot of the parts of the world, of course, except for down under. And yeah, you want to cool yourself off, under the palm fronds, have a nice
going for a little dip, maybe.
Going for a little dip, have a nice Cuba Libre or pina colada, or maybe just
that's for Sanhok, mate.
I mean, you can have it anywhere. I like having it in dry areas as well, as we do have almost every team now congregating together in this current play zone. And again, no real fights breaking out yet.
I like the fact, Ozam dangerously close to Skylight Gaming, but we did kind of see Deadeyes Guys, and we kind of brushed up on this point earlier. Good, quick thinking on their part, because again, San Martin is one of those places, you can loot up. There are plenty of buildings, but the thing is, you have so many different angles, you have so many different windows to look out for, and they did the smart thing. They got enough loot, which they are going to be happy with, and they moved north up on a hilltop, and it looks like Heaven X could be spotted out by Crypto.
He could. I want to keep eyes on Uzum. We saw him pull off some vehicular acrobatics yesterday on Miramar.
Do you think he's going to try that again, though?
I want to see him try it again, and he could try it again. Depends on how it's going to play out. StalwartFlex, they are really, really looking good right now. Getting a chicken dinner, looking to get a couple back-to-back, as the new play zone is going to be shifting. This time, water treatment will be smack center.
Something similar to what we saw yesterday as well, because if you remember, the circle was a bit central, but it did have that northern shift, and water treatment was in play. Now, Deadeyes Guys are going to be in a safe position. Carnage Esports look a bit troublesome because they are going to be driving on the road down below, but they have teams on either end. 7C picks a fight with Venom Legends, and Nightwing goes down.
And some clean shot, clean spray coming out from Fear. Now he is getting hounded by Rafut, and, well, Rafut's going to be knocked down in turn 7C, dealing the 1-2 wombo combo. And even though a knock has taken place for the side of 7C, Mimo down on his knees, but the res is coming in immediately. And I like how Fear is bullying them with the HEs, preventing them from pushing on in. Now Rafut's going to find a little bit of cover, and Frypan should be able to get the res in, but a well-placed nade and a push coming in from Turulov could play spoils. But Frypan realizes this. He knows he needs to peel away. There's no opportunity for him to go for the res. They need to find a little bit more cover. But the further Rafut pushes away, 7C, they continue to hound him, and look at Rick coming in all the way from around.
Now that is going to be that flank that pretty much decimates them from behind. However, he doesn't really have that angle, as Steel Shot is going to try and go in for the revive, but Nightwing has been finished.
Nightwing has been finished indeed, and Frypan, he is getting hounded by Mimo. Spots him out, goes for the spray, takes him down, and Venom Legends down to the one man left standing right now. It is going to come down a steel shot, and he's got to have the steely nerves and land his shots. He will find one. He's looking for more. That rock is providing quite a lot of cover, and he will eventually fall. Mimo dealing the final blow. What a wipe coming in from 7C.
Let me just point something out. Really smart play coming in from 7Cs as well, as you mentioned. I'm going to hold on to my point because it looks like Z3us are unloading everything that they have on A1 Esports.
Look at Icy. He's just pushing in like a madman. He knows there's someone in the smoke. He knows there's a res taking place. The Sinister will fall. Dante, the res in the smoke. It won't happen, and in a heartbeat, A1 Esports will be wiped out from the server. 2 teams bid us adieu pretty early here in the mid-game.
Man, the gods of Olympus definitely want to make a statement because they haven't had the best of day ones. However, this is off to a great start. Now, as Crypto might just take a few shots at Skylight Gaming, Heaven and Chari, they are going to make it. They are in a dune buggy, so I don't have any issues with them. Oh,
yeah, you say that, but 2 people, 3 people shooting at them. It's going to do a little bit of a flip, and somehow they have to finally abandon the vehicle, and now they're trapped out in the blue. They have a bit of cover to work with, but Skylight Gaming are in a bit of a pickle here. They need to deploy all the smokes they have to try and find themselves some escape route out of this, but where are their teammates? Why aren't anyone helping them? HeavenX getting knocked out as well by the blue.
You know, I'm going to go back to my point for 7Cs right now. I'm pretty sure we are going to see it in the replays either now or maybe later. So you realize they deployed that smoke grenade, but they did not. Now, what normally happens is you deploy smoke and people want to use that as cover. They kept moving back. That is one reason why they still have all 4 members alive, and that is, again, the presence of mind and realizing that, you know, grenades are going to be pretty much trained at the smoke itself. But have a look at that. The circle is now going to take a little bit of a sudden shift. And Deadeyes Guys are going to finally have to move, and F4 are going to be dead smack in the center. The question is, however, can they make the most of the situation? Because remember, they're going to be in the center. They can still take shots in every direction, maybe even pick off a few kills that they didn't knock down themselves.
Maybe this is as good as it can get for F4 right now, right? Like they have, well, at least 3 players alive. Centers, the circle's favoring them. Magnet, a little bit of a mishap with the vehicle. That's unfortunate. As Mimo, 7C, rattling off a few bullets in the direction of 1952, who are towards a water treatment plant. And Deadeyes Guys, F4, the nades, bombardment coming in from Wolverine. He's gonna find one, they found 2, and it is not looking good for Deadeyes Guys here. They have 1 member surviving, as Z3us will also meet a grave to the HE. And Z3us won't, I do believe that's on top, won't survive for much longer either, leaving them with only 1 member left standing. What a wipe coming in from the side of F4.
And we just called it, you know, F4 were phenomenal in Miramar, and Khan, of course, is one of the best grenadiers out there, you know, basically opening up this little play for his team as Wolverine came in with nades of his own. But elsewhere, Jane from T2K finally gets the last member from Skylight Gaming. Chari goes down, and with that, Skylight are out in the 14th position with 0 kills. Now, have a look at this. Sandesh needs to get that rage before DRS can move in.
And in the distance on the horizon, you can see Seal coming in as well. DRS, they are spread quite thin. Now, they do have lines inside on each other, so they can take this fight. But Baron, they're all grouping up together here. Seal and Seal are making a push into the play zone, but that means they have to contend with no one. Shifu's the only man left standing here as Seal come pushing on in, and I don't really expect him to do much. He will get a knock, but that's all he will find as Deadeyes Guys will be eliminated in the 13th place. Seal, they take a knock, but that's fine. The rest should be coming on in. However, they are also getting shot at by other players.
All right, let me just talk quickly over here. Now, look at this. As soon as 7C lose 1 member, they back off nice and easy. I love the fact that production did this right now, which kind of basically let Venom Legends push in, and that was their mistake. And remember, Rig got that crazy maneuver from the right, and well, that flank was, again, it didn't work as far as he wanted it to work, but it did give the sound cues, and it basically made Venom Legends a bit paranoid.
Well, they were paranoid and eventually taken out as well by 7C. Now, Seal are in a fantastic position. They have that compound, they're in the play zone, and they're just taking pot shots at multiple teams right now. Now, P and Crew, they need to push on past DRS. They're still outside the play zone. They're paranoid where one member is, and Mafia Ninja trying to make his escape through the smoke, but he will be spotted out and finished off by P and Crew, and P and Crew eliminate DRS Gaming. DRS Gaming were gatekeeping them, but they blew those gates wide open.
Again, he had to make sure that he gets that ridge, although it was at the edge of the blue zone, but looks like his teammate Killer is going to be in a little bit of a pickle over here as he's getting decimated from all directions.
7C. taking shots, firing off at multiple teams. You have 1952, Entry replying back with a mini as well. Fast taps coming out, but it's going to be Tawfik, actually, with the Scar, who is going to get the knock onto the one player. Now, the rest should be coming on in. 7C all gathered up together, deploying all the smokes they have, while 1952 rattling off shots in the smoke, hoping to find something. Looking at the next play zone, though, XP, this is looking really good for F4.
Also, have a look at the fact that they've got an airdrop nearby, so if they need to replenish their armor, their utilities, or even their weapons, they can do so. But right now, 7Cs are going to come under heavy fire from 1952, but 1952 only have 25 seconds on the clock before they need to move into the circle play.
At this point, they want to make a move, right? They want to push on in, and they want to ensure that they are at least in the play zone, as we do have Seal unleashing on the T2K as well. And 7C, my god, they are dodging every one of these bullets, but they are taking damage, though. And there we go, you can see a player that's Mimo, very low. He needs to heal himself up real quickly, which he will in time. But now is the time for both these teams to make a run for the play zone.
Mind you, if 7C goes away from 952, their woes are not going to be over, because waiting for them are going to be the boys from PN Crew. They are in the circle just to the north, and expect on your kill zone, kill feed, I beg your pardon, a couple of PN Crew knocks on the boys from 7C, as True Love is going to be the first one to make it inside the circle. However, is he going to get shot? There you have it.
There you have it. You called it. And wait, what? Fear? Wait, what? Oh, I am very confused right now. I am very, very confused. 7C suddenly down to a two-man crew, and PN Crew, they are just pushing up in, trying to finish him off. An explosion from the nade from Rig right before he falls, delays him for a few seconds, leaving True Love alone.
Man, he really rigged that grenade perfectly, didn't he?
Yes, he did, XP. Yes, he did. True Love blowing up his buggy to provide himself a semblance of cover, but I really do feel like his days are numbered. He's all alone. PN Crew have 3 members still alive, and they know exactly where he is, and now it is back to Z3us Esports. Yet to get a chicken dinner so far in the finals here, and they're taking fights with multiple teams in a 360-degree angle.
And it does look like T2K's days are going to be numbered. They should be wiped out sooner or later, but no, Utsarga is the last man standing way out at the edge of the blue zone, and I guess Z3us do not have an idea, but Snipe YT tried to take a few shots. Unfortunately, not successfully.
Not successful. He gets knocked down, but oh my lord, Godless is spraying through the smoke. He's gonna find Praveen as well, and look at Abel pushing in, looking to confirm the kills, getting harassed by multiple players, and Z3us, they're an unstoppable monster, and they're gonna wipe out the team. Oh my lord.
Let me point something out again. This time again, 3 members of Z3us went forward. Godless stays behind, out near the blue circle. That is the unexpected that they do. That is the thing that I love about them. And have a look at that. 9 kills to their names already, and they're not done yet, Play, because Cooney from High Voltage and his teammate are coming under heavy fire.
Oh, it's one of those games, isn't it? It's one of those games that Z3us just go rampaging and destroying every single one. Assassin is a great spot, though, and he's gonna pop out with the barrel, and he's going to find Icy looking to finish off the job. He's going to push it into the blue. He's kind of low here, and his teammates have managed to heal themselves. So suddenly, Abel has a lot of work to do. He's got to try and prevent High Voltage from pushing on up. He does have backup in the form of these other 2 teammates, but a distance away. Nade's being tossed and Abel deploying a smoke.
What works for Z3us is Godless and Zeol are covered from the team on the right of our screen, so they can actually focus all the way over here. They do have that little car for cover, and have a look at the circle right at the edge. So, you know, everyone is over there. F4 still in it, and Abel does the right thing to regroup with his teammates.
The thing is, right now for High Voltage, they're in a fantastic position, at least for the next few seconds. They have this ridge to work with. The moment the circle starts moving in, though, they need to go over the ridge of this mountain, which could be problematic for them.
However, you saw PN Crew in the distance. They need to take them out first before they can start moving right as far as their position goes, as it looks like there you have it. That's what I was talking about. They do have their work cut out for them, and I like the fact that Aussie's going for a little bit more cover and to make sure that he gets that buggy. But now Z3us, man, these guys are relentless play. StalwartFlex is their next target.
Remember, they had a 20-kill game earlier, as Seal Zake is going to be unleashing on the StalwartFlex, taking down Uzum, and now StalwartFlex, they had all 4 players alive earlier, now they're down to 3 members, and a player knocked down as well. The Reds should be coming in, they have all that smoke to work with, as the PN Crew getting eliminated by the play zone, as the zone is dealing so much damage to all the teams who are outside of the play zone right now.
Now, I love the fact that Z3us are concentrating on StalwartFlex. That is a good grenade. Zol, you might just take some damage. Abel, he took some as well, but it gives Reviews enough time to move into that little bit of cover outside behind that rock. Now, again, StalwartFlex have a look are outside the circle. And Zeus only are going to concentrate on them, which is the right call because they do not want to be shot from behind.
And of course, this little ridge that Zeus have, and it is in the play zone, so they have so much to work with right now, but they do have to be wary of potential nade rolling down and taking them down. Baron, in the meantime, just unleashing on the StalwartFlex. They are looking like they're in a rough spot, but Reviews replies back.
He does indeed, and of course those long distance shots are going to come in handy as he still has that rock for cover in all that smoke. But right now, Zeus, they could end it with one grenade.
They could end it with one grenade, and there you go. One grenade is all that Zeol needs to take down Blade, and StalwartFlex now left in a one-man squad. Reviews will fall to F4. F4 is going to strike on the multiple teams. They're going to start finally opening up on all the teams around them. Look at their position.
Look at the position, but now look at HV's position as well. We did kind of talk about they have to worry about P and crew, but wait on a second as Seal are moving in. That is a little bit of a risky maneuver as they are going to get caught from all angles, and this is not looking good for Seal Esports.
It's not looking good at all. They are bleeding out and they're getting mowed down by F4. Zake will fall. Wolverine on a bit of a dominant spree.
Look at your screen right now. High Voltage is moving further up north, and now they are going to give F4 a run for the money.
It's not looking good at all for Seal, though. They're down to just Wally, I believe, is still up and standing, but don't forget Zeus are still in contention. Godless and Abel. Zeol has been knocked down, and they're taking this duel right now against High Voltage. Godless, in the meantime, getting knocked down as well. So Abel needs to make up his mind. Does he go for the rest, or does he try and stay alive? Because all three members are right now outside of the play zone. Down to the final three teams. Seal getting eliminated, and High Voltage, all three still alive. F4, all three still alive. And for Zeus, it just might be Abel here.
It just might be Abel, and it does kind of look like Godless and Zeol are going to be bleeding out. It's going to be that slow and painful death for them. But right now, it looks like Voltrux and Wolverine have an idea that someone is behind them. Have a look at Khan's position. He's making sure he has that left flank covered because if Assassin pops his head out, he might shoot at Voltrux. Voltrux might bait him out, but Assassin is going to put a few bullets in his head. And there you go. Abel going in for the revives again. You cannot let Zeus pick their teammates up because one man is enough, but three, oh my goodness.
And what's happening right now is Khan has spotted out High Voltage announcing their presence. That's going to give Zeus a little bit of time to work with.
Check out those cars over there on the right side of the wall. That is going to give Khan even a lot more cover, but Aussie moves in. Voltrux and Wolverine are now going to be concerned, but now Khan can actually be in a position to lay down some lead. But I think that is not going to happen.
Molotov exchange. Aussie's burning alive. He's burning alive. He's got a drop and roll. I love the covering fire provided by Cooney and Assassin when Aussie pushed on in. And while all this commotion is taking place between F4 and High Voltage, Zeus have pushed into the play zone.
They are revamping themselves up. They are getting ready for their second win as Godless is going to have... He has an idea someone is going to be behind that tractor, but does he know who it is? At this point, I'm pretty sure they don't really care about that at all. Aussie is going to be rained on by grenades, almost getting knocked off his feet. One more would have done the job.
The blue is pushing in, and Z3us Esports, they are still outside of the play zone. They need to make a move, but it's open terrain, as we do have a hailstorm of grenades back and forth between F4 and High Voltage.
I mean, it's just amazing. And Ably with that AWM, ladies and gentlemen,
Let's
that
go.
airdrop coming in handy. Khan's position was exposed, and now Khan is going to be bleeding on his knees, which means High Voltage can move in on F4's position, and Zeus are looking amazing.
Ready, willing, and able are Zeus right now as they push into the play zone. The AWM getting picked up in that final drop as well. Godless has jumped on in, and now F4 are getting harassed by multiple teams. Godless with a jumping spray, not able to quite land it as Voltus will take him down, but Voltus in return getting knocked on by Aussie, helping out Z3us Esports. F4 down, I do believe, now to just a one man. It's Wolverine. I really hope his claws are sharp and ready to go here because he's in a 1v3v3, taking a bit of damage from the nade. He's hiding in the smoke. And now it's Zeus versus High Voltage and Wolverine trapped in between.
Let me tell you one thing, Godless almost had his opponent, but the Grotza's rate of fire is just phenomenal, and now Godless are going to get a little bit impatient. He needs to patch himself up, which he's going to do. Zeol has the right idea, making sure the right flank is secure, and Ably is going to be going in with him. They are trying to use that smoke to their advantage. However, you see this fence, that gap in the middle, you do not want to be on that side when your feet can be seen underneath.
Absolutely, and if you're up close, your feet are going to be seen, and you won't be able to spot anyone else out. So them playing up close here, and I like how High Voltage is playing a little bit more back so they can spot the feet out from the side of Z3us Esports as well.
They want to make sure they have those concrete walls to hide behind and those hay bales as well. So again, they are positioning themselves well. Now Cooney just might spot Ably. Expect a big AWM to go boom, and someone might just fall down.
We wanted this. We wanted the AWM action up close and personal here, and it looks like Abel, he's going to be the one who's going to be looking to deliver. He's got the ghillie suit as well. desert camo. He knows where Aussie is. He has the inkling where Cooney is as well, but no one knows where Wolverine is. He is still lying prone in the smoke.
He's been deploying smoke grenade after smoke grenade after smoke grenade, so potentially it is going to be a little bit injurious to his health later on, but right now it is definitely helping him out.
The calm before the storm. I love this repositioning from Godless though, XP. He's playing all the way back so he can spot the feet of High Voltage beneath that fence while his teammate's going to be pushing on up Zeol. He can come in for the left-hand flank.
In maybe about 10 seconds, maybe 15 seconds, as soon as the circle is going to shrink in, expect Zero to jump over the fence and hide himself behind those 4 hay bales lying to the left-hand side of that compound from their point of view. That is something that is going to make one of the members from High Voltage peek out, and possibly Godless could shoot them at their feet. Those arm shots are still going to keep going
I do worry for Wolverine's lungs at this point in time. The amount of smoke this guy's inhaling, it's not healthy at all. Oh, look at Zeol sneaking in from behind. You called it, and he delivers. And that is going to be the knock. And now it's a 3v2. Aussie, I believe, hasn't spotted out. Zeol is being such a thorn. He is just riddling them with bullets. A second knock comes in, this time from Godless, and they're moving in from the kill. Abel, he knows there's another player nearby. The jumping shot comes in from Godless. A couple of finishes. They spot out Wolverine as well. The smoke's finally dissipated. And Z3us Esports, they came, they saw, they kicked ass.
Ladies and gentlemen, bow down to the gods, because Z3us Esports are back in business, winning the chicken dinner. And again, I love the fact that whenever the camera pans to them, game face on.
Another day
24/7.
Another day in the office.
Another day in the office, just like this dude to my right, who looks like he just came out of an office right now. But what a game, what a clinical finish, the tactical prowess on display was just brilliant. And let me tell you one thing, Clay. I think you and I need to go and discuss this. You probably want to see a few replays as well. So while you wrap your brains around all this action, we're going to take a quick little breather. But don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back after this.
Keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are in the finals, the 4-day affair, and now is finally when things are looking real good. We've been talking about it. Finally, the teams that we had been talking about, I have stepped up, have showcased wonderful synergistic performance for themselves. Alongside all of this, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro, hashtag book up your fun. I'm your host, Blotto. Let's move on to Super Johnny and Ocean Sharma. Lads, you guys were talking about High Voltage, bringing up that aggressive performance. They have. You're talking about F4. They have certainly done so, but Z3us Esports.
I mean, not just Z3us, StalwartFlex as well. I mean, being consistent. Z3us, we expected them to sort of hit this these numbers after one game or the other, and I guess this is when they are starting. But StalwartFlex, this game as well, a really, really good finish from them. And F4 Wolverine, oh my lord, how many smokes this guy had in that moment.
He survived till the time it just mattered a lot. 5 kills coming up, 2 assists, 204 damage, 204 healing done, 948 damage coming out there. Survival time 27 plus minutes, and obviously the game was going to the 9th circle, right? So it was a plus. He could not move anywhere. Backside, it's Z3us. Onto his front, it's High Voltage.
Plus, it has to be scary because he's just hiding behind that haystack, popping one smoke after the other in the corner, and everyone else is shooting at each other, and he's just hoping like a bullet does not connect with him.
Yeah, because like there's no cover except that haystack, obviously. Plus, the smoke kind of attracts people towards you. It attracts your opponents just to showcase that yes, there might be someone. And Z3us was looking around that area. They knew there might be someone who's just lying there.
That was top-notch performance coming in from F4, no question about it. I mean, you talk about the circle, it was certainly working in their favor right off the bat, in towards 5th circle at least. But talk about top players, well, we've got Sandesh chiming in from PN Crew as well, alongside, of course, Z3us Esports and F4.
5-5-5-5. Kill department was really good with with this game right now. Plus, yeah, P and Q, you know, having a good outing, like for the players, if you just want to talk about it. Obviously, because if you look at the survival time of Sandesh as compared to the other players, yeah, there were some ups and downs. So it just happens sometimes.
I mean, the only thing that separates Sandesh from the rest of the top players is the fact that his survival time is like 6 minutes less than any of them, all of them hitting 27 minutes, and then Sandesh just being there with 21 minutes. But still an impressive performance by the lad.
Absolutely. With that, let's move on to the start. That is going to be the match summary, which will showcase what sort of performance, what sort of god-like performance have these lads brought. And it is Z3us Esports' god list, bringing highest kills as well as maximum assist.
I'm actually surprised that Wolverine is not the player with the most utility he's used. I had lost track of how many smokes he had used up.
Yeah, exactly. Even I was thinking about it, but well, you know, maybe Killer ID was obviously just, you know, at his own good, but Nima from the longest distance skill coming out there, so everyone had a good strat from them for themselves. But this is like we see it really. A player with the maximum kills gets to be the one with the maximum assist. Because if you're getting kills, you would not want to give the assist out there. But it all contributes to a team gameplay, and that's what Z3us was doing.
Absolutely. With that, let's have a look at the match ranking coming in from this game. That is going to be showcasing Z3us Esports certainly getting those kills working in their favor. 29 points is what they walk away with. But Team F4 opening up those numbers finally.
Well, definitely. I mean, finally getting a good game for themselves. This could be the turnaround in the momentum that F4 needed, because before this game, they had, what, 4 points?
Yep.
4 points in total, and now with this 2024. But one game at a time, one match at a time, this team can move forward.
So this is the thing, right? When we saw the overall leaderboards, the team at the second last was also at 24 points. Obviously, they have been increasing the points. So F4, like, this is a start. They'll have to just, you know, gather more today. But talking about the teams on to the other side, right? Venom Legends, A1 Esports, Skylight Gaming. 3 teams with 0 kills. Like, obviously damage might have been a thing out there, but they did not get any kills for themselves. R3D and 1952 as well.
Well, yeah, exactly. Not much better position. I mean, just 1 point coming in from this match, and that is not going to be something that the team looks forward to when they drop into a match. So still more matches left today, and the opportunity to recover is going to be there, because as we like to say, I mean, off maps allow the opportunity for the teams that are having a bad time to get the momentum, to get the ball rolling for themselves. Therefore, did it this time. Z3us did it this time. They have sort of regained the momentum again. Maybe next game there's just one team left that we want to see have a good match, and that is Venom Legends. Maybe in the next one they can.
Absolutely, because again, I mean, this is just 2 games done. We've still got 4 more games remaining for the day, and that's of course going to be working in these teams' favor, and of course these players who are all rooted and booted up to get that dominating performance showcasing for their teams. But move that conversation towards, once again, I mean, F4, yes, they were looking really comfortable when it came down to the circle itself.
Yeah.
But Ocean, I want to ask you this: when you brought it down to those 3 teams remaining, right? F4 got busy with high voltage. And that is the moment that Z3us utilized perfectly to get the 2 revivals done.
Yeah, I mean, whilst there were a few teams, you remember F4 was the only one that was having a hold of a house inside the circle for themselves. Obviously, then high voltage comes in. Then we have like a 3v3 affair. One team from Mongolia, one team from Pakistan, one team from... So it just, you know, went down to that. Plus, F4... It was good that they were engaged in that fight, because it would have helped them. But the thing that Z3us was constantly, because if you remember, obviously with one airdrops covered, one player just, you know, shooting down the players, Khan was taken down in that. So Z3us was the one that played a wild card role in between these 2 teams fight, and at the end, you know, they got the win.
Exactly, but not just that. I have to give kudos to high voltage over there as well, because the way they approached the compound that was under the control of F4 and how they retook it in their own control, that was really impressive. Really coordinated push. Things could have gone a little chaotic right there, but as Ocean mentioned, the catalyst comes in the form of Team Z3us, and the fight goes in the favor of high voltage.
Always. That is the team that does take the limelight away from so many others. But with that, let's move on with the zone analysis and have a look at how these rotations fared for so many of these teams.
Well, this time it's like, you know, Miramar, you get to see how surrounded by water it is. But if you talk about the circle, you see right now, right from the get-go, obviously it was supposed to be a water treatment-ish circle. So many teams started moving on to those areas. Whilst there were a few teams that were outside the circle, like you saw DRS as their rotation from the southern side of the zone, but whilst the circle just once again moved forward, so many teams again they just had to chime in slowly and steadily, and this is where we'll see the next circle coming up when the central cluster has already started you know, getting there.
Exactly, I mean, most of the teams that we do see in the end, I mean, in fact, 2 of them, Z3us Esports and F4, were already controlling the center, just taking on those fights
Yeah.
from the early stages. But there are two teams that were outside, High Voltage and StalwartFlex. Look at how big of a rotation these two teams had to make.
Yeah, and talking about Venom Legends, we also saw like one lad of Venom Legends getting
Right.
inside the circle, whilst the others were still like a bit far away. So that was something that the team was looking forward to on their own rotations, but that did not help the team, right? But now the circle went to F4 again. Carnage was here, Zeus was here. So these teams were inside the circle. Meanwhile, look at the left side. A cluster of teams just coming up in this circle. Never a good thing, because the cluster is out there. The zone's gonna bite you. You have to look forward for the fights.
Exactly, looking forward to the fights. I believe everyone was looking forward to the fights. As once again, I mean, I just love the fact that F4, they were aggressive from the get-go, and this is the moment where I think things were already going in their favor. Then they already had the houses at this point, and the only thing that was left to do was hold control of that position.
Exactly, and they did hold the control of that position, and you know it helped them. Obviously, we saw that in the standings for themselves. But now it comes down to the positioning in the upcoming matches, because obviously we're going to be seeing Erangel as well. Erangel has not been good as of now. We talked about this in the pre-game that, you know, their Miramar is going to be really good. Their Miramar was good. If they can convert something like that in the upcoming Erangel, or maybe, you know, upcoming matches as per se, Erangel, Sanhok and Miramar, it might just change their momentum altogether.
And I believe maybe they can. I mean, as Ocean mentioned, Erangel is one map that the team is actually struggling on. If they can recover on that one map just because of how many times it gets played, yes, they will definitely get a big boost in the overall standings.
Well, with that, let's have a look at the open moments and combine all these perfect efforts from so many of these teams.
Exactly, and talk about perfect efforts, right? I mean, early game fights, a lot of early game fights, and this is why I love weird circles in this map of Miramar. But with that early aggression also comes the thing that a lot of teams were getting distracted, whether they want to try and move forward or whether they want to take this fight. So I love how the casters right there broke this fight down. Z3us Esports, the aggression that came in from their side and how the aggression was controlled. Take a knock, back off a little bit, let the enemies fall in, and then go in again. That was perfect.
I mean, yeah, and then holding the control of the areas. That was the, look at this, where Wolverine and Khan were, they held their ground in a really good way, and again, you know, taking all the fights that were coming to them. Because right now, if we talk about, let's get in the minds of these players before the start of this match. They know they have lost a lot of points as compared to the teams that are already ahead up of the competition. Already, there's a lot of pressure on these teams. But then, once the fights start happening, once you get into the plays, the calls that are, you know, let's rush, let's go for the kills, it just comes on and naturally it grows on you and you start, you know, just dominating. The F4 was a perfect example of this this one game right now. We are talking about it because, you know, a team that's at 16, they are fighting up. It's a really good thing at this moment right now.
And this was a few minutes before this one. It was a really chaotic situation where we had Zeus, Seal, StalwartFlex, and F4 all fighting amongst each other, while High Voltage, they were just chilling in the back lines, and as they were just waiting for the opportunity, not chilling in fact. And as soon as the opportunity arose, they charged in towards F4. The moment they knew that, alright, now we can move in, was the moment StalwartFlex and Seal 9 were out. The moment those two teams were taken out, we see High Voltage coming in, taking on the players of F4. 3 players down, Wolverine is just left. He's forced to get out of the compound, hide behind the haystacks, and hey, I mean, you guys saw the end.
Exactly, mate. But with that, as you move on towards the damage histogram, this is where Team F4, Z3us Esports, certainly towering over all the other teams for now.
2 teams with 0 damage. 2 teams coming out with 0 damage, R3D and A1 Esports. Oh, look at this. T2K, 374 and 2 kills. 952, 514 and 0 kills. It comes down to, you know, how efficiently you can convert the damage numbers in your favor.
Not just them, I mean, Deadeyes Guys, you remember their situation in the game where they tried to challenge F4 for the compound, but that slam into that house was so weird. I mean, 3 players come in, Wolverine is there with the grenades coming in, takes down 2 individuals, and the 3rd player was so far off, there was no chance of a cover fire for the lads.
Absolutely, mate. But I mean, again, when you talk about the PMCO journey, right, for F4, we've seen Wolverine bring up that sort of strats by himself itself. So he was the one who started off that dominating streak today, and with that walked away with 5 kills. But move those towards points. Let's move on with the storyline thus far, and it is Z3us Esports, as you lads were mentioning. How big a leap is Zeus going to be making? Well, here they are.
They always like to touch the triple digits being the first team. Always love to do that.
Maybe again they're going to be able to do that. I mean, if the next game goes their way. But P and Crew, let's not forget them. They are right on the heels of Z3us Esports, 97, 92 points, just 5 points separating these two, and it's still not done. Z3us Esports are not too far behind either. They're sitting on the third position with 84 points.
Meanwhile, every team is just moving up forward. I'm happy for one thing. Previously, when Z3us versus second team was there was a big difference all time. We used to see that, but now it's really close. We talk about F4. This is what I was talking about, right? Venom Legends did not get any point in the previous game. Still, they are at 25. And F4, with these points that they accumulated, now is the time to be in the competition.
Exactly. This does not get them anywhere, but it brings them to a position from where they can actually compete to be a part of the leaderboard, to climb up slowly and steadily. Before this one, 4 points, there was not enough. They were too far behind. But along with F4, I want to say I love how StalwartFlex are doing right now. I mean, wonderful positioning, have been consistent in the league stages over here as well. But it's that extra oomph that the team needs if they want to compete for the crown, because those teams have something special.
And there's nothing stopping them. They are slowly getting that aggressive stance working for them, and that's going to be really good as the day moves on along. Talking about day moving, let's move on to the schedule and have a look at what map are we moving on down to.
Well, now it comes down to Sanhok, and Sanhok is where we have seen R3D, getting... We talked about Miramar, where F4 got their first chicken dinner, right? Now we talk about Sanhok, where R3D got their first. We're talking about the league stages, obviously. That's where R3D just came back. And talking about R3D, it's important for this team because, previous game, 0 damage points, 0 kill points. So teams that are at the down, and Venom Legends are as well. So those teams have to just, pick up the paces, because now even the team that's at 16 has picked up a big pace for themselves.
Oh, yes. Exactly, and even for R3D, I mean, they are in a tricky position. As Ocean mentioned, Sanhok is good for them, but that is not going to be enough. They have to be consistent. The first game wasn't good for them today. The Miramar wasn't good for them. Maybe from the third game onwards, they can pick up the pace. But if they just do it for one game and then the next of the matches don't go their way, it's not good either.
I have another thing that I would just want to talk about, and that's going to be the third chicken dinner. Is there going to be one team that, because Stalwart's in a really good role for themselves, again, if you talk about it, and DRS, I mean, their games have been on to ups and downs. Yesterday were good, so maybe a Z3us 100-point marker. Lots of things.
Well, lot of things indeed. Along with that, I do want to keep my fingers crossed that when it comes to R3D, hopefully they are going to be joining in with all 4 members into this lobby, because this previous game there were only 3 lads, but eventually again that is going to be taken care of as there are so many games remaining. Let's move on the journey. Let's move into this game on Sanhok. It is going to be Necro and Pain Fixers to take us through this.
Well, thank you so much again, and here we are. The Mongolian gods of thunder have definitely struck, and this time it's the map of Sanhok. Heading in already moist, and well, it's hot. But do you think, again, taking the lead, Team Z3us, can they pull off a back-to-back?
I mean, they have it in them. It's only a matter of seconds when we would actually find out, because, I mean, everything comes down to their drop spot. Where are they going to be dropping? If they're going to be going towards boot camp, I mean, they have been doing fantastic, but yesterday it didn't really work out.
Indeed, and yesterday they sort of were taking their own sweet time figuring things out, and I was rather surprised they ended on the 3rd spot. Now today they came with a solid plan. We did see a lot of teams looking out for them here and there, and today they know how to tackle them. They look so confident, especially what they pulled off in Miramar. Can they repeat the same storyline as the portal has opened and we are going to get teleported right into the flight path as the big bird is in the sky, and Necro, take it away.
Starting from Cow, ending towards Docks, and now one thing we definitely know that A1 Esports do like to go towards that Paradise Resort area. Now, one team that I'm going to be eyeing out for is definitely going to be Z3us. Some teams have changed their drop locations. Some teams do like to go towards the quarry area as well. So I really want to see, are there going to be changes today? Because I want to witness some kind of curveball being thrown inside a map of Sanhok. And we were talking about this as well right off stage, that Sanhok is of course now a map that teams are trying to find a way to play it out as tactical as possible.
Well, tactical approach was definitely taken by all these teams, and today I think we are going to expect a similar gameplay from all these teams, because now we do see that segregation, right? Now we do see these teams, the the upper echelon being divided. Team Zeus already sitting at 97, PN Crew not far behind with 92. But after that, after the top 4, we do see StalwartFlex a bit behind, but they have definitely picked themselves up today. But take a look at the circle, Necro. I think this is the time when we can actually anticipate a certain island circle.
We can definitely, or maybe it's just going to be a mystery where the circle will be taking the shift. And I really want to see how teams would be trying to make the rotation inside as well. Talking about Skylight Gaming this time, they are kind of separated out from each other. Joker and Heaven are kind of close, and then Leon and Chari are kind of close, but the two are separated in a pack of 2. And take a look at PN Crew. Sandesh is the one in the vicinity of Deadeyes, and this is where he might be taken down because he's a lonesome survivor from PN Crew, which is going up against 2 players of Deadeyes. And it seems like they do have a little bit of clue that there is someone in the nearby vicinities. And I'm pretty sure Hungrybox has a little bit of clue where Sandesh might be as well.
The messenger of death, Sandesh, does have that AKM. Maybe on top has spotted him out, but no, that's not going to be the case over here. As Sandesh is definitely going to reposition himself. Season on the backlines. Can he provide that cover fire as the nade goes on towards him, but does not really do enough damage? We've seen the grenades being nerfed lately and the Molotovs being buffed, so as a result of which, Sandesh is alive to fight for a few more minutes.
He is alive to fight for a few more minutes. On top, does have his sights locked on that rock, and this is where he might get caught off guard. Not dealing enough damage. But Sandesh again has no heal, so of course he is not going to be healing himself because he just doesn't have any. He dropped inside that one house and then decided to fall back because he did know the players of Deadeyes were aggressing right onto him. Shifu sir is there in the backlines as well. Maybe he would opt out to do a flank angle from the left side. Then that would be quite an easy kill for Deadeyes.
No, what I really think over here is Shifu is just there to stop Sandesh from backing off. But looks like Deadeyes are making a run for themselves, and Season having that Vector, a weapon that is not really that good in those long mid-ranges. And now Sandesh getting into cover, getting into safety. Deadeyes having a really, really bad time during these finals. And a lot of mysterious things have been happening. They've been dropping off from their vehicles, every 4 of them being wiped out. And now they need to wake up from the slumber because the more they are going to delay, the clock has already started to tick. And, by tomorrow, if they do not pick the pace up, they're basically done. Their dream to qualify for the PMPL Championship Finals is going to be over.
I'm kind of startled, why didn't Deadeyes push against that one player of PN Crew? I mean, that was probably an easy kill because he was already down to low HP. If they would have just shown a little aggression, then maybe they could have gotten themselves the knockdown.
See, now it all comes down to the mental state of the players. Now, we've been aware, we've been privy to this part that Deadeyes are not really having a good time. So, there has been that sort of a reluctance in committing, right? Now, they cannot afford early casualties. And we do know that Season was in the backlines. He was there to provide the cover fire that was needed once the players of Deadeyes had they pushed. But either way, is taking a look at the circle. Now, Team F4 have really, really picked themselves up in the final game of Miramar. But, that interesting fight, those that trifecta of death that we had. I mean, we've got to applaud Zeus as to how well they were playing in those situations. I mean, the players of High Voltage and F4 making some big mistakes, and they had to pay the price for it.
I mean, F4 in the previous game did quite good. They managed to secure themselves the second position. They had one of the best compound for themselves as well in the late games, and then this is how F4 managed to secure themselves the second spot. But the airdrop one will be on the board, and it's going to be the MK14, as you like to call it, the demon of a weapon, or forged by the demons.
Yes, the demon, the devil himself, whatever you call it, this weapon is a weapon of mass destruction. But either ways, getting back to the conversation that we were having about the last fight in Miramar, I mean, Rule 104, never panic when your teammate gets knocked out in those final circles, because after Assassin was taken down, I mean, Oddsy making those movements, he sort of slipped and got taken down instead as well. And I mean, those small little mistakes did cost High Voltage the game. All they had to do was just hold themselves up. And it was sort of the players of High Voltage just focusing on that one direction. There was nobody watching the eastern side from where the players of Zeus also attacked. Now, Team F4, Wolverine, you know, being the last solo survivor, he was just lobbing those smoke onto it himself. Should have really created a smoke path, because it was just not that one smoke he had. He had plenty. So, you know, small things really do matter in a game. But look at Team Zeus, already godless, one with the nature, and he is of course a force to be reckoned with. We know how good he gets when he has those snipers, but either ways, yielding an AR, he's not shabby either.
He's not. I like how Zeus played the entire situation out, dropped inside boot camp, looted as fast as possible, and now they're spread across the entire hill. And this is what shows how Zeus is good. Like, the way these guys think, the way these guys strategize is just way too good. Including 7C as well. 7C, they do know they have dropped inside the area of Painan. They don't really need to move unless the circle is shifting away way too far away from them.
Yep, and you know, of course, the boys from 7C did have a dream run yesterday, but have been really falling short in terms of gathering points today. They really need to, kind of pick the pace up. We've always been talking about that underdog story, and I think this time in the PMPL, of course, has to be 7C, has to be Carnage. The way these two teams have been performing, I'm pretty sure if they sort of keep this on, they're pretty much going to qualify for the next stage. But at the same time, you would want that money, you would want that top 3 position going in for yourself. But yes, Team Zeus this time, they were did their homework, right? After the games, they went off, watched the map feed. They knew Team P and crew was in the nearby vicinities. That was the team that they were fighting up against. So today, they were prepared for such a fight. Now, Skylight Gaming, this has been a love story that has been going for quite some long time. So Zeus will not really be surprised if Skylight Gaming come for them.
Exactly. I mean, they have been locking horns since a long time. It's only a matter of seconds either of the players get spotted by any of those teams. But R3D is there in the back lines as well. They are making a move. And this is where if Skylight Gaming and Zeus cause a lot of rumpus, R3D will be joining the fray. Venom Legends seems like they are having a great time on the shores. Deadeyes this time, they did drop in those nearby compounds of Hatin, but then later on did realize that there is no one inside Hatin, so we should probably go there. High Voltage is there. We do know how these lads play, but this time they are kind of separated out from the rest of the pack, and Seal might just find their right moment to strike.
A really good split. I like this from High Voltage, and considering how they played yesterday, we have seen a massive improvement in their performance. You know, going for top 3 every single game, they are coming in, and this is the kind of a start that we wanted from these lads. We know how good they are with their position, but if you talk about position points itself, it's the boys from Carnage still having the maximum points, and all they need to rather focus on is getting those kills, something that they were doing yesterday. But look at Crypto. I mean, this man is definitely under the weather, but he still puts up a smile and still takes down everybody that comes in front of him.
Well, I mean, in the previous game, he was looking previous game, he was looking quite happy after they got the chicken dinner. And I was quite surprised as well the way StalwartFlex played out the entire map of Erangel. I was absolutely astonished. Again, StalwartFlex, this time seems like they have secured themselves quite a decent compound inside the circle, but they are on the edges of the zone. This is where they would want to make a decision. Either they want to stay on the edge or try and make it in the center of the circle.
Today is the night where Khan needs to pull off every single trick from his book, considered as one of the best IGLs of the Pakistani region. And he has definitely been one of those crucial players that has played an instrumental role in today's performance of F4 increasing. And well, they need to collect more and more points, need to get into that top 8. What right now can be a very reachable target for them is try and get into the top 9, try and qualify for the next stage that we have. But StalwartFlex making their movements all the way from Cave. Do have A1 Esports right on towards the eastern side, and also have 1952. So I'm really worried as to if they get sandwiched, they're going to be in a whole world of trouble.
And Zeus already opening things up on the players of Skylight Gaming. Gaules was the man who found Leon's head, cracked it open. Chari is there as well in the close lines, while at the same time, Seal has spotted the presence of the players of High Voltage. And this is where the greenery, this is where the nature collides against each other. Seal, they want to find anyone of High Voltage out in the open. Extreme taking a little shots, but not enough to take him down. Another fight happening at the same time. There's 3 fights happening. Stun being lopped in. This is where he will get blinded. He's quite lucky. The nade didn't make right next to him. Anubis going to be lobbing in that nade as well, and that might be quite damaging, finishing the kill that was already knocked. Steel Shot trying his best to at least find an opening on his name, so then he can actually try and make a push on the players of R3D, but it's not going to be that easy. Edgar is trying to Molotov his position out. He's trying to incinerate him out of his initial position, and then Molotov is going to be taking a lot of damage on Steel Shot.
Smart, clever, 400 IQ for Edgar with that play. Mauling both the directions, and now Steel Shot, he is just struggling as we have the fight breaking out again. Rapid and Walker going up against each other as we have Anubis also joining the fight, and well, Virus has been knocked out, needs that quick res back on, but Venom Legends, can they survive this onslaught coming in from R3D as Edgar has formed a flank angle for himself?
R3D, they do seem quite dominant inside this fight. Initially, Nightwing needs to watch out from his left lines. This is where R3D might decide to strike, and Walker is there in the left lines as well, and yes, he's going to find the opening. What an incredible flank from his side, and there's going to be Anubis from the back lines, and the entire fight, Walker was the hero.
Yes, 100%. I mean, the way they held on, and I mean, the way the nades, the mollies were so well coordinated. You do not really see a lot of that in Sanhok, but the boys have really pulled this one off, as we see. PN Crew, you know, no chicken dinners as of now, but still on the second position. That is how good this team has been. Now, comparing the performance, how they were in the Super Weekends, I mean, you can see that hell in heaven difference in their gameplay. But right now, Team F4, not really wanting to be in the part of all these fights, and well, we've got to see as to how is PN Crew going to commit in this particular one.
Till now, pretty passive approach inside the fight. Season is giving away a lot of footsteps. Killer just has that rock for his cover. Voltrix is getting a lot of sound cues on his name. He does have a lot of information on the player's positioning as well. But Waltrick is just pinned behind that little shack. He needs to make it out alive. That nade is going to be quite damaging. Not enough to take him out the game. PN Crew trying their best to find the opening, but it doesn't seem like F4 are going to let the opening pass in.
So this is where F4 need to re-strategize. Having every single player inside a compound is definitely not going to help their cause. All they need is having one player outside, you know, to provide that extra bit of an information, you know, try to get those flanks coming in. Now, all PN Crew is trying to do is engulf the players of F4, drop in those nades on those small compounds, and one after the other, the players are going to fall.
The players are going to fall one after the other. Slowly and steadily, they will be dismantling them. Season overexposing his body a little too much. And this is where he has to pay the price for it, as the opening has been found from the side of F4. Now the man advantage is not there on the side of PN Crew anymore. The res will be there. Wolverine has lobbed in another nade, and seems like it's not going to be dealing enough to get the knockdown onto another one as well. But quite a lot of rumpus being caused from these both squads, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be attracting some bees.
Indeed. Has of course done already. I mean, Deadeyes are also in the nearby vicinity on top, hearing those sounds traveling with his vehicle. We've got to see if they are actually going to commit into this fight. The fight that had started off way too early did not really have any result, but now anything can happen as F4 losing out on Destroyer, but still trying to cling on to all these fights. Legend being spotted out by Wolverine, not taking those shots. Sandesh capturing the compound, just proning in. Now this is the way you need to, you know, peek outside of Sanhok. The walls, you have to be careful. The windows, they take advantage of it, as we have 7C going after Team Zeus, but Khan getting a beautiful knock onto its Season, kind of breaking the fight open.
Season is the man who is always getting caught off guard. He needs to find himself a comfortable spot where he can call it a home, at least for now. But another fight breaking down between the players of Zeus and 7C. The top of the leaderboards is finally colliding against each other. Nemo has already been taken down. This is where unfortunate turn of events start for the team of 7C. But Rig is there in the back line. Zol kind of unknown of his position, and this is where he gets caught off guard as well. But A1 Esports is challenging a fight against StalwartFlex. So many fights breaking down at the same time as the circle is closing in.
Blade had been the hero in the map of Erangel. Can he repeat the same even in Sanhok? But Fear, he is still fighting it out against Abeli. And what an amazing positioning from this lad. The way he repositioned, got that cover. But look at Rick. He does not really want to go down without putting up a fight over there. As A1 Esports are going to push in. As Blade surviving on a sliver of HP. Can he clutch it out? He needs to heal up. But how is he going to do that? As Sinister, being that mean machine, just goes in, pre-fires, and A1 Esports wiping out StalwartFlex.
Wiping out StalwartFlex in style, and at the same time didn't get any casualties on their name, and this is a massive factor inside the game. As Zeus, they are still putting up a fight against the players of 7C, but finally it seems like they have taken an exit from the game, and this is where Zeus came out on top in that fight. High Voltage and Seal as well. A little bit of kerfuffle breaking down between these two teams. And PM Crew seems like they're just going to get burnt alive. Sandesh is barely surviving behind that little rock, and he has been taken down as well. Incredible Molotov coming in from Khan, and as you mentioned, he's a brilliant IGL.
And he knew exactly what he had to do. All it took was that one Molotov to burn out the entire squad of PM Crew, and the Pakistani fans are going to be elated and all stoked up as Team F4, they are pulling off a comeback, something that they did in the final Super Weekend. This is exactly what we wanted. Now the numbers are definitely reduced for the players, but okay, it's fine. As long as you have your captain leading you from the front lines, you are going to be backing him up.
You are going to be backing him up. Zeus again trying to scout the area out. And it doesn't seem like anyone will be spotted up till now. DRS, they have already gotten a casualty on their name. A man like Galton has been taken out in those early game phases. You don't really want to lose in fixes. We have seen Galton pull off some insane clutches in the past as well. And if you're going to be losing out on a man like Galton early off, especially inside a map like Sanhok, then you are inviting destruction on your name.
Indeed, one of the best grenadiers in the lobby, and we have seen the kind of destruction this man can cause if he has the right amount of grenades. But, well, Galton getting out of the equation, things get even more tougher for DRS, as we have seen that slight dip in the performance. But look at the zone. Now, Team Carnage also respecting it, but Deadeyes, well, this time a fast rotation, trying to avoid those early fights, and this is good. This is a good improvement. This is what I wanted to see from the players. Now, if they sort of hold on, if they sort of take the fights in a proper fashion, I think Deadeyes might just be able to pull this one off.
Look at the way A1 Esports is rotating as well. They are rotating all the way from the edge line of the zone, and this is where they might catch the players of Carnage or even 1952 if they don't expect them there.
Indeed, from the backlines, I mean, this is smart coming in. They do understand the gravity of the situation. They do understand they just cannot push in head on. But here comes Zeus again. Zeus getting the knock onto its Carnage as the boys from Nepal are way too much out in the open. Now, players of Zeus, look at them using the suppressors. All these small things, make a huge change, especially in a map like Sanhok. Using those suppressor, of course, gives you you tend to have a little bit of problem, controlling the weapon's recoil. But these players have that much amount of muscle memory mastered and can control the weapon from any particular range.
Years and years of experience, and this is what you come down to. As Zeus, the gods of thunder, seems like they are going to be raining down death and destruction inside the lobby. They don't seem stoppable up till now. They are pretty unstoppable. F4 are still unsettled. They need to be comfortable because they're just down to those two last men surviving, Khan and Voltrix. I mean, Voltrix, of course, an incredible player inside the squad of F4. Can't elongate on that fact anymore. Seal still alive inside the fight. High Voltage is there in the enemy lines as well. And Seal up till now are doing pretty great job holding them off bay, but High Voltage as well. They have already knocked out 2 players from Seal and 1 kill has been confirmed already.
Team Seal in a bit of a pickle right now. Wally already out of the equation and Ankle being knocked out. Right from the very start of the day, we did witness those stats coming out. Ankle just had that 1 kill, and we have to understand the fact that he is a scout for his team. But look at Baron finding that perfect angle, knocking down Coney. But can Seal commit for the push? Ankle has been given that res back on. 1 more knock is what they need, but Godless having been taken down. Now this is going to be huge as the kill has been confirmed as Khan also has been spotted himself.
Zeus are getting dismantled. They're crumbling apart slowly and steadily as Abeli going to be finding another one from the players of TDK. He's already found 2 for himself. Zol is trying his best to make it inside the circle alive, but seems like this time he won't. As Belly is going to be the last man surviving for Zeus. He's trying to play it out as safe as possible. He does not want to stand up because he knows as soon as he exposes his body, maybe someone will be there in the backlines who would have his eyes locked onto him and he will be taken out. The fight between High Voltage and Seal still continues. And there we go, the final man falling apart. It's going to be Seal taking an exit.
Indeed, as High Voltage, they are off to having a really, really good time. And again, we'll get that rest back onto its extreme. And they are going to be good for the next fights, but they also have to get inside the circle. But look at A1 Esports and Carnage. Well, Dante does have that security outpost right over there, does have that extra bit of a height advantage, but here comes the players of A1 Esports already pushing in racks, already dishing out a lot of damage as Snipe goes down. Manish surviving on a sliver of HP. Can he clutch this one out? Does have the smoke to shroud him, but one good grenade can do the job.
It can do the job. We already predicted that A1 Esports is going to be throwing an astonishing play against the players of Carnage. And again, they are just taking them down one by one. Carnage is getting dismantled. They're crumbling apart. Manish has been taken down. Jiggle is the last man surviving, but he's way too far away from the rest of the pack. And it's pretty much Carnage is just down to that one last man surviving. Jiggle, we have seen in the past as well. This man has pulled some insane clutches in the league stages. Is he going to be able to do it again?
Maybe, but look at Abely right now. If he spots down those players of A1 Esports over there with their pants down, he is definitely going to do some heavy damage. But High Voltage need to make a movement inside as Sharp has definitely spotted out Assassin. But now Assassin again being one with the nature. He will have to, of course, heal himself up as those nades are being lobbed towards the players of High Voltage as Extreme does not have any chance to survive as he goes falling down.
Yes, that nade was the game-changing nade right there, and it's just High Voltage just down to that one last man standing, but not anymore. He has been taken down as well. He has been put to sleep. The nades are going to be so damaging. 1952 taking a casualty as well inside the fight. Deadeyes are still alive. Deadeyes are doing pretty good as well, but one player's already been taken down. Abley finally decides to strike, finds the right moment to strike, and this is where a game might start changing.
Indeed, he goes down, but definitely takes one knock for himself. But can that knock be converted into a kill by some other team? Only time is going to tell as 5 teams survive, as we do see the circle panning out, and Deadeyes do have the better of it. A1 Esports finally making their move, but DRS in 1952 also have to get in as well.
They also have to get inside the circle. 1952 is quite next to the players of Deadeyes. Edgar is still outside the circle. But for how long will he be out surviving the zone damage? A lot of fights happening as the circle is shrinking down. Deadeyes Hungry Box is still not revealed his position, but 1952 is well aware of it. They have sensed him out, and they will be taking him out instantly. Magnet patching himself up. He does know he needs to confirm the kill on the Hungry Box there, because if he's going to let him stay alive, I'm pretty sure the rest of the Deadeyes player would want to get him back up. Here comes A1 Esports. Dante out in the open, and Waru not going to be missing the opportunity this time. And Shifu going to be confirming the kill as well.
Indeed, as A1 Esports have to close in, as one of their players, every single one is just falling down, and 6ix9ine Boy being the last surviving member, as A1 Esports have finally been taken down, just falling like a stack of dominoes over there, as we have the final 3 teams. The Mexican standoff. 1952's Magnet. 1952 have been having an amazing run since the past couple of weeks. They have been making things real. Now Magnet, can he pull off a miracle over here?
The brawls were continuing since the past, but up till now, I'm pretty sure it's just going to be down to that stare-down competition. As the circle has panned out in the open in no man's land, all these players need to make it inside, including Deadeyes, but Deadeyes do have a man advantage. This might be Deadeyes' game.
Indeed, can be. But look at Mafia Ninja. We have been seeing time and again DRS always pulling off some surprising plays every single time they make it to those final circles. And I would not really be surprised if they even pull off a chicken. But considering how Deadeyes have been making their movements, it's going to be really difficult. But here we have Mafia Ninja already spotting out entry. Will get the kill confirmed, but sort of revealing his position, will be punished for that, as Magnet barely surviving over a sliver of HP, as the players of Deadeyes know this chicken dinner is in their bag. All they have to do is get the final nail in the coffin, and they do that in style, and the boys from Deadeyes are back. getting that chicken dinner, that sigh of relief. Wow.
Deadeyes finally back in action. They were kind of settled down in the day one as well, but again, in the day two, they have decided to strike back and make their name on top of those leaderboards. And Deadeyes, wow, what can I say? The way they played it out. Mafia Ninja's position was quite anonymous. He wasn't spotted out, but as soon as he took down the player of 1952, his position was revealed, and this is where Deadeyes were like, okay, you are donezo.
I mean, with Deadeyes getting those chicken dinners, with F4 also picking the pace up, so the teams that were on the bottom half of the table, they are rising. Now, this even intensifies the aroma that we are having. The dishes are being cooked up, but right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading out for a short little break, because coming right after is the analyst desk to break the fights down.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are in the midst of all the action. Day number 2 of the 4-day affair, and it is off to an incredible start. With that, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag book up your fun. I'm your host Plotter. Joining us, of course, is going to be Ocean Sharma and I Super Johnny. And talking about the game, well.
I mean, it could have been good, right? I'm Plotter, your host.
Yeah, it just a little bit of brain freeze in there.
But teams don't do that, right?
They
teams
are rather building that pressure onto the others, and that is looking really good in their favor.
I mean, definitely. Talk about things looking good. R3D looked really good in this game.
Yep.
But MVP always goes to Zeus's side. So, but
Most of the
Ably is
time.
here.
Not always. Most of
Ably
the
is
time,
here. Think about it. 985 damage and 700 healing done. I mean, obviously, the circle was not in his favor in the final moment. So, healing was just a factor that he had to rely on.
Exactly, and also, I mean, most of the times I've noticed today especially, he's the first man to go into any fight. He runs in now.
Exactly, and that is the approach that Z3us Esports has now taken. And again, with that, they have things working in their favor. There's no two ways about it, no matter if it's a one-man army or a two-man army when Z3us Esports is there.
Talk about a person who has to be called the backbone of the team. 27% assist. That's the highest number marker that we have seen.
And 23% survival time as well contributed to the team. Other than that, I mean, we know this man is not one to get those kills. He's not one to take damage as well or provide the damage output as well. But he knows how to survive. He knows how to provide the assist his teammate in the best way possible.
Exactly. Top-notch performance can be expected from Z3us Esports every single time. But along with that, top players is where we're going to be moving us towards. And that is where you've got interesting turnovers this time around.
Well, Khan with some amazing prints of mine in the actual moment. He actually got those 3 kills for himself. Shipus, again, DE, once they're winning out, they're winning in style. 1952 getting the top 3 finish for themselves. So really good performances in this one as well. But if I want to talk about, it's going to be R3D. Good kill numbers. We were talking about it, and R3D kind of just, they are on their own roll again.
Exactly. I mean, good performance, good kills, as Ocean mentioned.
Sanhok.
Even though they, good performance on Sanhok, a map that they are known for. And even though they had a middle-of-the-table exit in terms of the order that teams go out of, they do have enough kills to keep them in play. But looking at the numbers again.
Yeah, talking about this Ably again, highest damage. Most utilities again, a Sanhok type utility usage number, blah blah blah. Varu sir with maximum assist, Shifu sir with the maximum kills, Hungry Boxer with the longest distance skill.
Yeah, D definitely needed this game to bring them into contention of the crown, and with this one, I mean, they are going to be moving up the standings slowly and steadily. In the early stages, we were wondering, alright, this team looked really good during the league stages. Now, what has gone wrong? Well, apparently nothing. They just need us some time to read the situation, and I think now all the numbers have been crunched, and the team is going to show us the result.
Yeah, certainly is. Talking about numbers, let's move on and have a look at the match ranking coming in from this game. It is, of course, Deadeyes Guys who did get that chicken dinner and walking away with 24 points for themselves. But R3D is the team that we were talking about, and they are looking pretty dominating as well with 9 kills and 15 points.
Yeah, 15 points for them. A1 Esports as well with 15 points. Obviously, this time 8 placement and 7 kills for themselves. DRS had a really good number for themselves in terms of placement points. Z3us, a really good number in terms of kill points as of now. But if we talk about all the teams in this game, I mean, depending on it was Sanhok, it was chaotic, but no team did reach the double-digit kill mark.
Also, as you mentioned, for R3D being consistent on Sanhok, I have to say 1952 have been consistent as well.
Oh, yes.
Yesterday's Sanhok, they played really nicely. They were aggressive. They were the ones with the most kills in yesterday's Sanhok, but this time finishing in the top 2, not bad.
Alright, but with that one, again, Venom Legends, they need to show us the Venom Legends that we saw on the last Super Week, and I'm still just, hoping for that, because it's another game, and it's they are at the last position, and talking about last 3 teams, no kills, no placement points. We need those numbers racking up right now.
Most certainly, and when it comes to Venom Legends, well, that is a team that was again caught off guard when it comes to the rotations. The zone is what I'm talking about. So let's have a look at the zone analysis itself to find out where did things go wrong.
Yeah, with the fights happening, the circle was shifting a bit onto the southern side slowly and steadily, So in these kind of circles, for the teams, it's like, Finance Bridge or Camp, which bridge are you going to be crossing down, or are you going to be just swimming down to these areas? Because you knew it was going to go onto the southern side of ruins as well, and so many teams, the clusters just, getting out there.
Not just the southern side, I mean, talk about, where the cluster of the teams is going to be. It's going to be close to Finance, since most of the teams do land towards the main line, and hardly 2 or 3 teams are going to be towards Camp Alpha, and absolutely no one is going to be on the western side. That's how the game usually plays out on Sanhok. But this time there were 2 teams towards the west. There was 1 team moving from the south, 1952, and then everyone else ended up taking each other out from either the northern side or the eastern side.
Again, this was a game that would summarize the line that I used to talk about previously as well. This game comprised of all the 4 pillars being checked out: landing, looting, rushing, survival. You have to just be good with that, and it was done.
Yeah, it was done in style, certainly, no two ways about it. With that, let's also move on along and have a look at the open moments coming in from this game.
Yeah, I mean, the initial fight that just happened, I mean, R3D, a good grenade being used, taking down Frypan, but well, Edgar, he did survive onto this area, but the way he was reaching on damage, it was really, really good. It was impressive.
Amazing uses of utility from this team, and that is one thing that I felt, even I called it, I said it is missing the level of aggression that R3D were displaying during the first week of the league stages. That was the team that has the most successful results in the game, and that is the team that we needed. With this match, I think they are getting back into the groove. But then again, I mean, one team that has sort of fallen off is going to be StalwartFlex. First 2 games were amazing, and this time, I mean, the inferno, the pits of hell that were created for PN Crew. 3 players right there.
Khan, that right moment did the right damage. That's what I was talking about.
Crispy.
Yeah, that was amazing, like the damage that was done through the Molotov. But look at this, they did falter. It's not like, it was a totally perfect game. They did falter a bit here and there. I mean, Hungrybox was taken down, but still, they knew what was at stake. They knew it was a final fight, and they just took it in themselves. And DE, finally, this time, they roared in style.
But look at that. I mean, still game phase is on. They know it's not all over. As I said, before this game, DE, they were not in a good spot. They were in the second half of the standing. So them having to take the climb, it is going to be really, really important. With this game, the journey has just started.
Absolutely, mates. But when you talk about the damage being dished out throughout this game, now this is where things are looking pretty neat for so many of these teams, apart from a few, sadly.
But look at this. If you talk about F4's damage number, right? It's just 4 kill number. It's just 4, but the damage number, it's more than you can call about like high voltage. That was right next to them. But they did rack up a lot of damage for themselves. Even you can talk about like DRS as well. 969 damage for them in the top 3. But F4. It comes down to, again, good fights and the bad fights. How much fights can you just get for yourself whilst you are just moving forward with the circle as well?
I'm happy with the fact that F4 is getting back to the aggressive performances.
Yes,
the F4 that we all love and know. That is the team that's returning slowly and steadily. Because before this, I mean, that's the thing that was missing yesterday. We were hardly seeing them even like being part of those fights. They were just getting taken out again and again. But today, again and again, the team is stepping into the battleground with the intention of taking those kills.
With these numbers, I think F4, obviously, because Venom Legends in the previous game, again, they had 0 points. F4 is going to be just, moving on forward, and now there's no stopping them.
Well, with that, let's move on to the storyboard itself and find out for ourselves when it comes to the overall ranking, where are these teams setting themselves up at. And with that, AZ3us Esports certainly confirming the
As you said,
three-digit.
do you want to say it first?
They always just, like to go for the triple digits, and they always like to be the first team to get to the triple digits.
And they're there with just one chicken dinner.
Yeah.
While the team with two chicken dinners are sitting on the 5th and 6th positions.
So that comes down to the consistency. Yeah, their first and
Yes.
second game was they were decent yesterday, but after that, when they started off rolling, they have their own style just to stay at the top.
Also, I have to say, I mean, it's a close competition between PN Crew and Seal Esports, 2nd to the 7th position. I mean, look at that, 95 to 71. That's how the drop-off goes. At any given point with one good game, if Seal Esports can have that one good game, they can make that climb. They're going to need the chicken dinner along with a lot of kills, but that is something that we have seen this team do again and again in the past.
Yeah, even if not PN Crew, right? Imagine if PN Crew has a really good game in that one same game as
Yeah,
well.
they're
But
gonna
they can go till Carnage for sure, 71 till 85. Like that's
Yeah.
a decent jump that a team can go for. But 9 to 16 will be showcasing a different storyline,
Oh, yeah.
right? Because now I would say it's kind of safe to say 9 matches have happened. You're kind of seeing slowly because 9 teams have to move forward. So that just goes down, and there's a difference of 9 points right now in 9th and 10th, from 69 points to 60 points, then 58, 58, 54, and now F4 with a decent climb. Now the next target is going to be high voltage. There's a stretch of points.
Alright, so we have 3 matches remaining. By the end of the day, I think F4, they're going to be targeting to the 13th position where Skylight Gaming is. That, or if they have the next 3 games, they play phenomenally. And when I say phenomenal, I mean like top 3 every single game with 10 kills. If they play like that, then maybe they can take on Deadeyes Guys. Talking about Deadeyes Guys, so the climb is starting slowly and steadily.
DE and 1952, like both of the, because you see that 58 point markers for
I'm
them.
actually quite surprised. Because 1952, they've been having decent games, right?
Yes.
How is this team still on the 12th?
Well, it is an interesting turn of events, right? Because whenever it comes to good games, they are moving on along towards the top 3 positions. But
Yeah.
when they don't, is where things go south for them.
Yeah.
Sadly.
When we remember like a good game, we would always say like 2-3 good games versus like a lot of ups and downs that happens.
That's the thing. Their good games are so memorable.
Well, that is true. But talk about memorable moments. It is F4 that has been converting today into some wonderful memorable moments for us as well as you guys in back at home, the fans. Well, now we've got F4's Khan joining us for an interview. So let's move on along and see if he is here. Hello and congratulations, mate. Finally, your team is looking confident and is moving up with the pace that we know that you deserve.
Yeah, we have been pressurized, I think, on the first day, but I think the boys are getting back on track, getting their confidence levels back, and I think we'll try to give our best in the coming matches.
Most certainly will. Ocean?
Well, my question is going to be, yesterday, just like you said, you were pressurized. So what went down in the team meeting yesterday that, today you had a really good start for yourself? Like, what were the things that you guys discussed?
I mean, the main thing was to build up confidence. I mean, I'm pretty sure that my team doesn't lack in skills business. So all I had to do was just motivate them, get them to get their confidence level boosted up, and I know they can deliver, and they are pretty much doing that.
Well, that is true. Most certainly is finally.
I want to get some more details on that because I know, I mean, I know that what you're saying is quite true. I've seen your team perform for the longest time. I mean, definitely, as far as mechanical skills are concerned, you guys are at par with the best of the best in the world. But what do you do exactly to calm down the nerves? Because this is a pretty big stage. There's a lot on the line along with the slots to the next championship as well. What is that something that you as an IGL do to calm the players down? All right, boys, we got this. We're going to go in. We're going to get that chicken dinner.
I mean, there's this special pep talk I have prepared for every bad match. So I give that out. So, and it works every time. I'm hoping for it to work this time as well.
Okay, well,
it is working.
Right now it is. Right now it is. I have one small question because you played against these same teams in the Super Weekend, and now obviously it's going to be the finals. So what changes in your opponents are you feeling when we talk about the in the finals, like in the mentality or something?
I mean, in the Super Weekend, many of the teams were playing very freely. Like they had already qualified, so they weren't putting in their full potential, I think. But now everyone is playing it safe. No one is taking too much to the next level of aggression. They are playing passive. I see some different strategies used by teams.
Well, that certainly has turned into quite an interesting turn of events for all the teams. But indeed, with that, it is day number 2 that F4 is making leaps and bounds. And certainly do keep my fingers crossed that you guys keep on steadying along with that pace and move away from that second leaderboard towards the first page as well. And again, I mean, we know for a fact you have showcased perfect IGLing for the team. Hope you do so again and keep building that momentum for your team. Congratulations and best of luck.
Thank you, guys.
All the best.
Thank you, guys.
Well, that of course was Khan joining us from the team F4. Interesting turn of events for this team as we just spoke about it. This team is finally showcasing the results that you guys want to be able to see. With that, we're going to go on a short little break and we will be right back with game number 4.
Yeah, we got it, we did it! I know you'll be there for me.
I'll always be here for you.
Welcome to Karkin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4-square-kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karkin, you may have already heard about the intimidating Demolition Zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karkin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town, and people who lived here refine pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Hadika Nemo for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Hadika Nemo, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karkin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here, and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here. But be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karkin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karkin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements. Just make sure not to lose your directions here. Our final destination is the cargo ship, located at the southwest corner of the map. This ship has been idle here for forever, and has already been abandoned. Yet there are still goods that remained here. However, due to the gigantic size of the cargo ship and the containers, this place no doubt becomes a place to rumble. Don't you feel the excitement already just thinking of it? Besides these urban areas, Karkin also houses many such little buildings. Rumor has it that there's another passage beneath these buildings, as well as a huge space beneath Karkin. Well, it's up to you, believe them or not. Alright, your Karkin tour is now closing its curtains. Looking forward to seeing you next time.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are on day number 2 of the finals, which is of course a 4-day affair. This is the middle ground is where we are at, and things are looking real good, things are looking real heated up. With that, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag hook up your fun, move things along. It is time to jump into match number 4 on Erangel.
Well, talking about this Erangel, right? We so far, I mean, it started off with StalwartFlex in a really good manner for themselves, and Miramar and Sanhok obviously, but now we move on to Erangel. So maybe again Stalwart would want to just hold the domination, or maybe I'm just saying if teams like Carnage or something just does really good for themselves, because they are in their own form.
I mean, definitely agree with that. They are going to try and maintain that form. But on the other side, I mean, it is quite crucial for Deadeyes Guys, for F4, to actually keep the momentum that they have right now, keep it going, keep it stable, so that by the end of the day, as I mentioned, Deadeyes Guys can be inside of the top 8, and F4, they're going to try and see if they can climb up to 13th, 14th position by the end of the day, because they have a gap to cover.
But the teams that are from 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, they right now have another responsibility, and that is just to not let Zeus get that lead in front of them, because they know once Zeus gets that, that's just going to be nothing to cope up.
That's going to be really crucial. That's going to be very, very crucial. And for that, of course, they have this game as well as 2 more games to make it happen. With that, let's get busy. Let's get into the wonderful energy bringing in from these teams. It is time to move on to the Erangel boys, who are going to be taking us through Erangel.
Thank you, Blotter. Yes, Ocean and Johnny as well, looking fabulous as usual on the desk over there. But ladies and gentlemen, they call it the Erangel boys. I don't know why. I really don't know why, but I do believe it could be because we cast a lot of Erangel. I'm not sure, XP.
It's because we are only allowed to cast Erangel because, well...
I don't mind. I don't mind.
That's alright. Anyway, it is going to be Erangel again. And let me tell you one thing. Deadeyes Guys finally showcasing what they're made of again. Everyone was wondering what's happened to them because, they are one of the teams from Nepal that make the country proud, and one of my favorites, to be honest with you, although we don't really have favorites, but they again put up that aggressive show, an aggressive stance, and are going to be climbing the leaderboard. Let's see what they do in Erangel.
Let's see what happens though. Indeed, Erangel, the second Erangel of the day. Of course, the first one took place earlier in the day here today. It was StalwartFlex who took that chicken dinner, as the skies once more will be opened up. And we're going to be seeing which team's going to be crowned the kings here once again on Erangel. We are halfway through day number 2 of the finals here.
I'm pretty sure, Blade, without even batting an eyelid, you would know exactly where every single team is heading. That is how many Erangels you and I have actually casted. Let me ask you, where is StalwartFlex going to go?
I don't know. I don't know.
I think Zarki, right?
Maybe Kamishki? Nah. Jokes aside, they're going to be heading to a military base, as we know for a fact. For an absolute fact, they're going to be heading into the military base. Although I do hear a small little voice in my ear telling me that we might have a match rehost taking place, unfortunately.
Well, that is going to happen right now because you are going to see ugly mugs once again. I mean, we should stop saying that.
Speak for yourself. I think I look pretty decent today.
You just called me pretty yesterday, so I don't know about that. But anyway, the match is going to be quickly rehosted again. We have some issues here and there, and we want to make sure it's a level playing field. But now, judging by that plane path, it was going to head pretty much over the military base, and I wanted to actually see that because Z3us Esports, they might just go out hunting and be like, you know what, we're coming for you boys.
Yeah, Zeus, they were off, I wouldn't say to a very slow start yesterday, but it wasn't at the level we expected them to. But ever since then, they have looked fantastic. And we can take a look, speaking of Z3us Esports, right now they are top of the table, the first team, as again, to crack the 100-point barrier, closely followed by PN Crew, who have been looking so good so far. Carnage Esports in the 8th place, tied alongside 7C. DRS Gaming trailing just the 1 point. StalwartFlex, they have dropped a little bit down, but 78 points, top 6, not too shabby at all. Z3us Esports, though, holding strong in the 7th position.
However, have a look at number 2, 3, and 4. Not a single chicken dinner for either of these teams. Now, the aggression was just phenomenal yesterday. DRS and StalwartFlex with 2 chicken dinners each. And again, it is going to take them a little bit of time, but we still haven't hit that halfway mark. So, you know, I mean, for all you fans out there, I'm pretty sure your teams are going to be coming up. Now, in the bottom half of the table, this is where things get interesting because up until the 14th position, it is quite tied up. I mean, 48 to 60, it's only a difference of 12 points. And A1 Esports this time play. We kind of basically gave them a title that they are the most consistent team. However, the consistency is still there. They have an equal number of placement points and kills, but not on this side. We've never seen them on this half of the table.
True. One big game is all they need. They have, again, you know, considering they're on 69 points, they're tied with the 8th place team as well. They just need that one big game to catapult them to safety in maybe the 6th or 7th position here. Deadeyes Guys, though, a big jump considering the win they had in the previous game.
Talking about catapulting, they just shot up 3 positions themselves, getting that one chicken dinner. But this also means that Venom Legends are going to fall down because Team F4 in Miramar, of course, the second game of the day, they had a phenomenal time. They could have actually got that chicken dinner, but they were pretty much
it was Zeus.
Engulfed by, well, Zeus, remember, were down to 1 man. And like I said, you know, 1 man is enough, but if you let all 3 of them get back on their feet, it's going to be problematic. But again, I do expect bigger things from this team. Expect them to be rising up sooner or later. But now, as you are still going to have to be content with the 2 of us on your screens, the teams are getting ready. I'm going to put you on the spot. It's been a while. It's been a while. How come you're not rocking a Metallica t-shirt today?
You know, it's listen. Okay,
your viewers.
I'll be real. I'll be real here.
Let the hair open. Let them loose.
I'm a lazy ass. All right. If it was up to me, I just wear my t-shirt, which I wear to my bed. I'll crawl my way here.
He is lazy. I tied that tie for him.
No, you did. Stop lying. All right. But the point is, you know, it's the finals. It's the finals. I want to put in a little bit extra effort in the way I portray myself as well. And listen, and you've been making me look bad for a couple of weeks right now. I'm like, XP, hey, I'm gonna wear a t-shirt today. What are you wearing? He's like, oh, yeah, I'm coming with a t-shirt. And this ass walks up with a suit and a tie, and I'm like, yeah, thanks, man.
Like I said, it is a special occasion. And
it is a special occasion.
I want it to look good. That's about it. I don't get off my house as often as you do. And I'm lucky that I did get this call. That's a hint at all you guys behind the camera on the other side of this wall. Anyway, coming back to the thing, let me point something out. Now, we did, you know, let me talk about teams 2, 3, and 4. Now, PN Crew, of course, Carnage Esports and 7C, the aggression is phenomenal. I love the fact that, you know, we kind of talked about this, that you can't really be that defensive. You've got to go out aggressive. And you guys are going to get a little aggressive with us right now because we are going to take a quick little break. Trust me, this one is going to be really quick. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome to Karkin. Today, let me guide you on an in-depth understanding of this 4-square-kilometer humble island. Before stepping into Karkin, you may have already heard about the intimidating Demolition Zone. In Demolition Zone, buildings will be destroyed into smithereens. But rest assured that today's tour will be a safe one. Karkin might be a small island, but the textile industry of the island works as a crucial financial support for the entire island. Our first attraction is Al Haik. Al Haik is a medium-scale town. and people who lived here refined pigments for a living. Then those pigments will be sent to Hadika Nemo for dyeing. Skyscrapers are scarce in Al Haik. Compared to other urban areas, there are fewer visitors here, which makes looting easier. It's a perfect choice for a team of 4 in search of adequate equipment supplies. We'll be walking by the sea, and our next attraction will be Hadika Nemo, which serves as the port of importing raw materials of Karakin. Imported textiles are dyed in vats filled with multiple colors and distributed to the factories. If you want to choose this place as your landing spot, then it's recommended that 1 to 2 players in your team land in the containers area, as they can easily find combat supplies here, and head to the city to support their teammates. In the middle of our journey to Al Habar, we'll be passing by an enclosed warehouse. You will need to use sticky bomb to blast the walls that look less solid to get in. There's always something nice in here. But be careful, as one might not want to hide behind those walls during combat, because those unmaintained walls can be easily penetrated with just a touch, making you susceptible to attacks from enemies and exposing you to dangers. The next stop is Al Habar, which is the largest urban area in Karakin. There are many residents, hence the numerous high-rising residences. No doubt this place will be a popular spot in the future. Our next attraction is the port city of Bar Shahir, which stores and exports goods of Karakin. This is the perfect spot to search for weapons, making it my personal favorite. Next up is the city of the West, Bashara. It was a city congested with residents, with tall buildings providing convenience in observing the surrounding movements.
Well, it looks like the internet gods have finally shined down upon us. Oh, there we go, I can hear myself now. And yeah, it looks like everyone are ready to jump into the server. And to not waste any more time, we're going to be jumping into Erangel. I am finally pumped and ready here.
I'm ready as well, but I want a similar playing path. I want to see some action at military base finally. Or you know what, I wouldn't mind something down south. But again, everything is ready, everything is tickety-boo, and the game is going to be live. And with that, we are going to jump straight in, and there you have it. Oh, this could be it. This could be it. This could be where StalwartFlex might finally have some company.
I do have one question here.
Ask.
Where are Venom Legends going to go? Melter Power or Primorsk?
They've got enough options. They can probably even do a 2-man split. Maybe 2 of them could head over to Melter, 2 of them could head over to Primorsk. But I do believe right now they would go for Primorsk. Reason being, Melter is pretty much a safe haven for a lot of teams. So just to play it a bit safe, since they are at the bottom, they do want to get those position points. I do not see them jumping out right about now. There you have it. Looks like F4 are going to be going towards Lipovka as usual. R3D might in fact head up north towards Kameshki, or you know what? They might actually go to Milta because it's going to be too risky to get those vehicles and go up north. But again, StalwartFlex are heading down to the military base, and looks like Venom Legends are going to be jumping out too, possibly going towards the ferry pair this time around, Blake.
Which is kind of interesting indeed, but...
I beg your pardon, I made a little bit of an oopsie. That's in fact high voltage.
High voltage indeed. The green, it can be a little confusing there, but of course Venom Legends going to be dropping out a little late. Now 1952, we've seen them head towards Georgie a couple of times here on Erangel. This time they're going to be going with their usual drop, which is going to be right next to Ferry Pier.
Yeah, we did in fact see them go once or maybe twice. However, Ferry Pier is somewhere where they're most comfortable, and we want that because they're the only ones. Yes! Yes!
Look at P and Crew. Look at P and Crew.
I love it. So P and Crew have done this particular strat before as well, so they're not going to go for the military base per se. They love looting up all those compounds along the southern edge or the southern beaches of said island. Now, 1952 are going to be in a very precarious position, and I'll tell you why. Now, they're the only ones. Wait a second. Oh my goodness. This man is not only godless, he is ruthless, and he's giving me a very predator vibe right now.
The rest of the teammates of DRS haven't even landed, and he's already on the hunt.
Oh, the Reds is going to come in, and Gyalzen is going to get knocked out too. 2 birds with 1 stone.
There's no way they're expecting Godless to come in here. He spotted 2 other members here. Information has been conveyed. He's taking a U-turn. Oh my lord!
This
Godless, you madman, you lunatic! He's got the Godless as well. Oh, this is so ruthless. The guy, he's a bully. He is an absolute bully. He knows where AJ is. Look at him. early kills, early knocks. That AK-47 is gonna be deadly in his hands as the rest of his teammates have arrived as well. And DRS, oh my lord.
AJ is not making a single sound
He
because
knows.
he thinks that there was only one person over there. He did actually see two of them, but now AJ, you better start punching. This is going to be devastating for the real soldiers again. I mean, you go to war, chances are you are going to get taken out, but it did give Mafia Ninja and Gyalzen enough time to skedaddle out of there. But wow, Blay, Godless he's really godless.
I mean,
That's just, I mean,
give them a chance, right? Give them a chance to at least reach the ground. Like the
Oh
guy
my
was
goodness.
on his parachute, happily just dropping down. And
But then this
boom.
is where DRS made a mistake. Now, DRS love going to Yasnaya, and what they tried over here was not go for the vehicles, but actually glide over the shelter, and that is what, you know, if you spot something in the sky, chances are you are going to shoot it, because it's not a bird, it's not a plane. Unfortunately, it ain't Superman, but it was only humans coming down, and man, that is going to sting just a little bit. He could have gone for the entire squad wipe, but entertainment is what Z3us Esports are all about.
It's all about the entertainment, baby. But my God, what a start for DRS.
May I just point something peculiar? Again, have a look at Seal Esports position. Now, we know that Seal love going to Georgia Pole. They still would have had an option to probably take a few vehicles and go up north. Now, they are scattered around. Look at the angles that they have. They are spread out far and wide, right? Expect them to start choking out Venom Legends sooner or later.
That could indeed be the case here. Venom Legends just split in pairs of two. You did point out they have that as an option, although they are close to each other.
But man, I mean, that first play, and you know, in Erangel fashion, we kind of expected something to happen around the 10-minute mark, as it usually does. But
And I also got to point out something as well. Like, kudos to Z3us for Godless especially. He's dropping on down. Most teams, when they drop down to where they're going to be looting up, they don't usually pay attention to where, you know, whoever, unless there's someone dropping alongside them. You can see them in the distance. He's like, oh, there we go. He's going to grab the, also very lucky to have the DP and the AK-47 in his hands. And look at him calmly just taking them down. This is so ruthless from Godless.
well, lucky, yes, that he had guns, but the fact that both chambered the 7.62 caliber bullet, that could have been problematic had he run out of ammunition. However, one magazine each is going to be sufficient, and he gets the job done. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Z3us you have come to love over the past 3 weeks, and I don't think they're going to be hitting the brakes anytime soon. They're like a runaway truck with the brake lines clipped.
They remind me of yet another Mongolian team who I had the pleasure of casting during the wildcard event for PMCO, which was Apes Incorporated. And if Z3us are going to be qualifying for the South Asian Regional Finals next week,
Did you just say if?
When Z3us qualify
There
for
you
the
go.
next event, I can't wait to see Z3us go up against Apes Incorporated and another team that's Astor Academy. Remember these two names, Astor Academy and Apes Incorporated. It is going to be fireworks next month when these teams, the 9 teams from here, we're going to be facing off against those two Mongolian teams later on. Right now, though, yeah, apart from a couple of casualties which DRS suffered, it has been comparatively a little quiet. The circle, again, not too much of a drastic shift. It's going to be... What's interesting for me, if you can take a look at the play zone real quickly here, XP, is the fact that P and Crew are actually going up against StalwartFlex here early on. And if the zone does head on down south, we might see yet another military final circle, which is something which makes me very happy.
I know you just said that, but I know deep down you want some action down at the bridge. You want some carnage. You want some pandemonium. You want some epic, chaotic... well, wait a second. I thought that was a different team member. For a second, my eyes kind of deceived me, as Z3us Esports are going to be on the move this time. However, they are going towards the center of the circle. I think the old Z3us is back when, you know, they've got that confidence pretty much propelling them forward. They've got the adrenaline coursing through their veins, and have a look at that. They are in fact heading straight for pretty much the bridge. A1 Esports position could be compromised. 7C, if they get spotted out in Pachinki, we might just have a showdown in the good old town.
Showdown downtown Pochinki could indeed be the case here. Z3us pushing on in. And anyone in their warpaths, they better watch out here. DRS, the only team right now outside of the play zone. The 2 remaining members, of course, Gyalzen and his teammate are going to be, that is, of course, Mafia Ninja going to be sneaking on in pretty comfortably. I don't expect Deadeyes Guys to be sticking on around towards Rozok.
They wouldn't be, and they are heading south. And again, see, we all know, in fact, the players themselves, they know that, you know, where everybody else is going to be. And Deadeyes Guys are dangerously close to Carnage. In fact, I do believe Vadu might be letting off a few shots in Jiggle's location. Now, T2K this time around, blah, 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 with an early rotation towards the Sosnovka military base, making sure, you know, in case they need to move to the island, well, depending on whether the zone shifts south or
I like
not,
that.
they have a little bit of footing. It's all these moves that, you know, that make sense. And now PN Crew, you remember PN Crew, they've done this before when Sandesh was on that rock right on the left of our screens, making sure that anyone coming by water, anyone traveling by that amphibious route is going to be pretty much wiped out, and that is what it did last time around.
What TDK are doing right now, sending blah 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 down there, reminds me of my old risk analysis professor. This is basically risk mitigation, right? It's about making sure you have a backup plan, you ensure you minimize, you mitigate the risks, and that is exactly what TDK have done here, like you pointed out, XP. And that's something I'm personally a big fan of this. You see all the chaos, you see all the action, all the bullets popping off, and then you see the small little moves being made by certain teams, which in my books, that separates them, the winners, from the losers. As we have a drop, it is going to be an AUG A3, you know, the 5.56 ammo, going to be quite a lot of bullets there as well, but it looks like it's going to be dropping in the water, and that might be out of the reach of both the teams here, that is T2K and R3D.
Now, R3D are going to be happy in Milto for so long because, well, the circle is not going to force them out. It is going to force them out in about 30 seconds from now. And, you know, they do know that they pretty much share the city with T2K. Again, like I said, all these teams are happy with the drop spots. And the fact that, you know, they're not really contested early on. See, it's got its pros and it's got its cons. The first con is, of course, you see something on the map, I believe.
Oh yeah, look at the plays on XP. Paint the picture for me, baby.
All right, so what's going to happen right now is Z3us Esports are going to go dead smack center. Now, 1952 have made the smart decision to move away from the bridge because everyone is going to expect some action down there. Carnage this time, remember, they were at the ruins. They've taken a long rotation through Gatka coming in, and now PN Crew could be in a position to just hammer down lead on StalwartFlex. Again, that is something they won't expect because they are heading towards the bridge. There you have it. It does look like Blade is going to be the first brave soul to cross it. He is going to expect some opposition ahead of him, however...
I have a question for you. I can see blah 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 already heading up north. Would it be a smarter play from him to remain down south?
T2K are going to be happier on the north side of that little channel over there because they love playing around those cliffs. Expect them to come a little south of F4's position and just hold themselves off around the cliffs because then they still have a few options. Expect a few cars to be thrown in the water in case they need to, as it looks like Z3us Esports have spotted the enemy. And Carnage, you better be careful because these guys are hungry and there's a rumbling in their belly and it is only going to be satisfied with some blood.
It's got to be raining blood from the lacerated skies. But for that to take place...
You just said something. It was technically raining men a few minutes ago.
It was raining men. It was raining men. Hallelujah was it raining men. Unfortunately, they died. Now Zeus going to be potentially going up against 1952. Again, none of these teams have to make a move yet. It is still going to be pretty safe for both of them. Almost all the teams right now, almost 70% of the teams smack center of where the play zone is going to be. And God, that is a little too optimistic for my liking.
It's still going to pop those wheels, though. So, you know, they're trying to basically disable everything around them. Again, dude, you know this thing about Z3us Esports, right? If they see any movement in the distance, any movement whatsoever, luckily for us, there's no animals in PUBG Mobile. They'd be around killing anything that moves. And right now, did he just blow it up?
He did, but for a moment I thought that was a knock that took place. Actually, it's Venom Legends coming under fire. High voltage. Extreme, rattling off a number of bullets in the direction of Mafia Ninja. Now, DRS, bear in mind, down to just the two members, it's Galton and Mafia Ninja. And they don't want to go for an even fight right now, because it's always going to be a 4v2, because almost no one else has lost any members yet so far. Assassin on the hunt as well, peering out from the side of the door of his vehicle.
So we do see, I was just going to bring it up again, DRS, now remember they have lost two members already, but they've got to be content with high voltage, but coming in from behind them is R3D Esports, and that could be problematic. Again, see, this is what's going to happen right now. We know, Play, that DRS can pick a fight, and they do good when they you know, are guns ablaze or whatever. But the thing is, they've lost two members already at the earliest stage of the game. That is going to have a little bit of a detrimental effect, mentally speaking.
Yeah, you got to play it safe right now. And now what StalwartFlex have done is they've actually pushed on past the bridge. They've gone up north, and unfortunately for them, the one team lying in wait for them is going to be Z3us Esports, as we do have a bit of a migration here. DRS going to be pushing on in from the blue towards the play zone. However, they are getting shot at from the blue by R3D, who are only a three-man squad, mind you.
again, that's what we just kind of predicted right now. But, you know, this gives High Voltage enough time to reposition themselves. But Deadeyes Guys need to do the same as they are being bombarded by a barrage of grenades.
All right, F4, what you got? What you got for us, right? I mean, this is a team who they've been languishing at the bottom of the table for the entirety of day one. They had a second position here today. Maybe if they have a good game over here, they could start to slowly climb up the overall standings and make it to the coveted top 9 position. It's still a lot to ask here, and we can take a look at the map very, very quickly right now. The circle has indeed shifted north. That means P and crew are going to be in for a world of pain once they do rotate in. But right now, this battle, this standoff between A1 and DE.
Now, remember, DE is going to be sandwiched right now as A1 is pushing in, and from the other end, F4 is going to be wiping out the guys who were on their knees. That means Hungry Box is going to be the last man standing as A1 Esports is going to push in on their position right now.
Yeah, Hungry Box is going to try and keep the members of A1 at bay, but it's getting shot at from multiple angles, taking bullets in his front and his back, and he almost gets a knock. Actually, he gets a knock onto Jax, but he needs to try and ensure he converts it, but he in turn will be finished off, leaving one man alive here for the side of Deadeyes Guys.
Now, A1 Esports need to act quick because F4 are going to realize that, you know, wait a second, there's another squad there. They are going to keep in mind that, you know, if they've been reading the kill feed, they know they're going to be on the knees. They need to move in for the kill, but right now, Z3us Esports coming under fire.
Well, Venom Legends, they better really find their mark with these nades. The team they're going up against, of course, are going to be the juggernauts in the server, the 4 horsemen, and Venom Legends opting not to stick on around. They're going to be falling on back, using vehicles, slowly creeping back, but they have to be careful because 1952 is nearby.
You got to keep in mind that Ridge over there is going to be in Z3us's favor. So Venom Legends are in fact going to be putting themselves in a little bit of a pickle. Remember, we've seen this before. They do not want to be in that spot play.
They do not indeed want to be in that spot as a multitude of barrage of nades being tossed in by both the sides. That was a good one coming in from Venom Legends, almost finding the knock onto one player from the side of Z3us. And 1952 in that compound, they're just lying in wait, not showing themselves.
And just a few hundred meters away, P and crew are going to be taking a tango with StalwartFlex. There you have it as Crypto does lob a grenade. I do believe that is going to be...
Oh, that's a big one.
I think it's a smoke grenade. No, it isn't. He almost knocked himself out. Now, P and crew did burn one of them alive as Godless is going to go down to fry pan, but in turn, he gets taken down instead, and Void is going to be in a pretty bad spot. Steel shot, the last man standing for Venom Legends. He can get the revive in because Z3us are doing the same.
Z3us, though, yeah. Everyone almost down here. And if 1952, if they are proactive here, they can just wipe out both the squads, but the rest comes in for both the teams. Johnny, in the meantime, StalwartFlex getting knocked down. Of Void, he's been res, and there we go. Crypto, pretty much the last man left standing, and he will be wiped out. P and crew, they come in late from crossing the bridge, and that is going to be the chicken dinner winners from the previous game, getting wiped out very early in the game.
If that Molotov is going to go to the left, they might just throw a few grenades on the right, forcing them to basically go right off that little smoke plume on our screens right now, but Abley is going to be on his knees. He should be picked up. Now, talking about 1952, I do not see any reason for them to move out just yet because they still have the compound in this area and they have kind of covered it well. However,
not anymore.
Due time, there you go. Oh, the circle has done a little bit of a switcheroo as we go up north. Magnet does spot Carnage Esports. A few shots could be peppered out. You know, in fact, 1952 need to move in their direction.
This is what they need to do, right? They have Carnage pinned on down. Now is the time for them to make a push for it, but they're also wary. What if Z3us fires down from above the hill?
Oh, Z3us is definitely going to try and gun them down because 1952 are going to be aware that something was happening on the hill just to their south. However, as soon as they get in their vehicles, well, there you have it. Z3us doing what they do best, taking those long-distance engagements play.
Well, right now, I see getting knocked down by Venom Legends, and they might just be pushing in here. Venom Legends finally looking to take the fight to Z3us. Ziol, Abel, and Godless looking to reply back. Icy crawling around. Now, he should be finished off here. Icy's kind of out in the open. Was a little too aggressive all by his lonesome there, and he might get punished for it unless he makes his way to safety in the nick of time, and it looks like he will, but for how long? He is still bleeding out. Nades being tossed on in, and with that, perfect nade coming in as they ensure that they do take the knock, and Z3us, for a change, are going to run for the hills.
Good call from both teams. Venom Legends knew the blue was going to be coming up on their backs, and they needed to make that push, and as soon as Icy went down, that was a little opening, but 1952 now from afar, almost putting Void in a little bit of a void, but he does kind of survive. And again, that was a good play by both teams, but now A1 Esports finding themselves in the thick and thin of the action in open fields.
A1 have reached the fields well before anyone else has. Godless, in the meantime, getting finished off by Sandesh from P and crew, who is right now leading in the fracking department. Ziol out in the open as well. And both PN Crew and Z3us Esports now coming under fire from 7C, who have been looking ruthless so far, despite the fact that they have not got a single chicken dinner.
I mean, with that firepower play, with the fact that these guys are so accurate and they do not shy away from fights is something amazing. But now, PN Crew again, lovely positioning. You do remember they did wipe out StalwartFlex just moments ago, and again, as soon as the circle shifted, they were right at the perfect spot for a little bit of a gatekeeping situation. As Z3us Esports now finding themselves surrounded. That's a good grenade. Snipe YT, you might be blown up, and he does.
That is a fantastic HE being tossed on in. Venom Legends taking the fight to Carnage as PN Crew, I think they've had enough. They're going to be pushing on up into the position using 3 separate vehicles. They're going to park it a little bit of distance away from 7C, and now 7C are going to start to get beleaguered by PN Crew. Killer cooking that nade. He's going to toss it in. You can actually find Love here. Maybe not. It's a little too deep. But now 7C very well aware that their position is getting pushed on as PN Crew finds Fear. There's another player nearby. It's Love. He's got to go for the reload. That's the worst timing possible, and it's going to be a double knock coming in here for the side of 7C. Love doing fantastic work, but Sanhok is arriving. The cavalry is arriving. The question is it going to be too late? No, it's not. 7C has been wiped out, and despite the fact that there were 3 knocks, PN Crew still alive. However, as I say that, F4 are pushing up and trying to get rid of all the crawling around members of PN Crew. Sanhok has a lot of work to do. He needs to take the fight right now.
He needs to take the fight. In fact, he needs to get out of there, which is the right call, as F4 are going to push up on their position, and PN Crew are going to be reduced to a one-man squad. Now the man that is left standing is Sanhok. We've seen him do miraculous things in the past. I wouldn't be surprised if he does the same. And have a look at what I just saw right now. DRS still alive and kicking.
Look at the zone again for F4.
Let me say one thing. This is one of my favorite zones. It is literally a king of the hill battle right now with F4 at the top once again, as we saw them in Miramar, in the thick and thin of it. However, their position is going to be tested in about a minute or so.
There's still a multitude of teams still alive and kicking. 13 teams in contention. Venom Legends still out in the fields. They can move on in. The problem is open terrain XP. It's going to be problematic for these guys.
It is indeed. Now, DRS are going to be in a fantastic position, so to speak, because just north of them is Deadeyes Guys. I'll come back to my point in a second as a barrage of grenades comes in from 1952, who again are looking strong this time around, as Extreme is trying his best to get out of harm's way.
Thing is, High Voltage, they do kind of have a circle closer to them, so they can push on back and gatekeep 1952 from pushing up further.
However, if 1952 reach the summit, which they're about to, then all they have to do is shoot down, because although Aussie is in the circle play, it's a gradual downward slope. That could be problematic, as it is for Z3us Esports right now.
Oh my lord, Seal, it's a massacre. It's a massacre. They're in the blue. They're taking so much damage, and everyone getting mowed down, taken out by the blue, and Seal will be wiped out in a blink of an eye. The zone is being so deadly right now. A third player in the server. Z3us Esports, 12th position, 0 points to the name, as Venom Legends themselves are being bullied. They're down to a 2-man squad. And High Voltage now in the smoke, creeping, crawling into the play zone.
He is going to make it inside, as his teammates are already pretty much in a good spot. But right now, High Voltage Assassin is going to be on the edge of the mountaintop. F4 are, in my opinion, one of the best positions. However, T2K could be coming in to... Wait a second. What just happened, Blake?
Anubis was in a vehicle and he died to the blue. The last man standing for his team. As Cooney now unleashing a hail of bullets, a flurry of lead into the direction of 1952. And they're getting pincered by multiple teams. T2K as well downhill. Deadeyes Guys in the meantime hitting the ground, getting eliminated in the 9th position. That nade could be perfection. That nade could be huge from Assassin. And he's going to take down Sharpie. And another nade being tossed in by Assassin here. And they're doing a fantastic job. Tawfik will fall as well. And it is a bombardment, tactical nuclear assault from Assassin. And High Voltage will get rid of 1952.
Assassin just completely assassinating his opposition, as now the revives are going to come in, which means that they have a little bit of second wind. They do have to go up against T2K at some point, but have a look at Jiggle. His backpack is off. Every unnecessary item has been ditched, because he is going to be the last hope for his team to get a few more placement points. And knowing Jiggle, he might just go for a few kills as well. Now, judging by the circle, which you can have a look on the top right of your maps right now, F4 again are going to be the king of the hills, the kings of the hill, I beg your pardon. And look at Khan's position. The fact that he is in a staggered position, making sure the right flank is covered from afar, is something that teams won't expect.
Out in the blue as well, PN Crew Sanhok, the last member left standing for his team, they will fall. However, they got 10 kills. So So a fantastic outing coming out from P and crew, despite falling into 7th position. 6 teams still alive, 18 players left in the circle. And as you pointed out, F4, this is the game to lose. They're in such a good spot. Khan's position as well, but he's been spotted out. And blah, blah, blah is going to take a few pot shots in his direction. Now, T2K are going to win as long as possible because they have this little bit of fortification to work with. But eventually, they have to move on in.
I've said this before, I'll say it again. F4 need to come down from the high pod just a little bit because if the circle kind of shifts in Venom Legends' direction, then they are going to be out in the open and things could get ugly as it looks like Chari just might be spotted. Ooh, I saw that head over there. But wait a second, Leon with a DP28 is going to put Trypan in his place.
Jiggle trying his best to jiggle around, try to be the clutch man for his team for Carnage. He's done it in the past, but not this time around on Erangel. Aussie from High Voltage, 3 players alive. They've come so very close to get his chicken dinners XP. They seem like they desperately want it this time around. Destroyer almost gets knocked on down. Venom Legends will finally fall as well. 5th position, 4 kills to the name. We're down to the final 4 teams. High Voltage with 3 players still alive. T2K with 4, Skylight Gaming with 4, and F4 with all 4 as well.
You know, it might not look like it, but Skylight Gaming, in fact, are in the best situation right now. I know that F4 are higher up, but if the circle does not go in their favor, it's going to be problematic as High Voltage from the other peak knocks him down to the ground.
Well, it is indeed a battle of King of the Hill. Now, smoke's being deployed by High Voltage here.
This is that place I was talking about. You want to make sure that you have a control of this ridge because at least you'll have cover from either direction, Blake.
Speaking of smoke cover, T2K have deployed all the smokes they have, and Cooney getting a little too overeager, and he will be dropped and immediately finished off by TKJ and Aussie as well, coming under fire, this time around from Skylight Gaming. So High Voltage have been so aggressive, but looks like now they're getting shot at by multiple teams. A perfectly tossed down nade by F4. They're raining nades down, and everyone is getting mopped up here by F4, spraying in through the smoke, and T2K are in a world of pain.
I love the fact that they are playing so intelligently right now because they also realize that if they get caught up top over there, it's going to be problematic coming down as Assassin is going to take out T2 Jane out of his misery. Now, blah, 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 needs to be careful. He might just be spotted as Wolverine is going to come in on that flank, but now from this position as well, Blay, if he's silent, if he's deadly, he could do something, but doesn't look like it.
Blah, 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 trying his desperate best to stay hidden. Destroyer's even running out into the blue. I don't know for how long, much longer. They're on top of him, and Destroyer finally spots him out. Blah, blah, blah. Will fall. T2K will fall. We're down to the final 3 teams. It's a 4v4v2, baby.
There you have it. It is going to be Skylight Gaming's zone right now, as we did kind of predict just a few moments ago. And I did say that, you know, they are in the best position. It might not look like it. Have a look at all those ridges they have for cover. Now, Khan could be the guy who could pretty much be a major upset as Wolverine is going to take down Assassin.
I'm going to call it. F4 is taking this. F4 is taking this. They have 12 kills. They have all 4 alive. They have the hill as well. They don't have the circle for them, but I still don't think they give a damn right now. F4 looking to finish off the final member of High Voltage. But Aussie, still alive and kicking. It's basically a 4v4 right now.
It is. Now, the thing is, it's going to be Khan. Khan is going to, he's coming back in the vehicle. I would have wanted him to basically keep that left flank and attack Skylight Gaming from there, as Aussie is finally going to be found by Wallcrux, which means they go out in the 3rd position, but F4 are going to add 1 more kill to their kitty.
Final zone. Final 2 teams. 4v4. Love it. Even Stevens, F4, they were at the bottom of the leaderboard starting today, and here they are on the verge of getting the chicken dinner. They're going to have to go up against Skylight Gaming. Nades being tossed on in.
Skylight Gaming are kind of putting themselves in a little bit of pickle because they are only making sure that they have that one bridge. They should have been where Destroyer is right now because now that ridge is pretty even, right? There's no, I can't find the word, there's no nooks and crannies in the ridge. So if they get one knock, it could be problematic. Have a look at F4. They are pushing up Wolverine right in the middle, Destroyer and Khan on the left, and of course Voltrox. He needs to go a bit more right and flank them from one of the ends.
They're harassing F4 with the nades on the right-hand side, but on the left-hand side, Wolverine and Voltrox, like you said, they haven't really shown themselves yet. They have a little bit of a ridge to work with, and now with the zone shrinking on in, it's just a battle of patience. A well-timed nade from SG, though. It could create chaos for F4. They might walk into the nade, they do, but it won't deal too much of damage.
Destroyer, have a look at his position now. He's deployed smoke grenades. You must have been wondering, why is that smoke over there? Because he wants to make sure he gets that flank. Now, that is going to be pivotal. Khan, in the meantime, is not going to be on your screens because he's going to be going for the left flank for his team point of view, which is, of course, on the right side of our screens. Now, again, Chari's position is going to be known because they are going to expect people in these little huts, but that one ridge behind where Heaven is throwing grenades from is something that could be quite tricky. Expect a few shots to be fired in about 30 seconds, and Skylight Gaming, you better have a good 360 all around you.
It is definitely slightly favoring the side of Skylight Gaming. Heaven X, Joker. The two stars of the team alongside Leon and of course Chari against Wolverine, Khan, Voltrux and Destroyer. The final push about to arrive. Nade sailing in. Khan, he's taking quite a bit of damage. He needs to heal himself before they go for the final push here.
Now, F4 are being smart play. They are slowly pushing up. You see that ridge where Destroyer and Wolverine are? It is right at the edge of the circle. So now, the little bit of an advantage that Skylight Gaming had is going to be negated because they're going to shoot down. It's going to be a lot easier. And if they even see a pixel of a head, expect shots to be fired, bodies to drop, and, well, Skylight's woes are going to continue. If I may, I like the fact that everyone is concentrating on one thing. I like the fact that F4 Khan's position is known and no one is going to be questioning that. And I see that bike with the sidecar still glitching out in the background.
It's still there. Silence before the storm, before a hail of bullets, before bodies will drop by the wayside from the lethal lead injections. Skylight Gaming pushing up, Destroyer taking a hit. He is kind of low. He needs to heal himself, patch himself up, which is exactly what he's going to do. And while that's taking place, Voltrux is a rotator. He's gonna be either pushing in to help out Khan or might just stick around with the rest of his teammates. Wolverine with the first nade. That's a huge knock. Leon will fall.
He is going to go down now. Expect a few more grenades to be lobbed in. One of them needs to go on the right line. In fact, that smoke is going to be used by F4 to their advantage. Skylight Gaming are trying to basically block their vision, but now, see, F4 is going to push in. It's done.
Is it done though? Is it done though? Is it done though? Voltrux pushing on in. He knows there's a player there in the smoke. And rattling off bullets as Khan comes in with a pincer from the side. Voltrux needs to go for the reload. Heaven X, not much cover to work with. He's out in the open. He will be knocked as well.
Beautiful.
And one by one they start to fall. F4, they're moving in for the kill. They're moving in for the wipe. They're going to come on in. And it's all to F4 for Skylight Gaming. They will be deleted from the server. And F4, chicken dinner. What a comeback!
Take a bow, gentlemen, take a bow. I mean, I love the fact that, even I had to go back on my words because I thought that Skylight Gaming was in the best position, but the moment I realized that they are letting F4 kind of engulf them like an amoeba, when they came to that last ridge, they didn't have any options play. They literally choked themselves out, but again, I don't want to take anything from F4. These guys were playing phenomenally. A massive, 13 plus 4, 17 kill game. That is big. And what did we say at the beginning? You cannot count them out. They were at the bottom, and now they're at the tippity top, and with that, all you fans are going to be rejoicing right now. So we'll let you do that for a second. Till then, we're going to take a quick little break. Don't go anywhere because the action and the analysts are going to be here to break down the game after this break.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We're kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are in the finals. Things are looking really good. As the day started off, there was a tipsy-topsy curve that we were looking at, but eventually now things are closing in. When you talk about this latter half of the leaderboard, it is slowly and steadily genuinely catching up to the pace of those top-notch players. But it is, of course, the entire lobby that is top-notch. And with that, Ocean, Johnny, we just had an interview with Mr. Khan.
Yes.
And Khan did talk about how he's going to just,
I mean, F4 is feeling it today. You can see it in the gameplay.
Now I'm even more interested as to what he exactly says to the players. What's in that pep talk?
Honestly want to know.
Think about it. When a player has 6 kills and 6 assists as well, that's a lot of numbers combining out there. So Wolverine was the front face of the fight in this as well. In the previous time, he became an MVP.
Exactly, mates, and that has turned into this team taking leaps and bounds when it comes to the points, because again, they walked away, as XP did mention right now, with 17 kills, with a chicken dinner on top of that. It is just phenomenal turnovers for this team.
32 points.
Exactly. Talk about the contribution that this lad had. We were talking about it, right? If one team has such a good gameplay, they would love to move forward, and F4 is moving up forward for themselves. 21.3% kill percentage contribution. Talk about 22.1 damage and assist 22.8 as well. So overall, overall he has been a good player. And talking about Khan, right?
Yeah.
I guess I might be knowing what he actually says to these lads, and that is, you don't lose a game right now. You lose a lot that's at stake, and you have to play for that as well.
Maybe. Maybe.
Well, absolutely. With that, let's have a look at the top players coming in from this game, and that is going to reflect on towards, well, 2 players coming in from F4, and Assassin from High Voltage is here as well.
Exactly. Assassin, I mean, we were talking about him in the morning as well, slowly and steadily getting back into the zone that we used to see him in. And then on the third, we have Sandesh from PN Crew. But yes, F4, 2 lads right there with 12 kills on both of them combined, and the team had a grand total of 17, as we mentioned. So, as I said before the match started, this team, the ball started rolling for them in the previous game, and they did not want to lose the momentum. They had to do this. I mean, this good game was something that was due for a long time.
Yeah, talk about a comeback story, right? Talk about a comeback story. A team that was one of the first teams to get eliminated on the first game of the finals yesterday. Now they are coming back.
But here's the deal, Ocean and Blotter. Here's the deal. Can we call it a comeback right now? Because, I mean, there's still a journey to go. No team, no one, absolutely no one wants to settle for anything less than the first position.
But
no
I mean,
question
they're not looking at the lobby for themselves. They're just looking at their own gameplay, how they can improve, and with that, they are just dominating the lobby.
Absolutely. With that, let's summarize through the match. Summary stats being brought on, and that is going to showcase. Well. Interesting to know wins right here. Once again, we do have F4's Wolverine, of course, with the highest kills as well as the maximum assist, but Skylight Gaming's Heaven with 23 utilities used.
Heaven is a person who knows how to use his utilities. I mean, if you remember the games yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it just goes down to, the guy loves to carry a lot of smokes and grenades for when, if you need to rush, who to rely on for getting those initial damage numbers for yourself. And if you need to get the cover, you need the person, and that's Heaven perfectly.
And I want to talk about Aussie right there as well. Apart from getting the longest distance kill, he was also the reason that his team survived to the later stages. He was the last person that was there, and had F4 not taken him out, maybe he could have caused trouble for either F4 or the competitors.
Absolutely. With that, let's have a look at the match ranking coming in from this game, where we know who got the chicken dinner, but how did the other teams fare?
Look at that difference.
Almost
32 to 17.
Almost double, if you see, because had it been 16, then it's like 32, but it was 17, so almost just at that point. High Voltage with 15 for themselves, PN Crew 12, T2K 11, Venom Legends. So Venom Legends, again, they are picking up the momentum right now, but, much more is needed from this team. We'll have to see if that just, goes on in the upcoming games. But A1 Esports, again, we asked Dante yesterday, he said, we'll be waiting for the chicken dinners. We would love to see once how that just, gets up.
But here's the thing, as Blotter also mentioned this before we actually had a look at the standings, the teams at the second half of the standings are doing really well today. That is going to bring the competition even closer. Things are going to get even more intense, because again, after every alternate game, we are seeing the teams on the second page of the standings bring themselves up into contention and be in the top 5, the top 4 regularly, pushing the teams that are the high rollers, the top 3 of the overall leaderboard back to the bottom of the standing. So that can create a lot of chaos.
Absolutely does, and is doing so as well. But again, when you convert that conversation towards how these rotations were made, how Z3us Esports were able to genuinely catch StalwartFlex right off the bat, it was not the kind of play that we expected.
I want to say the way this game went, it was like basically a smack to everyone who tries to predict circles. So no one is going to think, all right.
Everyone's going to think that the circle's going to go to the bridge area.
It's going to go to the south.
Yeah, but then the circle goes for a shift. There was a cluster of teams, and then they started moving forward. And just like you said, right, the Zeus factor taking down the Pleasant parachute.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
they
talk about that.
They generally caught them.
We're gonna see that, right? We're gonna see that.
We are gonna see that, I guess. It was godless again, the guy, he drops down and the loot's just right there.
I still don't know how Mafia Ninja managed to get away.
Well, with that, when
he
you talk
did,
about...
and it's a good thing, right? Because at the time, DRS got a good fighting chance once again.
Miracle. It was a miracle he did.
But High Voltage, though. I mean, again, another team to talk out and bring a point towards is going to be the way High Voltage has also brought on that voltage working in their favor. And the aggression is on point now.
High Voltage is like, they are moving slowly but steady. And
absolutely.
That is also something that it can work out for you. considering that they started doing it a little bit earlier on, and the other teams that we were talking about that were on the extreme bottom of the standings have voltage, they have the opportunity to slowly and steadily keep on moving.
Absolutely. With those moments taken care of, let's combine them all together and go through the Oppo F19 moments right now.
Well, this, look at this. One goes down, the other one has just landed. They are just moving up forward. The second goes down. The third one, he knows that he's just out there, so he stays back to the rock. And then Godless knows, he's like, hey, Peekaboo, I see you. And then another one goes down, like right from the back.
I mean, you know, he's like the slender man, basically. You see him once, he is coming for you. You can't escape him. He's gonna hunt you down.
But this time around, we saw PN crew as well, hunting players down, walked away with 10 kills.
Exactly. I mean, amazing performance. Just the fact that, as Ocean was also explaining it, I mean, the sudden shift of the circle, no one predicted. There was a really big cluster of the teams on the southern side, and that was the thing that caused a lot of trouble for this team.
Had there been a factor as of, there are always some teams that like to play from the back sides of the circle, not enter in the circle actually. Those teams got a really good boost in this one. The teams that were onto the sides of Pochinki, they might be thinking that, if the circle goes south, we'll rotate a bit late. And the circle actually comes to them, they're like, yeah, we can stay here whilst the other teams are trying to rotate.
I think the moment the circle took a shift towards the southern side of Pochinki, the teams that were staying on the back, basically F4, Skylight Gaming, all these squads are like, yay, we got it.
I mean, they were happy at that moment just because of one thing that, they also had a good fighting chance, but the contestation of this Pochinki hill was an important thing for them. And these two teams just were there for a long time.
Yeah, and also my apologies, we missed it. I mean, we do have the damage graph in front of us, but I want to focus on something that the casters also said. Skylight Gaming, like overthinking their decision in that final fight, sort of pinned themselves down into a position from where F4, they had a much easier time engaging on Skylight Gaming.
Absolutely, and again, I mean, you bring that conversation towards the utilities as well. We saw Haven certainly did use the utilities, but I'm sure he must be thinking, if only he would have saved some, because by the end of that fight, they were just not left with any utility, and that is what worked in F4's favor.
Well, if you talk about the damage numbers that F4 has for themselves, 2-6-1-6, and with 17 kills, these numbers surely are going to be helping them climb a lot higher. But talk about Venom Legends, 4 kills, like almost 1200 damage for them, and talk about Zeus, 2 kills and 1354 damage.
That's Zeus Esports.
That's just Zeus.
That's not surprising at all, the damage coming from them. But, I mean, as I said before, F4, the aggressive stance that this team has taken does work out for them. This team is one of those teams that when they slow down, things get a little tricky because their rotations are on point, and that's something that we all know. Their enemies know it, they know it. Their rotations are on point. It's just the fact that because of that, no one really expects them to be the aggressors. People expect, no, alright, they are going to try and disengage, pick a few kills here and there, and then move on. But when they actually take the fight, they come out on top.
Absolutely. With that, of course, when you talk about the storyboard, this is going to be looking really good for the side of course, the second half of the leaderboard. But never mind that. Let's move on to the storyboard, which is going to be the overall ranking to let us know where are we at.
A1 Esports, again, they are at that 8-9 position. They need to just, move forward. 1 second, again, is needed from them. Zeus, 109, but PN Crew gets a bit close, 107. 89 from Carnage. So first, second, and then there's a slight drop down. Then it's 89, 86, 85, 80, 78, 78. So from 3rd to 8th is a close affair, but 9 to 16, the second table is what we all want to see.
Well, I guess we're going to see it in a few moments, what is going on with the team sitting at the 9 to 16.
That's where we'll see a lot of green and the red markers.
Exactly, especially from a team that we were talking about. F4 is going to be there. Skylight Gaming as well. They had a pretty decent performance in this game.
Whilst we are here, Z3us Esports they haven't reached the 50 marker in the placement point department. Whilst the other teams are just out there. I would say then the most consistent team, the most perfectly balanced team right now is going to be PN Crew with their placement and the kill department. Plus, again, why is it like in top 3, top 4, there are always teams with no chickenness? I mean, you gotta get those because they actually give you a safety cushion.
Yeah, they are gonna give you the safety cushion, and as we were talking about it, F4 taking the 13th position with this match in their favor and bringing themselves up into a position from where they can actually trade places with R3D Esports even in the next game. They don't even need to win the next one. They have to have decent performance and they can climb to the 11th. But I don't think they're going to be wanting that. They want to challenge Skylight Gaming. They want to challenge
They can be in top 8 right now.
Yeah.
If one more good game is on their way.
And look at this. Look at where this team is now. Remember when the day started? 7 matches, 4 points. Now they are at 61. They have 32 kills. They have 29 placement points. All of this happened today.
Talk about having a good day. And it's not done yet. We've still got 2 games remaining.
Yeah,
Yes.
I would love to see what this team, can do more right now, because the plus sign right next to their names, it's they would want to just get it to the new heights. And Skylight Gaming as well, like this game was good for them as well, because they are at 71 right now.
Also, before we move to the next match, I have to say I've been promised some chicken dinners from the side of A1 Esports.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if that's the conversation, then let's bring in 1952 as well, because when we do see them have good games, they do end up being in the top 3.
Yeah.
With real good amount of kills as well. So hopefully today would be the day that they do start opening up that dinner chapter for themselves.
But as we were talking about it, Blotter, as I said, I mean, the competition is now really close, because even 1952 is sitting at 59 points.
Exactly.
They might be 15th and they're in the standings, but 59 points, it's not that much. 59 to 71 on like the team sitting at the 9th and the 10th position. So one game is going to turn things upside down.
Just the kind of finals that you want to see, right?
Yes.
Just the kind of finals that should be expected from all these teams. And again, it is, of course, thanks to you lads sitting back at home and showcasing that love to your fans. And I mean, to your teams, of course, is what I meant to say, because it is just incredible. You showcase that love in chat. You are, of course, motivating these players to showcase the domination that they are always been a part of. Now, with that, as this conversation moves on forth, it is going to be now a tricky affair. A very tricky affair, for all the teams are so very close now in terms of their points. Which team is going to be taking a game for themselves or not is what time will tell. But for now, before we jump into game number 5, we're going to go on a very, very short break. The action is going to continue. The aggression is going to be dominating. Stick around. We're going to be right back.
Yeah, we got it, we did it! I know you'll be there for me.
I'll always be here.
Whoa! How you? Yes! Thank you, bro.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is the finals that we're at, day number 2, which means we are at the crux. There are still 2 games remaining and things are looking really, really good. It is all thanks to Oppo F19 Pro, hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. I'm your host, Bruno. Let's move on to Super Johnny and, of course, Ocean Sharma. Dudes, we were just talking about F4 and they have got themselves a chicken dinner, but let's of course keep the schedule moving on along. Let's move on to the schedule where we shall see what map are we going to be going to next.
Alright, well, talk about the map. It's going to be Miramar, and hey, F4 is on a roll right now, so I would, love to see how they just plan it out. Plus also talking about the interview that we just, had it all together. And after that, the team was on another level, getting 57 points in today's day as compared to 4 yesterday. Comeback stories are real.
And again,
4 today.
Let's not look at it as
4 games.
Exactly. Not even 4 games. That's all I want to say. It's 3 games.
Yeah,
Because
I mean, it's a 4. Yeah.
They messed up the first game.
Yeah.
The first Erangel wasn't there. That's the thing. The momentum is in their favor right now after the previous 3 games, and the ball is rolling. So you just got to roll it even faster. Just keep pushing it.
Exactly, and I'm sure Khan and the lads are certainly going to be bringing that sort of a dominating aggression to this game. And once again, you guys sitting back at home, do not forget to showcase those hearts and those perfect, wonderful thing that is, well, your support. That's all that I'm talking about. Your support is going to be that much more crucial because that will, of course, motivate these players that much more. With that, before we get into the game, any quick predictions?
Well, today we are just looking forward to F4's gameplay, so just let's get there only.
Alright, with that,
Miramar.
let's move on to the Panda Brothers. They are going to be taking us through the game of Miramar. It is none other than, of course, Necro and Pain Fixers.
Well, thank you so much again, and here we are back. And as we have seen, Team F4 propelling themselves all the way upwards. But Necro, do you think in Miramar, which is that one team going to take that chicken dinner fast? Quick.
Miramar, is this?
Alright, he's gone for Zeus again, and of course Miramar, we did witness that. We did witness the domination coming in from Zeus, but in that match as well, we have seen F4 and HV pulling off some amazing performance. And today, as the custom dictates, has been the day of comebacks, and we have been witnessing that from all these teams from the bottom half, climbing their way up and making things even more interesting. But this is where it all changes. It's Miramar. We've seen that segregation happening. We've seen the big teams toppling down, and well, anything can happen. And right now I'm just nervous and excited at the same time, because the kind of a masala that we are getting from all these different regions sort of has come down to become beautiful dish. And yes, it's gonna be tasty for sure.
It's definitely going to be tasty. I mean, especially talking about how F4 played that previous game. Wow. Now, overall, talk about tactical approach inside the game. F4 teared it apart. They did it. They absolutely did it with perfection. And this is what I like to see F4. Incredible plays.
I mean, not just that, they were under tremendous pressure, right? The pressure to perform, the pressure coming in from the fans, the hopes that are there from the region itself. But now, going for such a kill-heavy games, you need those cojones, you need those balls of steel, and they have definitely shown that. And from here onwards, they're not looking behind. They are looking to get themselves into the finals, the next stage of our competition, the PMPL Championship finals that we are going to be having. And well, let's talk about the other teams. Deadeyes, one good game, one good chicken dinner. But what do you think? What about them?
Well, I mean, talking about Deadeyes, especially, you did say they did get one chicken dinner. And take a look at overall ranking as well. Zeus are on the top, Ian Cruz on second, Carnage is there as well on the third, and 7C were the leaderboard toppers. But this time, today isn't really their day. They're not really having the best of the performances. DRS as well, not really able to show up. And this is what is really hurting teams like these. And you are talking about F4. F4 as well, still not in top 8, but I'm pretty sure if this game they do real good, they are going to be climbing up the leaderboards, including Seal.
I mean, the difference is not too much, it's just that one more chicken dinner, one more kill heavy game. I mean, if you get 10-12 points, and if teams like Seal and Skylight drop a few points here and there, I think they will find themselves in the top 9, and that is where they want to be. And you still have a few more days remaining, you still have a few more games to go. I think they can just pull this one off. But let's talk about PN Crew. I think this is one team that has been sort of in the dark. We've not been talking about them, but the consistency is clearly visible. Not getting really a single chicken dinner, but yet being on the second spot.
Yeah, exactly. They have been doing pretty good. PN Crew as well, even in league stages, they were kind of consistent. And now let's talk about some unsung warriors. For example, 1952. We haven't really been talking about them lately, including R3D as well. First day, they did get a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
But in the second one today, it doesn't seem like, up till now, isn't really their day. They're not really able to do that great, including 1952 as well. Sometimes they're getting caught off guard, but we do know Entry is still alive. Entry is still there for the team to carry the flag forward.
You know, that's the mystery. You know, that's the thing about this game. It makes it so interesting. You never know what is going to happen. You drop off inside the map. You do not know where the circle is going to be. You do not know where the circle is going to end at. You need to have these positions while you're traversing around. You do not know where your enemies are going to be, and that has been the case. But there has been one of those teams that does not really care about the circle, does not care about which team is in front of you. They spot, they go, they kill, they conquer. Which team is that?
Zeus! How can we forget about them? I mean, as I just said, a team that doesn't care about anything, that doesn't care about the zone as well, doesn't care what team is in the front lines. They just straight up rush in, use their nades, use their utilities on point, and take each and every single player down. They're dismantling the entire lobby, slowly and steadily, making their mark on the first place.
And here we go, the portals have opened and we venture into the deserty lands of Miramar as, well, we do see the flight path trajectory going all the way from the Oasis towards Los Higos. Now, teams dropping off at the eastern side will have a bit of a trouble getting to their desired drop locations, but we have seen these happening, right? We of course did see Godless, you know, taking down the players of DRS in the last game while they were dropping off. So do you think something like that is what we can expect from this game as well?
The chances are probably slim. They're not looking that good. I mean, if you want to see some, air battle, especially a man like Godless, then it's not going to be there. Probably, hopefully, it won't be there. But now, talking about LSR, 7C do like to go there. Are they going to be going there again? And I'm pretty sure this time, Montenegro is going to be the place where Zeus will be dropping, because it's quite close to the fly path, and I'm pretty sure they don't care which team would want to go or up against them. Zeus are straight up going to knock them out.
Yes, sir. And they have done that, But right now, they sort of head towards Montenegro, like you've said. Right from the start, from the inception of PMPL itself, they were the team that was going towards El Azhar. Then they figured it out. I mean, it's causing trouble during the rotations because we have seen majority of the circles either going towards the southern side or somewhere panning around the Chumacero region. And there you go. There you go. Again, we're following this trend, and this time, Z3us Esports, well, they've dropped off at El Pozo. I think if they take over those hilly areas just towards the eastern side, that might be good for a chicken.
Well, I mean, as Ocean like to say, there's a zone magnet. Is this game going to be one of those?
I mean, you never know, because Miramar sort of tends to throw you off, and we have two teams landing right beside each other. It's A1 Esports going up against T2K. Who gets the gun first? We do hear a few shots, but Sinister is definitely going to make the run, and I mean, this is one of those rivalries we've seen in the past as well, as Saga will be definitely trying to pepper down a few bullets, but does get nothing as Sinister backs off.
A little too late for getting the gun, and now Sinister up till now, it's quite safe. It's going to be taking a sweet little time looting as well. As you talked about Seal, and as I was talking about R3D, this game is going to be way much more important for teams like these, because this is where maybe you would get the momentum going before the second last game. And if you're going to be, getting the second last game in your hand, if you're getting the momentum going on your team or on your side, the next game would probably be way much more easier. I really want to see how F4 are going to be playing this game out, though.
100%. But right now, take a look at the cluster of teams formed on the southern side. You've got StalwartFlex, you've got T2K, you've got A1 Esports. Everyone's striving for that chicken. But take a look at R3D. this is one of those teams that we have been talking about, right? They started off the day very, very well, did get that chicken dinner yesterday, but today has been a different story whatsoever. I think they really need to pick themselves up, and considering how this zone is panning out, I would love to see 7C pull off that northern rotation all the way, go in, get inside the circle.
Exactly. I mean, some off rotations would be quite good as well. And choosing a route that none of the teams are expecting you to take, that would be, of course, like a more kind of like a surprising factor inside the game. But take a look at the place of Las Leonas. There are 3 teams inside it: StalwartFlex, TDK, and A1 Esports. Now, these teams have been locking eyes since the start, and not a lot of fights do happen, inside the Las Leonas area, because it's like one team, they're done looting, they just take an exit instantly from the Las Leonas city.
Yes. That is what they've done, different routes being taken over. Someone goes from the east, someone goes from the west, someone takes the northern side. The teams, of course, tend to avoid those early skirmishes. But there is definitely one team that does not like to do that. That's Team Zeus. They were right in front of us. But yes, StalwartFlex, I mean, considering they've already bagged the chicken for themselves, they are looking neat, they're looking sharp. One more game is all they need. And well, they're still in the top 9, so not really something that you have to worry about. But at the same time, I mean, this is a team that has been playing so well, you would want to see them in the top 3.
You would definitely want to see them in the top 3, especially a man like Crypto, one of the best players inside the squad of StalwartFlex, and even one of the best player in the Pakistan region.
But today, Blade has won our hearts.
Yep.
I mean, those nades in the map of Erangel, I mean, I can never forget how destructive he was. The way he went in, and of course, I mean, we have seen Crypto playing really well, but today I think the star of the show for StalwartFlex has, of course, been Blade with that phenomenal performance in Erangel. But coming back to the other teams, I mean, Venom Legends, what has happened to them?
Well, no clue. But talking about nades, one situation has definitely reminded me, or which has came to my mind, is definitely going to be that Molotov from Khan inside the Sanhok map. He knocked out 3 players behind the tree with that one single Molotov, and that was just a brilliant and precise placement of utilities. And I was actually mind blown. Talking about Venom Legends, you were saying what is going on with them. Well, to be honest, I really feel like somewhere down the line, they're getting caught off guard in those rotations. Even the map of Sanhok, we did see similar kind of situations going in. They were getting caught off guard while they were trying to traverse inside the zone. And they would definitely need to use new kind of strategies, at least to rotate.
New strategies so late in the tournament. I mean, right now, yeah, they certainly need to do something, because today, by the day's ends, we've almost reached that halfway marker, right? And we just have a few more games remaining and just 2 more days of action. And if Venom Legends have to pick themselves up, they need to do it instantly, because all the remainder of teams have sort of caught up. I mean, the difference is not too much. You've got 9 to 52 at 59 points on the 15th spot. Now, talking about Venom Legends, they're at 16th with 35 points only. Now, take a look at StalwartFlex. Like I was talking, 78 points. And the difference is not too much. Carnage sits on the 3rd spot, 89. I mean, just 10-11 points difference, and it's going to come down to nothing. One good game is all these teams need to get into the top 3.
One good game. This is where the entire course changes on the leaderboard. And as we were talking about, a lot of teams do have that backup plan going inside the game as well if things go south. And this is where Venom Legends need to realize that and use that card. Use that card. This is the right moment. This is the right time where you need to pull out those secret strategies that you have cooking up in some private space. As F4 is going to be right next to the players of Venom Legends as well. And take a look at Skylight Gaming. Take a look at the center of the circle near Power Grid. There are so many teams accumulated.
Yeah, of course. And that has to be, teams do know how the circle shifts. And we've seen these circles, going towards Chumasera. We've seen those hilly areas being the places where the zone ends. And Team Carnage is definitely one of those teams that tends to thrive in Miramar. And they have been so consistent. They've been getting those jobs done. They are in the top 3. One more consistent good game. I mean, they can, of course, try to contest PN Crew for that 2nd spot. But PN Crew, apart from that one Sanhok game where they were kind of lackluster, I mean, can say they were just in a really precarious spot. They did get caught off by that brilliant nade, a brilliant Molotov coming in from Khan. Apart from that, they have been pretty neat. I mean, Sandesh, one of the most underrated players from the region, and you've got the other lads also coming in. You've got Season chiming in, you've got Absec, everyone contributing, even Killer playing from Team Corps in the PMCO region, being picked up by this roster, and he has blended in so well with the team.
Exactly. Killer's doing absolutely phenomenal. We did see Absec, play as well in the league stages once, but it seems like they have swapped back to Killer YT again. And Killer is able to put a mark in the game as well, so this is why it does explain why they have swapped back to Killer, because he had some insane moment as well. Especially talking about some moments of PMCO, as you have brought that topic up. Do you remember the Miramar game where he pulled off 13 kills solo?
Yes. And can he do this time again? Well, we have to see. But we were talking about Absec, right? I know this lad since a long time. It was the last PMCO, I believe, and it was a game of Erangel. And this lad goes in, he was the solo surviving player of his team, and just obliterates every single squad right in front of him. And that's where I did say, remember the name. But again, distance and a lot of things did come in, could not really practice with the team, it's fine. But here we have Team C going after the players of Venom Legends, and you are right. You were right, in fact. Venom Legends having a lot of trouble while traversing around, while rotating.
It's quite noticeable the way Venom Legends is rotating. It's more kind of like they don't really seem organized. And we already have Deadeyes again taking a little bit of fall damage and already getting knocked out. Well, this is the same kind of situation inside the Erangel map that we cast.
I think they need to change their shoes. They're slipping a lot. They are slipping a lot. I mean, the same thing happened in Erangel. All four of the players just dropping down from their vehicles, and, well, they died. This time, of course, the same happening with Shifu. They need to do something. This is one of those teams that you would expect to see in the next stages, but by the looks of it, it's looking really shaky. But we've got the lad from Seal having that higher ground advantage for them, just rattling all those bullets ontowards the players of Venom Legends. And now Rafid taking that flank angle. I really like this position from him, trying to sort of stop that aggression coming in from Seal. So now Seal have to go on their counter rotation. They have to prioritize the circle, and that has been the case in the PUBG Mobile so far. I mean, considering how the meta has been, how the points structure has been, everything sort of comes down to this.
Exactly, everything does come down to this. Now take a look at Baron's position as well. He's way out in the open, separated out from the rest of the pack, but his positioning is really good. He does have the high ground for himself. He does have a little bit of ridge going in his favor as well. Take a look at what Erangel is doing. He's parking the vehicle right in the back lines. He has made the flank angle cover for himself. This is where Venom Legends is getting sandwiched between the squad of Seal. Erangel is there in the front lines, and the rest of the players are there in the back lines, and even Baron is in the flank lines. This is where Venom Legends need to find at least one knock for themselves. That one opening would give them a lot of breathing space.
I really like how Erangel has been playing, to be honest, scouring out for his team, playing the role of a scout. And, well, a lot of, people raise questions as to why he did not have a lot of kills right at the start of the day, just that one kill. But because this is it, right? You are the scout, you have to be the first man, just searching for a right spot. And it's most of the times you get caught off guard, and you do deliver that information, as a result of which, of course, teams tend to capitalize. But here we have the players of Team Seal finally going aggressive. It's against Steel Shot, one of those players who is regarded as one of the best in the region. Can he hold himself up as these nades are coming in? And there you go, Wally getting that beautiful knock.
One perfectly cooked nade is going to be enough to take Steel Shot out the game. The kill will be confirmed instantly by Zaki as well. Seal, till now, are pinning down the entire squad of Venom Legends. They're slowly and steadily crumbling down. Seal is making their mark on their place. The first opening was already found by the players of Seal, but Venom Legends somewhere down the line, they're not really trying to retaliate back in fashion. It seems like Rafa this time going to be opening things up on the players of F4. F4 is the one who is joining the fray because Seal was causing a lot of rumpus.
Yes, indeed they were, but look at this place, this fight, as Venom Legends, they are not shying away from a fight, giving an equal competition as Zaki. He does want to go in, and he has been definitely the highest fragger, but not this time. Sorry, sir, as Frypan will instantly annihilate him.
Wow, this is Venom Legends retaliating back in fashion. Are they going to be able to clutch this situation in their favor? Erangel does have that nade cooked up, and this is where he's going to be throwing it right next to him, but not really able to find its mark. Erangel going to be missing. The precision is not really there on point. Frypan does know the res is happening right behind the shack, and this is where he's going to be rotating. This is where he's taking the backlands as well, barely connecting the shots. The smoke is blocking his vision, where Frypan is trying to aggress straight inside against the players of Seal, but Frypan is also taking a lot of damage in the process. They're barely surviving on a sliver of health, but Seal this time, they have caught him off guard. Frypan almost clutching the situation out, but Seal, they are not going to let that happen that easily.
Talk about your stars not being aligned tonight. That has been the case with Venom Legends, but look at R3D. They did hear those gunshots. Are they going to come in for the hunt? We've got to see that, but
oh!
no! Erangel, what was that?
Wow, inhuman. What was that? He just took him out so fast outside a moving vehicle. He just knocked him out. And that's going to be Seal establishing their dominance. It's like, this is our area. No one dares to contest us down.
How? How did he pull that one off? It was a complete emoji 360 over there. And, well, Baron. He does spot the body. Does connect? Wolverine, does he know? Right up his back. And Khan being spotted out right in the open. What is Team F4 doing? Do they not hear the shots? Or is Baron just too high?
Finally realizing that Baron does have the high ground on them. F4 is quite surprised that Baron is going to be there on the top of the hill and finally realizing his position. But take a look at 1952 as well. They have opened up, and this is where a little mistakes being made from the side of F4, and they have to pay for it as Destroyer peeked out. And Baron is going to be not missing the shot anytime soon. 1952 going head-to-head against a squad like Carnage. Jiggle has already been taken down, but the trade is there. Magnet as well falling down. The rest will be there without any trouble for both the teams. But 1952, they do know if they want to win this fight, they will they will have to be quick on their feet.
Indeed, as Tawfiq here is going in for the push, as Jiggle already being knocked out. But Team F4 cannot really afford to make those mistakes. But 1952 again, this is a fight that we've seen in the past, as Magnet is going to close in onto it. The players of Carnage spots one down, takes both of them, and Carnage wiped away.
What?
Washed.
We are witnessing quite a lot of surprises.
What is happening?
Yeah. What is going on? We're witnessing quite a lot of surprises. And Zeus, again, Godless going to be lobbing in that nade. It seems like Zeus have heard the presence of the players of 1952, and they also do realize the fact that they have wiped out an entire squad like Carnage. In 1952, this time, they are here. They are showing us that they are still inside the game, and they can make a comeback to the top 8.
Indeed, they can do. Godless spotting down the players of 1952 as he's just prone down, taking a back stride, as a lightning bolt is going to strike any single moment. 1952, they have to be very, very careful. But F4, they are dishing out some good damage onto it. The players of Deadeyes as on top has fallen down. And on the far fray, we do witness that fight. High Voltage getting a few kills here and there. But look at Godless, all by his lonesome. It's just that one squad he is looking at, all alone. His teammates rather have their attention somewhere else.
So many squads are getting eliminated fixes in such early of a game, and you don't really expect such kind of situations happening. PN Crew as well, they did have 2 casualties on their name. High Voltage took them down, but take a look at the circle shift as well. It is now 1952 is in the center, including Zeus, and Zeus do want to get that compound, taking out 1952. Godless is being as patient as possible. He needs to find the opening to make any kind of push on that compound, while at the same time another fight happening. DRS challenging a squad like 7C, and this is where Nemo did not take any shots. He just stared straight at him, and Mafia Ninja not going to be missing such kind of an easy opportunity.
Small mistakes. That gun was in single tap mode. And Memo, he's going to be cursing himself. But either ways, DRS do find that beautiful knock and a kill. As Fear, he needs to do something. He spotted down the players of R3D. Does want those kills confirmed for himself, as 7C are yet to get inside the zone. giving away his position. Now DRS does exactly know where they are.
I don't really know why he decided to challenge the fight against R3D, because now he has just revealed his position to DRS, and at the same time R3D is doing work from the back lines. But Rick is not going to be missing any shots. He takes down a player of R3D. That's going to be buying them so much time to breathe. At 7C, they will need to move from the situation. They will need to move from the position they are, because they are getting sandwiched between DRS and R3D.
Indeed. But DRS finally having a really good time. 2 kills already, all 4 players alive in the zone as it's starting to shrink. We've got to see what the players are up to, as 7C not really backing off without a fight. They will be making it inside the circle. Or can they, considering DRS has their eyes set on towards them? Virus already dealing with the wrath of the zone. He is going to fall. But Seal in a really, really precarious position. Godless has spotted them down, but look at the shift. Again, going towards the players of 1952 and Zeus. But this is where the certain teams can really come in. T2K and StalwartFlex, this is where they can have a really good entry. But Gyalzin just spraying down those bullets and will connect every single one of them as R3D Esports bite the dust.
Unloading the max on the players of R3D, and finally going to be finding himself a blind frag. A 7C as well, taking a lot of damage, raining down death and destruction. DRS seem unstoppable up till now. And the spam is finally going to be finding the second kill, as well as Rick falls apart. And now TDK, they have StalwartFlex in their front lines, but they're also getting third parties from the left lines. It's going to be Crypto trying to open things up. 1952 entry, going to be taken down at Sarga. 1952 does have one of the best positions inside the circle. They have the compound as well. They're almost in the center of the circle, and this is where 1952 is just going to spot out each and every single player, and they're going to third party it.
You know, the last time, the last Miramar game we saw, Team Zeus did not have the circle, still they won. This time they have a really commanding position. What is going to happen? Can they win this one, or is it going away from them? But either ways, a lot of teams have taken that certain rotation, and we've got the teams coming in. High Voltage also having a really good spot secured for themselves, but Zol making those movements, getting spot from behind. 6'9" boy taking those shots, barely connecting a few, but still Zeus make it alive.
Avon Esports, you need to watch out. That's a team like Zeus that you're trying to challenge and fight against. But Wally again opening things up on Skylight Gaming Joker, as Chari as well falls apart. Zyal is going to be the man to take him down. Skylight Gaming doesn't really seem like they're having that good of a day today, as they are going to be crumbling apart. As TDK is trying to take out the players of StalwartFlex. It's just down to that 2-man squad. And this is what I was talking about. Skylight Gaming taking an exit in 10th position. Zeus up till now are doing pretty great, but they're also getting contested down by the players of Seal, but it doesn't matter. Godless is just an absolute laser beam. Those headshots are going to be connecting.
Precise, crisp, that is how beautiful this lad is. But Icy and Ably being knocked out. Now Zeus are on a back foot, but Godless still keeping them alive. F-Force Destroyer coming in, closing in together as he searches for redemption. Destroyer looking at a different direction, spots out Zol, but will not take a few shots right now, as he is starting to lob in a few grenades, which might just be cooked a bit earlier.
Seal getting eliminated in 9th position. That nade is going to be doing a lot of damage to Destroyer, and even the zone is going to be dishing out a lot of damage. This is where Destroyer needs to realize he needs to make it inside the circle, but doesn't matter. Godless is just way too aggressive. He's impatient. He's going to be taking him down. TDK are getting pushed in by the squad of StalwartFlex, and they're going to be eliminating the entire squad of TDK, while at the same time TDK did have an advantage over the player of StalwartFlex.
We were asking, where are the boys from DRS? Are they going to pull it off? 7 kills already, all 4 players alive. But this time, the circle is definitely not going to favor them. As A1 Esports, they are in a very, very promising position. This is their game to lose. Now, we've been searching for that one game where they get that chicken. Can this be the one?
Only time would tell. Maybe it is, because they do have the circle favoring them. They do have the gods favoring them as well. The fortune is on their side. As DRS is going to be lobbing in a little bit of nades on the side of Zeus. None of them will be connected, and this is where Zeus is going to step back in. This is where Zeus will retaliate back in style. That nade has covered a lot of distance, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be able to find its mark. It was a Molotov, and this is why none of the knocks were happening. Mafia Ninja taking it, 1952 Magnet down. Godless as well getting spotted out in the open. Quite an interesting rotation coming in from the side of Godless, but he has been punished by the lads of DRS.
Indeed, he has, as Zeus. Well, Godless has been knocked out, but the remaining 3 players still survive. Zol trying to get his mark. Yes, he does connect that nade as Nima falls down. And one more nade is definitely going to follow it up as Johnson is trying to provide that revive. But Entry with a beautiful, beautiful shot onto its assassin as he goes down will get the confirmation as Cooney, he is not going to provide that cover fire. Now all these teams have to get inside the circle and so many teams clustered up over here. It's absolute pandemonium.
It's an absolute pandemonium. It seems like Cooney has opted out for that heal battle. Ozzy is still inside the circle, barely on the edge of the zone. He's still alive, still cooking, still good looking. He's just looking for the opening frags he needs to find, and Entry has finally spotted out Ozzy. This is where things might go south for him, but no is going to be the answer. Ozzy is really good at turning the tables in his favor, and Entry has been taken down, but the play zone is not going to be having mercy on anyone. It will be clicking damage if you are going to be outside it, and this is where High Voltage falls apart.
Indeed they do, but still a valiant effort from these lads as they have been picking up the pace today. But Team Zeus, this is what I love about this team. You know, every time a single player gets knocked out, the others instantly, form a defensive stance, get the res back on, and then directly go all aggressive. But Sinister with a whammy out there, knocking down 2 of their players as Dante comes in, takes down Godless as A1 Esports obliterating the entirety over there of Team Zeus.
The way they challenged the fight against them was just incredible, and DRS as well making the push on the players of A1 Esports. This is where A1 Esports needs to watch out from them. HA seems like it's not going to be stopping anytime soon. DRS are trying to push in. They are trying to push in slowly and steadily. A1 are on a back foot this time, just lobbing in a lot of nades, raining down nades on them. The barrage is going to be there, and finally finding a knock that they were looking for. AJ needs to watch out because they are trying to finish the kill as well. Nima has been spotted out and taken down and dusted. StalwartFlex is still alive inside the game, but it seems like A1 Esports as well. DRS are retaliating back in style, and A1 Esports are kind of crumbling down. Gelson, he just needs to connect that one more bullet, and Sinister will be lost from the game.
Well, DRS and A1 Esports, what a fight is witnessed by everybody out here. Sinister needs to get those res back onto it. Dante, well, the Bangladeshi Tigers are surely roaring, and it is heard throughout the valley over here. But right now, StalwartFlex, again, a really consistent performance coming out from these lads. 2 players still alive, but they have not yet been spotted, or have they? As Mafia Ninja will get taken down, and it's the boys from StalwartFlex getting those kills.
Wow, incredible play. StalwartFlex, again, 2 of the best players are still alive inside the game. Uzum and Crypto, all they want to do is find that one opening they're looking for, because A1 Esports has all their players alive. And StalwartFlex, things are looking quite tricky. They are barely making it inside the circle. Now only the next one will be deciding their fate. As Sinister going to be firing down a little bit of bullets, but doesn't seem like they are going to be connecting. Those blind shots are quite hit or miss.
Well, the circle sort of favoring both these teams, but 6ix9ine being a bit aloof from his squad, just behind that tree. Can he find a knock? But look at Uzum, that crispness of the shot as he takes down Dante as well, equalizing the numbers. Who is it gonna be right now as Crypto will get those confirmations? It's a 2v2. Well, Sinister having been taken down. It's all down towards the players. 6ix9ine and Jax. Can they do something over here?
Well, up till now, they have gotten the momentum in their favor. Uzum has been spotted out, barely gets taken down as well. That nade is going to be dealing a little damage, not enough to take him down. Uzum needs to watch out. He should not be exposing his head a bit too much. That nade might be close, and yes, it is. It's going to be finding its mark. StalwartFlex are looking quite strong. They have turned the tables in their favor, and this is what I'm talking about. The final bullet has been connected, and that's going to be StalwartFlex clutching the entire situation out. Wow!
What was that? What was that? How? How did these lads pull it off?
I am left speechless. StalwartFlex, that was an incredible flip.
This match made me sweat. And are you? Yes, I do see that. I mean, coming in from the certain side every time. They were patient this time. They did not really pounce on towards any teams. They waited for the right moment to strike, going after teams like T2K, then just holding themselves back. And when the chance did arrive, they went in big. And here it is, another chicken dinner for these lads. And my oh my, the Pakistani fans are going to be so happy. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a bit of a breather. We are going to be heading out for a short break. We will be right back. You don't go anywhere.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We're kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is the finals that we are at and it is day number 2, almost closing down to an end. One more game still remains, but it is all thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag hook up your fun. With that, I'm your host Bloro. Let's move on to Ocean Sharma and Super Johnny and ask them what do they think for this aggressive game that we just witnessed.
Well, that was something that we not expected. I mean, I was expecting A1 Esports to get the chicken dinner right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Man advantage in their favor and, well, better position, but...
So, here's the thing, Johnny. DRS and StalwartFlex both were looking for one thing, that's the third in their for themselves. And A1 Esports was looking for one thing, that is just, to dominate. And well, Sinister did that with 6 kills, 9-1-8, 4 assists, 165.
Theoretically, a 2v7.
Pretty much. That is true.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sort of. We'll give them that.
I mean, sort of, because obviously, onto the players of DRS, A1 Esports also
Yeah,
did.
they picked them up.
Yeah, but they survived that hard and fast area for themselves. But talking about the contribution that Sinister had, it's looking really good. I mean, checking out all the corners, almost from 19% to 21%. It's really good.
And I mean, it was an impressive performance from A1 Esports nonetheless. I mean, they did manage to get a lot of kills in their favor as well. But as we were saying, StalwartFlex, I mean, just clutching it out, that was impressive.
Most certainly was. Top-notch performance coming in from the lads of StalwartFlex. With that, let's have a look at the top players from this game. And it is A1 Sinister right here, A1 Esports Sinister, with 6 kills and 918 damage. Now, yes, this team did have all 4 members alive, but it was StalwartFlex that took that victory.
I mean, if you have a player who knows how to use throwables in the best of its own format, so yeah, StalwartFlex Uzum just coming out at 5 kills, 760 damage and 25 plus minutes of survival time for him as well. Wally and Marvin Ninja from Seal and DRS. I mean, these are the kind of players that we mostly see, right? DRS just making up their way, Seal making up themselves out there once again, and we know the first two for sure.
Mean, having a player like Uzum just makes things a lot easier. Just hand him all the grenades and well, he's going to get you the knocks. Anything you can throw towards your opponent, anything, stuns, smokes, I mean, just give them to someone else because you can't get kills with those. But
I mean, you can maybe, fake smoke just to... That happens in the rotation sometimes. We're talking about the longest distance kill. It's from R3D Virus, and 1952 Sharp is out there with the most utilities used. Meanwhile, Sinister top. So today it has been, right? In 3 games, we have seen the one with the highest kills is the one with the maximum assists as well. 3 games.
Indeed, mate, and that has been just the perfect play coming in from these teams, because it was crucial for so many of the teams that are on the second page of the leaderboard to move on along and showcase that domination at the center point of the finals for PMPL South Asia. With that, let's move on to the match ranking coming in from this game. We know who took that chicken dinner, but how many kills were distributed amongst them?
Alright, it's a StalwartFlex with that final clutch moment. 10 kills coming into these lads, 25 points. And as Ocean mentioned and predicted, the third chicken dinner is finally here for an individual team. But DRS Gaming is also going to be there with 20 points. 25, 21 and 20. The top 3 basically in the lobby, just destroying everyone else.
I mean, these teams, again, they have a chance. StalwartFlex just to, just get more and more in the numbers. DRS just to go for a really good comeback. I mean, they have started. A1 Esports, they dominated when we were asking this question. But this is where we would see a few teams that did good yesterday. But hey, Venom Legends, they're at 10th, just 2 kills. 7C and PN Crew. Their previous games were actually onto a good start for themselves.
They were.
But Carnage Esports, now this team today has been on a tipsy-topsy sort of a curve because some games they are able to walk away with kills and certain games they're just getting eliminated with 0 points, sadly.
I mean, that is just inconsistency creeping in between the cracks right there.
But hopefully, fingers crossed, that will change as you move along. But alongside all of this, let's have a look at the zone that was making the shifts and rotations from these teams.
Talking about these kind of circles, right? Obviously, there's no water area, so players know how to just, rotate from all around the circle.
It's Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, but there are some Miramars. We have seen a few players just using boats. If they are onto the downside of Los Angeles, move to the sides and all. We have seen those things happening, but right now it's El Pozo, the area around, it's a city, plus the open areas. That's where Zeus was. Obviously, they tried to just, hold on to the ground, but look at StalwartFlex. No fight around them. All they have to do is just wait so that the other teams just, get inside the circle, get for the movement, and then they just, bite down all the other teams. That's where A1 Esports was, and now you see them taking down the fights against C2K and just staying onto their grounds.
But the best thing about this game was the teams in the final top 3, all of them came from different edges of the circle.
True.
One team coming from the extreme south, the other one from the southeast, and DRS Gaming coming from the northwest side. That was really fun to watch because all of them, they had their own different fights and they won those small little battles, and then it was a war in the end.
Absolutely was, mate. With that, let's of course go on towards the Oppo F19 Pro moments where we started things off with, right here, Seal Esports on towards Venom Legends.
Yeah, I mean, the initial fights, right? That's how you just go for the execution. Because, if you're talking about Seal's players, right, they knew what was at stake for them. Obviously, every kill counts, every knock, every fight, just, you have to make it of your own. But Venom Legends, you saw that U-turn that was made. They knew that, they could not save their players, so they just started off moving on backwards. But Frypan right now, just trying to get every fight for himself, went down. There are going to be a lot of those moments, but after the third and fourth circle is where we see so many teams just, rushing in for the circle, because that's where we saw a few hard shifts happening as well.
Well, definitely, and talking about those hard shifts of the circle, forcing the teams to fight it out, and 2 of those teams would be StalwartFlex and StalwartFlex and DRS Gaming. DRS Gaming in particular because they were coming down from the northern side. I mean, the teams were clustered up in their area, and StalwartFlex as well because coming from the south, they had to tackle the teams from the west. A1 Esports basically took care of the entire eastern sides on their own. All the ridges were covered by them. But then we moved towards the final few situations. This was a major fight. While that was happening, A1 versus DRS was happening. StalwartFlex, they played it smart. They stayed back. They were like, all right, you guys duke it out. We're going to take care of whoever's left.
And the final player obviously was taken down out there. So this was the final fight that obviously, I mean, talk about A1 Esports, they might have had a slight advantage of the cover of the tree or something, but they were spotted down.
Exactly, and along with that, I believe, I mean, alright, I did not expect Stalwart to actually get it once again because A1 had the man advantage, plus they were coming from the flank. If DRS somehow had managed to win that fight against A1 Esports, Stalwart wouldn't even take as much time as they did to fight against A1 because DRS had their backs towards Stalwart. They were completely unaware there was a team behind them until a few shots came on Mafia Ninja.
That is so very true, mate. But we move the conversation towards the damage that was dished out throughout this game. We are yet again looking at, well, a couple of names that we should not be looking at. For example, of course, Skylight Gaming right there with alongside PN Crew and Carnage as well.
This time, just like you say, Johnny, after Seal is where we see like a cluster of just, high damage numbers. And before that, obviously, it was a different story as we saw, we see a few teams with 0 kills for themselves. So obviously, they'll have to just, change that. And there's just one game left, so as early as they can.
Well, hopefully that is going to be so very true because that is the only opportunities that are left with them. With that, let's move on to the storyboard and find out what the overall rankings are stating for now. Of course, we do have Z3us Esports taking a lead with 120 points. Nothing stopping them from that dominating streak, but PN Crew.
Ocean, do I dare say it?
Well, you go for it.
I'm going to say it. There's an actual possibility if StalwartFlex performed the same way they did right now, we might see them sitting on the first position.
We might see a Pakistani team just dominating the lobby. If StalwartFlex just, plays their cards right. 120, 107, 105, 103 points.
It's between PN Crew to StalwartFlex. So PN Crew, DRS Gaming and StalwartFlex, whoever performs they take the first position. If Z3us Esports perform, they're already
Well,
first, so they have nowhere else to
but
go.
this has been the history. Once Zeus knows that the competition is getting closer to them, they always try to
Yeah.
jump at the lead. This happens.
They double. They pretty much double when it comes to the stats, when it comes to the damage, when it comes to the kills, and they make that lead their own. But as you move on towards the second page, this is where 1952 has made a pretty big jump with 4 positions.
Yeah, here if you look forward to DE, I mean, if DE has a good game, they can challenge in the top 8. So it's still like 15th position. It's still a different story that can be written.
Maybe. I mean, I agree with you. It's a different story that can be written, but to write that story,
I mean,
you have to pick up the pen.
Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
it's the
in
end
this case,
of
it's the guns.
yeah, it's the end of the day, right? So you would want to end your day at a really good note.
Definitely.
Absolutely, but do not forget that there are still 2 more days, and as you progress along with the final game, maybe applying Ocean Strat and being absolutely YOLO could genuinely backfire. So again, anyways, we'll see what will
Realistic
happen. but-
expectations.
Exactly, mate.
Yeah.
Realistic expectations is what the key is going to be. But with that, let's move on to our schedule and find out where exactly are we moving on down to for the final game. It is Erangel once again.
I mean,
Look at this.
yeah, that's what I was going to say. So today has been a domination from the Pakistani region altogether, and that too StalwartFlex. StalwartFlex started off good on Erangel. I would want to see where they end on Erangel because the
We'll
Miramar.
give F4 the Miramar, the first Miramar as well. I mean, they had a pretty decent performance.
Yeah, they had a top 3 performance for
true.
themselves.
Exactly.
So it comes down to a good day for the Pakistani team. So
one is left, R3D. They played well in Sanhok, but still, like, the chicken dinner finish that we want is not there from them.
yeah, they had 9 kills in
Yeah.
Sanhok, obviously looking really good. So, but I would say the momentum continuation will be really good
Exactly.
with these 2 teams. R3D, if they do really good, top 5 for R3D is a really good finish right now.
Top 5 for R3D with the same way that they played in Sanhok, like
kills,
9
yeah.
plus, not 9 plus, let's make it realistic expectation, 7 plus kills.
That was
7 plus.
That's going to be fair, because again, when you talk about the storyboard, right, we are looking at both the pages. Every single team is able to bring in kills.
And
pretty much every single team.
And there's one more thing I would say. If StalwartFlex had 3 chicken dinners, right now it's DRS's time. It might just because yesterday is when they had those numbers for themselves. Today it has been like an ups and downs affair. Plus every team, second, third, fourth, every team is really close to Zeus. They would not want to give Zeus the chance that Zeus always loved to take at this moment.
Well, that is where things get a bit tricky, right? Because you know, when it comes to Z3us Esports, it is a difficult affair to stop them in their track. Even if it's a one-man army that's left, they are not going to be stopping.
They're basically Dominic Toretto and everyone is Brian O'Connor.
And guys,
always
guys,
in every game.
Parachute carefully if you're really close.
Oh yes. Oh yes, that is true as well. That is true as well, because again, that team will not stop no matter what is in front of them, no matter which team is going to be in front of them. But move that conversation towards a prediction. We've seen it has been the Pakistani region taking wonderful games for themselves. Do we think this one might be the
I
same?
would love to see Zeus topple down today, so I want to see where the start off tomorrow. So maybe a team at second, third, and fourth might just get it.
Yeah,
All right.
same.
Absolutely. With that, let's move on into the final game for day number 2 of the finals. It is going to be on Erangel, and to take us through this game, it is once again going to be none other than XP and Blay. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you again for that, Blotter. As we enter the final game of the day, it is once more going to be ending where it started off on. It is going to be ending rather on the wonderful map of Erangel. My name is Blay, of course, joining me as usual, as introduced by Blotter.
Hi.
It's going to be Angad, XP, Chahal.
Hi.
How are you?
I am good. How are you?
I am doing fantastic.
How are you guys doing?
I hope they're doing fantastic. Well, we're going to be not wasting much time and going to be jumping into the game here. I didn't notice what I believe it was Johnny who mentioned. He wants to see Zeus stumble a bit, so someone else is going to come out on top. The thing with Zeus is...
with the Johnny with it Ocean, because normally he's the one who picks all the big names. However,
That's
he
true.
wants them to stumble. He said it, not us. See, here's what I think. May the best man, may the best team win, and just keep entertaining us like you have been doing so far. Again, in the last game as well, StalwartFlex are really flexing on everyone right
I just want to point out, right, halfway through day 1 yesterday, we look at the bottom of the table. We saw StalwartFlex, we saw F4 way down at the bottom, and today it's been a day of comeback as XP is trying to channel his Super Saiyan 3 right there. Ladies and gentlemen, we're wasting no time. Let's get ready to rumble. We're going to be jumping straight into Erangel, the final game of the day of day 2 here of PMPL Season 3 Finals. Starting from Primorsk, it's going to be heading towards Severny and Stalber. XP, tell me where these teams are going to be dropping.
This is your captain speaking. Flying with me, of course, is Blay. Now, if you look out your right window, you are going to see the Sosnovka military base, and we all know who's going to be heading over there. Now, if you have a look to the left, you're going to see some open fields and the ocean in the distance. That's where Venom Legends are going to be going. Of course, Z3us Esports could be dropping down just south of Gatka as well. Now, since play, we are close to George Ball. Expect Z3us Esports to head to their favorite spot. That is going to be the north side of George Ball, North Jojo City. And Z3us Esports might just want to pick a fight with them, as they are definitely going to be landing down south near the containers. Everywhere else, I do believe people are going to go to their favorite drop spots. Have a look at T2K. They are going to be flying over Pachinki, trying to make sure they hit the farm, get the vehicles, and head over to Milta. But as of right now, all right. Something different this time. Now, 1952, they have been playing well. In fact, the last game, I was really surprised by them. And have a look at that, 11th position for them, tied with Skylight Gaming at 72 points. These boys are going to be heading to Zarki, making sure, you know, they hold on to their position for as long as they can. Because again, them landing at the ferry pair time in and time out kind of gives their game away.
And we have indeed, as you pointed out, seen them mix it up a little bit. However, they got a couple of teams that got a contentment. Oh boy, look at that. Now, I know one team is going to be super happy with this XP, and their name is StalwartFlex, the Pakistani team who's got 2 chicken dinners already today. And looking at the circle, a third might be on the horizon.
Third for the day. I do believe they're standing at 3 chicken dinners for the entirety of the finals right now. Like the maximum number of chicken dinners coming in, and well, judging by the fact that they've actually pushed up to the 4th position with 103 points, the sky is the limit. And again, I like that it is such a closely contested competition, which is just beautiful. Now, the circle has kind of revealed itself, which kind of gives me an idea that, you know, A1 Esports, have a look at him. He is actually going to be gliding over the bridge as far as Sinister goes. Not just gliding, they already have their vehicles. It's a smart move. And they might just give StalwartFlex a little run for their money here.
The thing is, neither of these two teams have any weapons, right? So it's a race for the loot. And A1 are very much aware that StalwartFlex is going to be heading straight for the military base, so they might take a detour, and that is exactly what they're going to be doing over here, XP. And it's interesting. Are A1 going to be playing for control of the bridge? Because a couple of the players are still going to be staying on behind. They might be trying to go for an early bridge camp.
All I know is, Blair, that DRS Gaming did make it to Yasnaya this time, because lucky for them, Z3us Esports did not drop at the shelter, and it was not raining men anymore, so no hallelujah for you over there. Now, A1 Esports, again, they know that the main military compound is going to be in StalwartFlex's control, so they're going to go for those peripheral compounds on the island itself.
What intrigues me here is going to be the fact that Z3us Esports and Seal way up north to what Georgie just saw, Zaki for 1952. Now, if I'm 1952, now, I'm going to try and put myself in their shoes here, XP. I'm going to put on my analyst hat. I'm going to try and think like the players. Would an amphibious route be the right play here for 1952? Because there are too many teams they have to run on past.
That is correct, but you got to realize one thing. They are going to anticipate that a lot of the teams are probably going to go for that early rotation to the military island itself, which means if ideally, suppose right now, if they take that western route and, you know, they have a good time in the sun and the water and that little breeze splashes on their face, yes, they'll be happy, but the southern aspects of the military island itself could be problematic, as Rated Sir is going to shoot at Khan. Khan taking a few shots. Is he going to get away? Yes, he does.
Yes, he does. Khan just yeeting on past T2K, and T2K now, well, they realize the jig is up, their position has been compromised, and they're going to continue past, because guess what, blah 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 is also waiting on Khan. His woes aren't quite over yet, but luckily for him, the bullets aren't going to find it. Smart Khan, he tried his very best, but 3 members of T2K, they needed 3 members to take down Khan, and that is going to be the end of Mr. Khan here. However, the rest of his team will survive, and they might be looking for some vengeance.
This is a public service announcement, ladies and gentlemen. While you're riding, please make sure you wear protective gear and your helmets, because if you take a stumble like Khan, now, of course, you won't get shot in the back, hopefully, but chances are you are going to get hurt pretty bad. With that, of course, the first casualty of the game is going to come in, and we kind of thought that Khan was going to make it to safety, but unfortunately, he goes down. Now, have a look at this. Early rotations coming in from Deadeyes Guys. They've got the minimal loot that they want, and in fact, they're driving past Carnage Esports, who might just see... Wait a second. Aha. Now, talk about a scenic view.
Okay.
Talk about having a good time. Look at his buddies down below. Now, if only
That's
Rafat...
not his buddies. Those aren't his buddies.
Hey man, at this time, when you're out on the water, everyone is your friend because, you know, you got to look out for one another. But Rafat is going to be giving information out.
This is the first time we're seeing this in this entire tournament, in
This-
the entirety of the tournament. And it's a race. Air versus the boats. It's like an episode of Top Gear.
Now, here's the thing. You know what might be happening now, Rafat? Obviously, the enemies are going to be seeing them. Skylight Gaming do know that, wait a second, is that a plane? Is that a bird? Well, technically, it is a plane, so, you know.
Kinda. Oh, Rafat.
We're coming in hot. We're coming in hot. Oh, my God. Watch out for that tree, Rafat.
He almost clipped his wing, but I believe he survived there as On Top is coming under an onslaught. Rafat has opted to drop on down, and he is, meanwhile, On Top getting finished off with the vehicular explosion, and Rafat, he is on the hunt. He's got the high ground advantage, but he needs to get the knock immediately.
However, I do believe he needs to wait for his teammates to come in because he doesn't have a single bandage play. He doesn't have a single first aid, and if he does take a few shots, he's giving his position away, as you did kind of mention, On Top. A little bit of a mistake coming in, but looks like 7C came in and finished the job.
Well, meanwhile, the other member of Skylight Gaming is coming under fire. It's Leon in the distance, zigging and zagging, trying to avoid bullets from that M4 of Mr. Jax. And look at the southern part of the military island. If we can have the map up for just a couple of seconds in production. There we go. Look at the number of teams there.
Now, this is why 1952's amphibious route is going to be problematic. I did kind of say that, you know, the south side of the island is going to be the most populous because they are going to expect a few teams to basically have a look at A169's position, right? Now, just west of him, you have that high ground where we saw a member of StalwartFlex basically just annihilating boat after boat after boat. So that is a path they cannot take. What they can do is drive on down, bear the blue for a little bit, because it's not going to be that problematic early on, and you know, they are going to make it in the circle. And again, we are presuming, or we are rather assuming, that the circle might shift towards the military island, but you know how the PUBG gods love just playing with us.
It's going to be the South Island. It is going to be military on the final circle. Calling in.
Hey man, I'm trying to build a story up over here. Shh, what are you doing?
All right,
Anyway.
Uzum taken down by A1. StalwartFlex coming under fire. They are looking for that triple chicken dinner. And as they drive away, Rafat spots them out. There's so many teams, and Rafat's probably wondering, wait, who are these guys? As Johnny will be caught out in the open by Leon, and Johnny immediately going for the smart play, in my opinion. He's got a little bit of cover as well because of the ridge. It's going to be a battle. It's a 1v1 for the time being. Leon, the Molotov could make life a little problematic here. No, it's going to fall short. And the nade is good, though, from Johnny, but doesn't quite find its mark.
Great anticipation that he would move aside because his teammate is coming in from behind, and, well, Leon almost got Crypto. However, the king hath fallen.
Crypto coming to the rescue of his teammate, and yeah, Leon, king no more. And now Skylight Gaming down to just the three-man squad. Still 3 players alive. They're more than happy with that. Taking a look at the circle here, R3D taking a sweet time heading into the play zone. They might be coming up against DRS.
Is it me, or is A1 Esports like really separated from one another? Because it is Venom Legends right next to A1 Esports, and of course Skylight Gaming are nearby as well. So they did just lose one member just moments ago, and I do believe that member was 6ix9ine Boy. He was at the bridge all by his lonesome. But have a look at what's happening on the eastern aspect of the military island.
Novo,
now.
yeah.
There you go. High voltage are going to be coming in the amphibious route. However, they don't really have vehicles. I think high voltage just might have a boat. There you go. They have a boat. But P and crew could be in trouble. They are pretty much
in the water. They're swimming across.
They're swimming across. I did want to say that, you know, they're up. I'll hold on to my joke right now.
1952 are taking a sweet time coming in from the blue, and the problem is Seal are still sticking back behind and looking at the circle. Oh boy, this is looking ugly for a lot of these teams here, XP.
It is indeed, and we still have a little bit of a stalemate over here between T2K and P and Crew. You did mention that, you know, they have made it to the island. At least a couple of their members have. Now, T2K, we saw them do this a little while earlier where Khan was completely oblivious to the fact that, you know, there's a team waiting for me over here. Something similar could happen with Sandesh because he is being careful. He is being careful, but blah, blah, blah is going to climb up high on that crane at the docks, and you know what? He could be the bird in the sky. He could be the eyes in the sky, and...
it's also easy to shoot down birds in the sky.
It is. In fact, you know, once you are spotted, the problem is that coming down those staircases could be difficult. But...
the spray, it's a wild spray.
Sandesh has no idea where he's shooting from.
He is completely clueless. Well, he's going to be finished off here, but at least he's going to convey information to his teammates that there is a player above, but blah, blah, blah. He's lying prone. It's not going to be easy for them to get a line of sight onto where he is, and Sandesh, unfortunately, calm taps, and he will be put 6 feet under by blah, 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 blah.
blah, blah, blah. Basically doing what he does best. I mean, T2K does get the opportunity to move around, and there's an AWM in the water.
Carnage just went past them, past the arm.
Can someone call them up and tell them to turn around? Because it could be a game changer, as we saw with Zeus Godless earlier on in Miramar. That AWM does come in handy from time to time.
Can we have the map up real quickly? Because despite taking the sweet time, XP 1952 are just a few seconds away from finding themselves out of the blue. They took it really, really slow. They didn't want to go up against Seal, neither did they want to go up against Zeus Esports.
I wouldn't mind them stopping at every single compound, but looks like something's going to happen at the Western Bridge. 7C, you better be ready because Zeus Esports are heading your way.
And not just them, Seal are following up not far behind. 1952 is going to be joining the fray as well. That Western Bridge is going to become the bridge of size for a lot of these teams. 7C, they've been there for a while. I'm assuming they have a crossfire setup.
Have you watched the movie The Bridge on the River Kwai? I'm sure you have,
Of course
right?
I have.
I mean, unfortunately, you can't blow up the bridges over here, but it's going to be pretty much, it's going to be as bad as that. They're going to be bodies and those little coffins scattered all over the place because, well, you know what happens when a few Mongolian teams are out on the prowl.
Zeus, though, they stopped. And that's a smart play. You can see them in the distance. They've got off the vehicle. They are very aware that it's taken a long time to arrive to the bridge, and it has to be camped. There has to be a team there. Now, 1952 is going to be entering from the left-hand side of our perspective over here, and 7C will be hearing the sounds being made by the vehicles.
I'm surprised how Carnage Esports, right at the bottom of your screens, haven't been spotted out. I thought Venom Legends could give them a little bit of an issue, but the thing is, remember, A1 Esports is nearby as well. So Rafet's attention is not going to be on Carnage, but this is going to be a little bit of a beach assault over here. Skylight Gaming might be heading just a bit further south. I think Joker is going to relay information to Chari that, guys, someone is coming behind us, and we might just want to stop them at the beach, as an AUG A3 is going to drop from the heavens above.
12 minutes in. We're going to be seeing the third zone play out here for us. A bit of a lull, as everyone wants to wait things out.
It's going to be southwest.
I'm going to go with you. There we go. Right call. It's going to be towards the military base, the western part of the southern island. That means now Zeus have to make a move. Now they have to cross the bridge, and 1952 are nearby. Seal have to push up as well. And now 7C, there are going to be 3 teams coming their way. And it's going to be the 2 Mongolians alongside 1952. It's not going to be easy. Fear, he spots out the first player, but he is going to exercise the trigger discipline. They need to unleash right now. And there we go, Rig. He's going to unleash a hail of bullets. Godless, he was the bait. He was the bait for Zeus, and now they know that a trap was laid for them. It has been sprung, and Godless will be taken down. Zeus almost getting knocked down as well.
Mind you, Fair, at the same time as Godless went down, started shooting at Icy, keeping sure that, that retaliation doesn't come in, and Icy's going to have to waste a couple of seconds patching himself up, which means Zeus could be in a world of trouble. The only play they have left right now is either they push up onto their position, take them out, or, wait a second, or do what 1952 is doing, basically go for a long swim.
The thing is, what does 7C do? Do they try and stick around going for this fight, trying to get killed, or do they just cross the bridge right now and camp the other side of the bridge?
That is what I do believe Memo is going to do. He's going to make sure that they fortify the other end of the bridge, as he just kind of mentioned right now. There you have it. The vehicle is going to be stopped, and he does dismount. Now, Seal Esports are going to be heading towards high voltage, but we're going to come to that in a second, as Memo is being very careful as R3D are crossing the bridge. Luckily for them, it's not the same one.
Well, P and crew are nearby. P and crew is so close by as well, and we could see some fight breaking out. It could be a sequel to the latest Mad Max Fury Road, but so far they're going to exercise a bit of caution. Now Zeus, they have a little bit of time to work with, but the blue is moving in behind them, so they need to start sneaking up ahead. The problem for them is 7C are keeping them at bay, and for Zeus, like you pointed out, looking at the time right now, they have only one option. They have to go up against 7C, who have control of the bridge. And 1952 are going to be going for a pretty comfortable swim as Destroyer from range almost finds Edgar. Virus is done for. Virus is done for. No, they're running the bullets at the same time. They need to go for the reload, and Virus has managed to escape. How lucky can you get?
How lucky indeed. And now they realize that, those guys are going to be solo. And now they have a third attempt as Anubis is right in front of them. But Voltrix, look to your right, because another gentleman is going to be here. Joker, really low on HP in the vehicle. He needs to be careful, of course. That was inevitable. He gets knocked out. And with that F4...
A drive-by.
I mean, I'll be in California or something. No, that's a bad joke. But anyway, F4 over here, getting a kill. The first kill in the game. Again, ever since Miramar, these guys have been playing on a different ball game. These guys are actually amping up the aggression, and you know what? I enjoy it.
Oh yeah, F4, absolutely. They needed that little bit of an injection of confidence. And now Zeus are going to be sticking around in the blue. They decide not to push up. And now 7C probably wondering where the hell have they disappeared to. The problem for Zeus is it looks like they're going to be trying to cross that little bit of the canal over there. And the problem is 1952 are going to be waiting on the other side. So it's looking very, very tricky for the side of Z3us Esports. And look at the western side, the eastern side of the play zone.
I love this circle. This is one of my favorite circles because it's really tactical. You have a lot of compounds, you have a lot of hills, and you have a lot of bunkers to work around with. Now, you did mention the eastern aspect. Seal Esports are coming in hot. In fact, heading straight for R3D and T2K's position. Behind them, PN Crew with a slightly smart move. Obviously, they have a few more bandages as compared to the others, but right now, T2K are going to be in life and death struggle with Seal Esports.
And R3D as well. Zake, okay! He just sails on past on a sliver of HP. While R3D were focused on the other members there, Zake has managed to sneak his way into the play zone, but he will be found out, and it is going to be Ayush who is going to get the knock and the finish onto Zake. Unfortunate, valiant attempt coming in from Zake there, but it was not to be.
From the few teams that kind of braved the blue zone in the beginning, only 1952 are still whole because, mind you, Seal Esports aren't playing the way we kind of got accustomed to them in week one. They are taking things slow. In fact, they are playing at the edge by quite a mile.
PN Crew, however, they are doing a fantastic job taking down these members of A1 and Seal as well, and they're just racking up these kills. A couple of knocks already, and pretty much a confirmed kill onto Jax. Meanwhile, Vars is rattling off bullets.
Is this PUBG Mobile?
This is, yeah, this pretty much reminds me of Mad Max, Fury Road, which is a fantastic movie, mind you. Probably one of the greatest action movies I've seen in the past 10 years.
I like the fact that now they finally realize that, you know what, maybe I do want someone riding shotgun with me because it does come in handy every once in a while, Blair.
It does, absolutely indeed. Ooh. Seal and A1 now down to a one-man squad, right? We, of course, have Zeus. They have snuck onto the island.
Oh, they just drove past on the bridge. They were like, you know what, we don't really have a lot to lose. Let's just go on through as right now. I like this. It kind of reminds me of a Wild West movie where you have a road in the middle, deserted. Maybe a couple of hay bales should be flying around in the wind as R3D is on one side and their opponents on the other in the form of Skylight Gaming. Right now, the fight is going to continue with Venom Legends going up against Carnage Esports.
Venom Legends bottom of the table. If there was a time for them to turn things around, now is the time. Prabeen shot in the ass by Frypan, and he wants to confirm the kill, but he needs to reload, and he in turn is getting shot at by Jiggle, and he was unaware, completely unaware as to how close the member of Carnage was. Steel Shot pushing up, trying to provide the suppressing fire. Now Jiggle, he's in a 1v2 basically here. He needs to find at least a knock here, but it's not going to happen. Steel Shot is going to get the kill, the knockdown, and the finish should take place here. Carnage are looking like they are in a world of pain. Although, as I say that, a member has been finished off for Venom Legends. They're down to just a two-man squad, and the rest coming in, it might be a little too late here.
Well, here comes PN Crew to play spoil sport because Praveen and Manish might be pushing up on Venom Legends, but from behind. Wait a second, he just blew his own teammate out. You are supposed to kill the enemy, my dear friend.
At 2, Brute, as Steel Shot now so very low, he needs to use his first aid kit, but Praveen with the perfectly timed flank, and he is gonna get the knock as well, but no, Frypan replies back, and as you pointed out, PN Crew are arriving at the party. Another nade, it's gonna go wrong though. Frypan pushing on in, he's trying to prevent the rest from taking place, and he will not be able to do so. Carnage will stand tall.
Now this is where PN Crew can literally stab them in their back. Keep an eye out on the kill feed for that, ladies and gentlemen, as the circle is going to implode on itself once again. SG still in a good place over there, high voltage, sneaking their way to the circle, deploying some smoke, making sure that they have cover from DRS up top on the hill to the left play.
Well, while they do have a bit of cover, meanwhile, Mamo, oh, good night, sweet prince, will be hounded and destroyed by DRS, who have all 4 players alive. They're raring to go, looking to get those kills. The first kill for DRS, mind you. It's been a pretty low fracking affair for all these teams so far. As high voltage out of the open. I'm flabbergasted that Zeus have pushed into the play zone and have this compound without losing any single member.
Again, had Zeus, not Zeus, I beg your pardon, had 7Cs kind of waited a little bit longer at the bridge, it could have been another story, but looks like Magnet is going to open up on Deadeyes Guys. Meanwhile, Galton overhead through the smoke, ladies and gentlemen. getting a double knock on Cooney along with assistance from his teammate.
It could be a
Mafia
finish.
Ninja.
It could be a finish as well. Cooney and Aussie. Oh, they've been spotted out. They crawl out of the smoke. Immediate insta finish coming in from DRS as they're racking up the kills and high voltage. Well, they have one member remaining. It's Assassin, who is at least a distance away.
However, he's on a head-on collision with Z3us Esports, which could be problematic as Ably trying to pepper 1952 with a few shots with a DP28.
Well, they're getting peppered by multiple teams. Deadeyes Guys now going to be joining the fray. 1952, a player getting knocked down. That's going to be entry. Blah, blah, blah. In the meantime, pushing on up. High voltage getting eliminated, but there was someone lying in wait in the grass like a viper. And Destroyer will wreck the player pushing up here. F4 having to go up against T2K. Information being conveyed as to where the member of F4 is, the Destroyer, and they're trying to finish up blah, blah, blah as quickly as possible. Destroyer's been spotted out. The nade primed, ready, tossed in, but it looks like Destroyer has managed to extricate himself from that position just in the nick of time. T2K losing a member, Magnet getting knocked down, but DRS also getting a knock onto IC. Things are looking... This is pure chaos at this point in time. P and Crew also will be eliminated, joining Carnage Esports, and we're down to the final 12 teams, just 31 left alive in the server.
31 left alive, of course. All these players toppling over like dominoes, one after the other. You know, when you get close to one another, this is what happens. Nobody's going to be friendly. Now, Magnet trying his best to stay behind the tree for cover as Wadu Sir does spot out 7Cs in the distance, and Shifu Sir is going to get taken down. However, Suyog with some return fire of his own. Now, 952 are in trouble because their members are going to be on their knees. Only one man is standing, Blay.
Only one member remains for 1952, and if you can get the res... Not possible. Entry extremely low on health, bleeding out, internally hemorrhaging. His heart beating hard against his chest. Does he even have any first aid kits? He's not using any. It looks like he's out of it.
He does have his I was
Never
going to
mind.
say he has his teammates' crates, but it is not going to be effective as 952 are eliminated in the 12th position with 2 kills. Meanwhile,
F4, baby. They're going with T2K. 2 members down. Nade sailing in.
But it was Seal from behind who gets the knock. I mean, these guys do not give up.
Baron, the one man left standing. He might not be the Red Baron, but he is showing he's more than capable even on land. The res does come in for Jane. Utsarga and Jane in the smoke. Rated Sir bleeding out in the open. And Utsarga gets spotted out, gets taken down. And it's going to be Baron who's going to finish him off. And just like that, Baron has just wiped the floor with T2K. A one-man army. And he's going to get another knock. Actually, it was T2K's Jane's nade right before he died. And now Baron can actually wipe out F4.
Check out all that smoke plumes, because what he wants to do right now is make sure he has enough resources. He's going to go for those utilities, making sure that he's backed up. And Wolverine just might have made a mistake. I do believe they're going to be deploying smokes of their own. No, Voltrox has been picked up again just to get the vehicle out because they have to go up the hill. Now, right through that gap, he better not hit anything. He did hit something. He jumps out. Baron just might drop it, but from up top, DRS, the real soldiers, the kings of the hill, raining down death.
Well, Baron wasn't expecting that, was he now? DRS, they were quiet for a bit, but finally they show their presence and they do so in style. Meanwhile, R3D are getting executed out in the open by StalwartFlex. They wipe them out. Down to 6 teams now, 17 left alive in the server. StalwartFlex, a 2-man squad, still holding on strong. F4, Wolverine knocked on down, and F4 are down to 1 member.
You were asking where are the real soldiers? Well, here they are, 4 men alive. They have the hill basically under control. However, Zeus still has 1 player alive, if I'm not wrong. No kills for them as 7C Esports are finally going to succumb to the pressure as they are taken out in the 6th position. And DRS are not going to give up. They get F4, they get Deadeyes Guys. It is going to be a free-for-all.
Deadeyes Guys, Shifu are looking to confirm those kills, get those kill points. That should be a confirmed double kill here. Zol and Icy. They're just delaying the inevitable here, and Shifu just waiting for the smoke to dissipate. He knows there's another member of Zeus alive in the distance. DRS from atop is also a problem, as Skylight Gaming's Joker will be finished off by AJ. DRS, meanwhile, trying to mop up the remaining players here. They have all 4 alive. They have 10 points as well to work with. They are looking fantastic here, and Icy and Ziol now. Shifu knows exactly where they are. They should be finished off. He's still biding his time. He's just making sure Abel is nowhere nearby to go in. But here comes Nima from above, trying to maybe steal the kill away.
Shifu took it. However, I do believe DRS thinks that they're the same teammates. That is why they're waiting for them to come out or deploy some smoke, as Heaven is going to come under heavy fire. And with that, Skylight Gaming are going to be wiped out from the map of Erangel in the 5th position. A valiant effort on their part, but Abel is now going to be the last man standing for Z3us Esports. Now the question is, this is the big question, how many first aids does he have? Because characteristically, Z3us Esports do not go for heal battles, but you know what? If you want to get them position points, you can. But with that, they're out.
Deadeye, and it's Deadeyes Guys who got the final kill, meaning his position has been compromised. So DE, they have 2 members still alive, so does StalwartFlex, but DRS, the 4-man gang, still looking for more kills.
It is going to be a 4v2v2 situation as the last 3 teams are going to be remaining in this game. Now, DRS are looking good. They have enough angles. They have enough flanking points to make sure that they can get the job done. And now, smoke grenades are going to be deployed, and Mafia Ninja does get DE Shifu in the distance, which means Wadu is the last man standing for DE.
This is a great opportunity right now for the side of StalwartFlex to thin the numbers of DRS, because if they have to go up again in this 4v2, it's not going to be going their way.
It's not going to be easy, but look at that. The angles that DRS have are just too much, too great for them to basically contemplate right now and do anything about. Now, Crypto needs to be away from his teammate. Johnny is going to get spotted out. Again, it's those random bullets. It's those stray bullets, because if I was in their position, I would literally mow down the entire smoke with some bullets. And if I get a hit marker, GGWP, and now as smoke is dissipating, Johnny could be spotted out as well. Looks like it is going to be an easy victory for the Real Soldiers.
15 kills, and it's going to be 16 in the next few seconds. The Real Soldiers, a quiet day to begin with, and a banger to end it on. A fantastic chicken dinner to close out the day. The Real Soldiers, they showed how it's done.
The showing and how it's done. Of course, we're not saying anybody else is fake over here, but again, a valiant effort by all these teams. Can I point something out, though? High fragging games today. Whoever's been winning isn't just doing it with a few kills, they're doing it with 15 plus kills. We've seen 17, we've seen 16 now, and it's just phenomenal. But with that, of course, the Real Soldiers getting the job done, and this chicken dinner at the end of this day. And Blay, I think that is about it as far as we're concerned. However, I'm intrigued to know who's where in the overall standing. So let's do this. We'll take a quick little break. You guys stay back over here, because the analyst desk is going to be up next, and let's see who stands where. See you after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea?
And with the final game all done and dusted, we were talking about the chicken dinners being circulated. Well, that is what the case is. But before we get into that sort of conversation, let's of course get our chaps introduced and into the conversation. It is no introduction actually required, right? It is of course Ocean Sharma and Asuk Pujari.
Well, yes, we are. But if we talk about this, third chicken dinner coming up. So it's back-to-back games, 2 different teams, third chicken dinner coming up for themselves. Crypto, meanwhile, is just out here, the guy who likes to shush his opponents. And 4 kills, 2 assists, 141 onto the healing side, and 932. So again, in today's day, if we talk about the damage given, most of the players have had like 900 plus marker individually, the MVPs.
Exactly, and if we talk about the game, it was interesting for a lot more reasons. As Ocean mentioned, DRS Gaming also get the third chicken dinner right after StalwartFlex do it. Then the lobby leaders, Z3us Esports, a team that we constantly have hyped up for the level of aggression they bring to the table, finish in a really good position, but
0 kills for them. This is like we would say, I don't know why, like they were engaging in a few fights, but the fights were just going away from them probably. We talk about his contribution, 22.1% to the kill contribution, that shows altogether, and damage 21.3%, assist 20.6. I mean, it's on its own for his gameplay 20+% markers.
I mean, an amazing performance from Crypto again and again. Even in the last match, he was there till the very end. and making sure, I mean, that the team does have a good finish. This one as well, a top 2 with decent number of kills. StalwartFlex, they're on their way to success.
They most certainly are. I mean, we were talking about during the league plays as well.
Yeah.
Talk about consistency, StalwartFlex was always there, but now you move the conversation towards the finals itself.
Yep.
The team is finally showcasing what they have been doing so since the past 3 weeks. With that, let's move on to the top players coming in from this game, where we shall see some new names. Yes, it is the real soldiers stepping in.
Well, Nima, Gyalzin and Mafia Ninja, all these players are here. AJ would have been here as well, like, you know, obviously because DRS, they love to just, you know, go together for the domination. Talk about Gyalzin, Mafia Ninja, 5 kills for both of them. Nima, similar to Crypto, has 4 kills.
And it was really fun to watch this team perform as well. Absolutely not leaving anything to chance. They had the high ground. They went aggressive at the right nick of time. From a safer position as well, they took the flank along the mountain slope from where they were not they were not in the line of fire of their opponents. That was the player of Skylight Gaming present and the players of StalwartFlex. And that sort of safety with Nima on the high ground, constantly providing that cover fire, just did not allow their opponents any opportunity to retaliate against DRS Gaming.
Absolutely did, mate, and that certainly worked in their favor because the number of kills that they brought were just phenomenal. But we take a look at the match summary. It is StalwartFlex's Johnny using 17 utilities.
I mean, they were trying to move into the smoke areas, right? We saw that.
Why do I feel like with these two teams being present everywhere as far as anything is concerned related to this match, even in the storyboard, we're going to have a fight for the top.
Yeah, top 2, something like that. The fight will be going on for sure because we saw these two teams again just, you know, surviving till the top 3 for them. So let's just keep it there. I mean, Zeus also survived, but the kill, not having a kill.
Is it going to be enough? That's the big question.
So that creates a suspense. That creates a big suspense.
Ooh, what's going to happen?
Well, that certainly will be answered in a few minutes as we move on down towards the story. But before we get into that, let's have a look at the match ranking from this game itself, where we know who took the chicken dinner, but how many points did they get?
Wow, 31.
Wow. Well, I think we know who the top is going to be, right?
Yep.
Wow, 31 points.
The number man?
Yeah, aren't you the number man? Do you remember the points?
I told you. So it was...
Calculate, crunch the numbers. So
DRS is there. That's what I'm saying.
Details. We want details.
That's what I'm saying. DRS is there. Why don't you guys listen to me? Oh my god. Well,
but move on the conversation towards the second page, right? Now, this is again something that I'm absolutely loving coming in from all the teams, that eventually, as the day comes to an end, every single team was able to walk away with those kills.
But my heart is still broken.
Yeah.
It's still shattered
I
in
know
pieces.
what you want to say,
Yes, Venom Legends, I was really hoping for the team to... Yeah, they are going to be back tomorrow.
Oh, yes.
If they have to be back, they'll have to be back tomorrow because, you know, it's like 50% of the games are done now.
Exactly. And that is something that, I mean, that conversation move on from one game to the other, and that team just annihilated the competition, and that too so gracefully and dominatingly that they were able to move away from that last position towards almost 12th and upwards. So,
See,
looking good.
the position where F4 is in right now, it's sort of tricky and it's really volatile. So even though they might be quite low, even though they might be 13th or 12th or 11th, right? They can still climb up with just one game. That's the other thing. It's really chaotic.
That's true.
over there.
But, you know, talking about a team like Venom Legends, it just creates a lot of chaos in the minds of the players just because of one thing, and that is, if you talk about you can't, if you're at the last position or something like that, you can't climb day after tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day.
But talking about climbing, let's have a look at the zone analysis where it was Venom Legends. I mean, never mind Venom Legends first things first. Just talking about the zone itself. This was a good circle.
You remember the glider being
That's what
used.
I was pointing towards. Yep.
So all right. So top 10 plays. How do you cross a bridge, or how do you cross to the other land? You swim. You take a vehicle, just running through the bridge, but nope, just go for the gliders.
That would have been the play of the day had Rafat actually gotten the players of Skylight Gaming right there, but it wasn't.
It wasn't. It certainly wasn't, but it was certainly a very
Valiant
scenic
effort,
moment in the game.
Yeah, it was a really good moment, but this is where, you know, the circle just started showing up its colors, and DRS got the best out of it. Got DRS. They had the circle for this one, and obviously for the upcoming zones as well. Like, they were the ones who were just, you know, holding it.
Yeah, and up until this moment, we do see the players of Zeus chasing Z3us Esports for what they did to Godless in the early game. I mean, you see a team hiding in a watchtower what instinct suggests, all right, I'm going to go in.
Let's
My
rush
team
it.
is behind me, but I'm going to go in.
Well, that's godless for us.
Yeah.
There's no two ways about him. There's nothing stopping that man. But move that conversation towards these wonderful moments that we just discussed. It is time to have a look at these perfect plays coming in from all the teams through, of course, the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the Oppo moments, right? This is where the initial fight just began. And it just, went forward because most of the fights were situated onto the areas around military base. I mean, as soon as the players knew that the circle was going to go down, they started moving all together because they knew there was no time to waste. If you stay a bit onto the backward side, you're going to be just getting a lot of damage on yourself, and that's not going to be good for you.
And
yeah,
this is the moment I was talking about. Godless just getting taken down. Was his tire taken out? Why did that buggy make a complete 180 and start facing Z3us Esports all of a sudden? But, I mean, kudos to the guys from Zeus as well and Z3us. They were able to rotate while being aware of the enemy's position, and they made it to a decent standing inside of the game as well. But over here, chaos breaks loose. It runs rampant between the fights.
Yeah, it does. But after that, obviously, when every fight was constituted onto the military area, the players knew it. They just wanted to hold their grounds because there are 2-3 things. First is these kind of mini fences.
Yeah.
Plus, the second is the mountain that just constitutes the areas around military base. So you just have to be, at the top if you want to just, have a proper area, proper lookout of all the directions.
Yeah, definitely. Talk about having lookouts. That play, Baron getting taken out by the players of DRS.
Yeah.
We thought F4 was going to get it.
It seemed like it.
Yeah, I mean, they were right in front of him, but that's a story for another time. But moving forward, I mean, DRS just finishing off DE first and then StalwartFlex.
Absolutely.
And they were happy with that, right? Because they knew that it was their game. They just played every card to the perfection, and they got it.
Ocean was quite upset with the smoke that Baron tossed towards the players of F4.
Yeah, I was like, why are you using that smoke onto that direction? Because it maybe was to just, fake a grenade sound just dropping down, but it was a smoke. Nevertheless, it kind of helped them.
It certainly did. I mean, he was able to steal the points away from F4 towards, of course, T2K and eventually, of course, F4 as well. But move the conversation towards the damage that was dished out throughout this game. Only one team not walking away with a single kill. It is a team that we could have never anticipated. Zeus Esports.
It's kind of ironic. Where everyone gets kills, Zeus is the one without kills.
They got the placement points though, but I don't know, if you talk about their placement points right now.
It's Zeus Esports. Do you think they are happy with placement points?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like tomorrow, they would want to go just, right from the get-go, because it kind of comes like we are looking at the lobby, and now it's time to dominate.
Exactly. Now it is going to be time to dominate, because I think, as far as the storyboard is concerned, we are going to be in for a surprise.
Oh yes, it is. Perfectly mentioned, Johnny, which does bring up the time to call upon the storyboard, which is of course going to be the overall ranking when it comes to all these teams, and what sort of a play have they...
I told you! I told you!
Well,
I told you!
You did not mention the numbers. I was asking for details, so I'm not going to give you this one.
Why don't you guys don't believe me, man?
No, we believed DRS was going to be first. I just wanted the exact numbers, and it is 136 points that they have.
Wow, what a dominating force this team is to be reckoned with. But eventually, again, this is a very close affair.
Yeah,
no two ways about it.
It is a closer affair. Also, what is kind of surprising is StalwartFlex. I was expecting them to be a little bit closer to the second position. I mean, they still are. There's a 7-point difference between them and Z3us Esports, but that does put up a lot of pressure on this team for tomorrow. Because tomorrow when they come in, they're not going to be even eyeing the second position. They know they can be first, and they are going to be trying to get
So
first.
here's the thing. If tomorrow maybe T2K has back-to-back good games, if not back-to-back, like in two different games, maybe just good games, one with a chicken or something, they can be in top 5, they'll be crossing the 100-point mark obviously, and they would want to challenge the top teams altogether.
Exactly. Also, PN Crew was there on the 4th position with 55 placement, 55 kills, 110 in total. Would really love to see them get a chicken dinner.
Exactly. I mean, that team is also very well deserving, no question about it, and they are looking real good when it comes to getting those killing streak basically working for your favor. But
there's one thing right now
is being brought on.
There's one thing right now. We talked about this when the day started. Skylight Gaming, if they are in top 9, then the 10th team obviously gets the invite. So I would love to.
Right now.
Yeah, they are 10th right now. I would love to see if they get in top 9. Which team is going to be the next one? Because from F4 to Z3us Esports, it's still a close affair. So I would love to see what happens. Like, how many teams and what just gets going for the next stage.
Let's count R3D as well, because 69 points not too far away, 82 points on Z3us Esports, and F4 versus Seal, I mean, there's just a 10-point difference. As I was saying, one game can either take them to the qualification position, or I mean, if they continuously have bad games, then they are stuck. Otherwise,
know it.
they need just one match to change everything. Just one game out of 12.
They know it that it's
Absolutely.
not over yet.
It certainly isn't. Because again, whenever you guys talk about all of this, the name that comes up is going to be F4.
Yep.
They are looking really comfortable at 72 points based on just one day's performance. They still have, all the teams still have 2 more days.
They started with 4.
They started with 4. The
And
day
that
started
too-
with 4 points to team
Yeah,
of 4.
it was, you'll say obviously it was 6 games for today, but the first game was not that good. So let's say like 5 game affair.
That's it. That's all you need. And that's something that, of course, has been showcased by Seal Esports as well when it comes down to the Super Weekend that we saw them play. Just 15 games. And boy, oh boy, this is just perfect on wins. With that, let's move on to the kill leaders coming in from this one perfect day. And we are going to be looking at, well, Zeus is godless, taking a lead, but all the others are very close, actually.
They are quite close. I mean, Godless is sitting at 22 kills with 4,400 damage. Then we have Sandesh with 3,900 damage, 21 kills, and a really good survival time. I mean, 20-minute plus survival time. Just by 1 second, but I'll give him that 20-minute plus survival time. Then we have Crypto on the 3rd position with 4,402 damage, quite close to Godless.
Yep.
20 kills, 18-minute 54-second survival time. Uzum is there as well with 19 kills, 17 minutes survival time. StalwartFlex are doing really, really well.
No question about it. As you move on towards the second page of the kill leaders, we're looking at R3D Esports' Sinister bringing in those dominating forces in his favor with 38-27 damage being dished out with 18 kills in his name. But that is where things are turning in towards, of course, the Real Soldiers as well as 7C's True Love.
I mean, all these players, obviously, they have been just showcasing good gameplay, but it still just goes down to how many points you can get tomorrow, and obviously day after tomorrow. Because tomorrow, I would say it might be Venom Legends. If F4 can just start up their own points, Venom Legends can do that as well. They just need that one day, and it should come tomorrow. Otherwise, final day is something that will obviously determine the top 9.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Because again, when you talk about those kill leaders, right, that is where you bring up the stats for, well, alright, how much was the survival time, how was the damage dished out, you are combining all of that together to look at the MVP. Now that's going to be very crucial because the MVP at the end will be awarded $1,000. So let's have a look at the MVP list as well and find out who are looking close and who are looking real far when it comes to the MVP ranking for now.
Oh, it's between Crypto and Godless. Wow.
Well. GG indeed. But...
And Snipe, look at him! Snipe Whitey, 13 kills, just 13 kills.
He gotta get those kill numbers, or maybe because his survival marker is the highest out here. His damage marker is brilliant.
Yep.
Had he had a few more kills, like, alright, let's just give him 16 kills, he would have been in the top 3.
Yeah.
Well, the lad still has 12 games remaining. So that's going to certainly work in his favor, and hopefully will be able to bring in the dominating force for himself.
Everyone from Zeus is in the list.
That's what I was about to say. All 5 players, actually.
Yeah. Oh man.
You talk about
this team is
domination.
incredible.
Wow.
They're just fighting hard for that money
Within themselves every single time. Every single
Who
time.
does that?
Heatley is quite high up.
Yep. Who does that?
Well, that certainly does bring up the conversation regarding Zeus Esports itself, that they are a force to be reckoned with. They are a force to learn from, because they themselves are competing against themselves. That makes it for a really interesting storyline. But move that conversation towards the day summary as to, well, what sort of damage was dished out, what sort of damage was received, how many kills, and it is F4. Good one.
I mean, definitely taking the most kills in the day. That is just impressive from this. That is something that we have seen them do before as far as their regional performances are concerned. But over here on this stage, doing the same thing, emulating the same performance, F4, this is the team that everyone wanted to see from day one, not just of the finals, but of the league stage. This F4 is what everyone wanted, and then it's just Zeus.
Starting from the league. Zeus has been here, even if they are in at the only one place, but Zeus has been here almost every day.
Time, almost every day.
True, mate. True.
But
I mean,
here's the thing about the team. I'm sorry to cut you off, but
No,
here's
please.
the thing. As you said, they are a force to be reckoned with. But teams like DRS Gaming, teams like StalwartFlex, teams like 7C, all of these squads that are present in these finals have made it seen that Zeus Esports are not gods. They are totally beatable. They are beatable, and they have made them bleed multiple times. So I don't know who's going to take the victory at the end.
Well, only time will tell for now because we still have 12 games remaining, 2 more days when it comes to the PMPL South Asia Finals awesomeness that will, well, for the day come to an end. Thank you guys so very much for tuning in. We'll be back again tomorrow. Until then, of course, I've been your host, Brother, joined in with Ocean Sharma and Isopatoni, saying sayonara. Take care. Bye-bye.